Whew. Here we are. It is a lovely, sunny Saturday morning. What better day to stay inside in my basement cave and play some sweaty 5D chess against other nerds. That's what it's all about here on the channel. It's a big day today. It's the day of our promotion match against Narik to see who will advance to the Pro League and who will not. Dreamer's here. 5D chess against nerds. Okay, I noted that. Yeah, write this down. This will be important for later. It's got to be said, for the entirety of COVID, I've just been so busy that I haven't really had time to lament the fact that, you know, I don't go out of my house very often and do stuff with people. I mean, I go for work / school, but are the levels okay? Maybe we turn down the music just a smidge. That's the opposite of what I want. There we go. All right, that's more normal level. But it hasn't been until the winter sort of blown over that I've really been jonesing for some nice sunlight, some nice fresh air, you know. And now that it's here, finally, this is the warmest, sunniest weekend that we've had, at least in the northeastern U.S. in quite a little while. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just hanging out here, playing 5D chess. Hello, Void's here. How's it going, Void? This is it, man. This is it. This is the one. Hey, Crazy Penguin's here. Hello, peeps. Greetings, Penguin. Or do you prefer crazy? Whatever you like. We're here to accommodate. Oh, man. Whew. Big day. Big day. Am I nervous? I am nervous. Not too nervous. Either works. Alright, we'll play it by ear. Void says, I'm great. Excited for John joining the second match and also going to participate in a dev comeback from another game. So I will multi-participate. That's exciting. Any traps prepared for today's Summit? Asks Dreamer. Actually, no. Oh, Crazy actually didn't say either works. He said ether works. Which is a weird way to abbreviate Crazy Penguin, but I'm not here to judge. No, I don't. In fact, I have prepped very, very little. The only 5D chess that I've played since the stream last week, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, was yesterday, last night, where I played 2 games, where I got myself into a nice dominant position and then blundered like one of the only possible legal, reasonable moves that I could possibly make that would actually throw the game on the spot. 2 games in a row. So it's okay. I mean, it happens. You know, that's fine. Void says the devs released their game in 2015, so I'll participate in it after 6 years. Well, that's pretty cool. Word, that's awesome, man. Good stuff. Crazy Penguin says, too used to typing out names for chemicals. Well, oh yeah, you're the physical chemist, right? Crazy was in the call yesterday. I think for both of the games where I blundered embarrassingly. Narik sent you your match. Oh shit. Okay. Let's not keep him waiting. All right. Actually, I feel a little bit of a nose blockage situation coming on, kind of like a hay fever type thing. So I'm gonna go do some nose spray so I'm not all like plugged up all stream. You know, spring is here, etc., etc. So I feel the allergies coming on. I'm going to close my cam for that, although it will still sound as though I'm snorting coke. and you guys won't know the difference. So it'll be a fun little game that we can play together. All right. Where's the drugs? Found the drugs. Okay. Drugs. All right. We're going in for round 2. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck, that's the good stuff. All right. No, it should be good for the rest of the stream at least. Or I want my money back. All right. What are we doing? You should probably start your match already. Oh, it's fine, man. Samet is gone. Sonoy's here. Hey, how's it going, Sonoy? Let's turn Cam back on. Oh, shit. Alright, here we are. I did not expect this. FBI open up. Oh, God. Don't even get me started. I have been questioned by the FBI. I don't know if I've told this story on stream, but when I was in high school, some guy from the... I'm sure that this isn't classified. They would have told me not to tell anyone, but... When I was in high school, some dude from the FBI came to my house to question me. But that's a story for another time. Right now, we got to play 5D chess. So let's go. All right, let's enter the code here. Now, is Narik streaming? Not that, you know, I'm gonna... I mean, we're not implying anything by asking that he be streaming when we accept the code. It's just the way that the rest of the tournament has operated this entire time. So actually, I'm just gonna make my own code and send that out to him. Random, medium timer. Does he have his own stream? Does anyone know? You can't just say that and move on. Well, you know, it's like audience retention, you know. Okay, let's do one of these. There we go. Let's use that one. GLHF. Narik wordless. Narik's got the eye of the tiger right now. He says you too. Awesome. Okay, cool. Cool. Here we go. Holy shit. Off to the races. All right. Here we are. Promotion match. We get white. We don't have anything special up our sleeve. We're going to turn off this animation. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to play some fucking 5D chess. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Here we go. First game of the day. I'm not warmed up. We get knight of 3, knight of 6. As expected, we're going to play d4. Crazy Penguin is now following. Thank you, Crazy, or Penguin, or Ether, as discussed earlier. Whatever you prefer. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Welcome. Good stuff. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the standard. This is the standard opening. We're not going to do anything too crazy here. We're not going to try to reinvent the wheel. It's the promotion match. Ooh, we see a little bit of this action happening. Now, here, it's always a good question. Like, what's going on? What do we want to do? I think that we want to keep it pretty, you know, we want to keep it cool. We don't want to do anything too crazy. One thing that might happen is that this bishop comes out here with tempo. And if that does happen, then it happens. I like the spot for the queen. I just do. You know, I think that in general, the queen on b6 is pretty ineffectual. I'll probably not be reading chat too much just because, you know, this like important game. I gotta focus, etc. And we all know that I like to flag. That's a hobby of mine, especially when I'm reading chat. So I don't want to tempt fate. We just want to see what's gonna happen here. We just want to see what's gonna go down. I mean, bishop out here, obviously it's undefended, so then we take, but then he takes. That's a good question of like this bishop here. I mean, if we take, we threaten mate, so he can't take here. So he can't actually kick the queen with the bishop. It's early in the morning, first game of the day, so we still have to remind ourselves just in general how chess works. Yeah, and this move is probably ill-advised. What? This threatens this hangs mate. Am I crazy here? Am I just going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? What the fuck is going on? So we do this, and then it's a free piece, and then he can't take because it's mate, right? And so what does he do? Knight out here, and then we just pull our queen right back. And are we in any danger of anything? Maybe like a time travel to where the turn where we have this, then we've got like a guaranteed mate pretty much. This is crazy. We're just gonna take it. We don't believe our opponent. We just don't. We just don't believe him. I mean, you can do what you like. You know, I just don't believe you. I fail to see how we get punished for this, and in situations like this, I tend to see the boogeyman. The boogeyman, of course, being like the nebulous variety of moves and traps and other things that your opponent can come up with that you can't actually tangibly like recreate in your mind. Okay, this is fine for us, dude. This is fine for us. We're just gonna come right back. We're just gonna come right back home, and now we're up a piece. Come on, is this real? This can't be good for our opponent. This can't be good for our opponent. That's just crazy talk. I don't believe it. Maybe it is. Maybe this is prep. Maybe this is prep. It's possible. It's possible that this is prep. Well, man, without a light square bishop, I mean, that's the weaker of the two bishops, but like you threw it away for nothing. And we can certainly come up with some check to deliver to our opponent, right? Am I just absolutely crazy here? Am I insane? Well, I haven't seen this. And if this is the result of good prep from our opponent, kudos, you know, well done. What can I say? Hats off. Mazel, you know? But yeah, man, this seems insane. Okay, so now we've got the takes, but then the takes back with the knight. Am I afraid of this? Is this something that I'm afraid of? I don't know. I don't know what I can't make heads or tails of this. We could either ignore it. We could pull the bishop back. We could move this pawn out to activate our own light square bishop, which isn't going to do very much anyway. Maybe this queen, if we do this and see where this queen goes, just to double check, just a little bit of, you know. So maybe eventually the queen wants to come here. Maybe that's been the play like this entire time. The problem is that he has now blocked himself from ever coming to this square because this bishop blocks he'll never be able to get here anymore. So I'm really at a loss. I really don't understand what's going on right now. I really don't understand what's going on right now. I'm Trey confused. This is very confusion. I guess maybe this is like a safe play to make, but is it necessary to play safe? Probably not. What I really want to do is get this knight involved. I want to get this knight into the game. Also, I could see the benefit to trading this bishop off for this knight. What else? Do I want to make the safe play? I don't want to psych myself out. If I took the piece operating under the assumption that we're totally fine, probably we should just keep going, right? As planned. So I think we probably want to activate our bishop. What we probably want to do is block off like any of this diagonal shenanigans. Like if takes, then, you know, takes with the knight, then this isn't being defended by any piece other than, well, okay, so there's this knight here as well. But now we're over protecting this piece, which feels fine for us. I think that we just want to play like a normal chill game where we develop our pieces, we play 5D chess, he's just activating his pieces. So I don't feel too bad about any of this. I really don't. I don't feel bad about this at all. Now we want to activate our own pieces. What we can do is play well, so this bishop or this knight defends this pawn, which I I enjoy that function of this piece. One thing we could have done is drop the bishop back so then we could take this bishop for free. But I do like what this bishop is doing for us. Maybe we try to make our own plays. Or maybe we want to not allow this knight to hop in here. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill there. Maybe I really shouldn't care so much. Let's think. We could kick the bishop. Kicking the bishop is probably a good play. Where does this bishop go? I mean, we're up material. We're good to trade, man. And if this bishop goes back here, it's trapped as well. What other function is this bishop or is this pawn actually performing? Let's kick the bishop. Let's develop with some tempo. Let's take away squares from this bishop. It's the only bishop that our opponent has. They threw away their light square bishop. And all of our pawns are now on dark squares, which this is some 2D tactics coming out for, 2D strats. Well, that's normally if you trade bishops, but I mean, in this case, we just got a bishop for free. And the only bishop our opponent has is their dark square bishop. So if we put all of our pawns on dark squares, we're probably happy. We're probably happy with what we're doing. Yeah, I think we're happy with the situation. I do like what I need to caution myself against in most of these situations is playing too passively. I think that's a trap that I fall into myself quite often, quite frequently. And I think that this toes the line. I mean, we're not like actively generating a checkmate threat or anything like that, but it does give our opponent something that they have to respond to, which is important. It's very important. So let's see here. What this also does is takes away this square as like a mating opportunity for our opponent. Like if this bishop moves like to here or something, then I don't know. I'm just thinking like, where do his pieces go next if he's got like a knight that comes here after this guy moves away. It's like if we opened up, well, if there's a bishop here, then we can't open this up anyway, so never mind. I'm just gonna rescind that commentary and just move straight on ahead. Now, what threats can we actually generate? This knight is staring straight down at e5 here. So knight e5 doesn't seem super attractive. Okay, drop the bishop back is good news for us. Good news indeed. Now, we could grab a little bit more space at the cost of undefending this pawn, which I don't necessarily love, but it does kind of gimp this queen to some extent, right? We can continue to take away squares from his pieces. Namely, we can, for example, push h3, which prevents this knight g4 from happening. Not that knight g4 is too scary for us anyway. Or, perhaps most attractively, we could generate threats of our own. I kind of like that plan. Activating this bishop feels good too. Maybe like a bishop right here. Or we could bring our knight in here, threatening the good old knight sack tactic. Knight sack and then takes, and then bishop here and then time travel. That's a classic. That's the Russian the Russian classic. Shoutouts to Dreamer in the chat. We've got a time advantage. We don't want to waste it. We don't want to squander it. This happens, and then he kicks. And then we can capture here, and then if takes back, then we have... You know what we could do? We could also do some of this. Now he can threaten back. Hey, JP Undercroft is now following. Thanks so much. I appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. this feels a little bit too passive. This feels a little bit too passive. Here, if we take, and then well, okay. How necessary is it that we defend this square so many times, especially with this bishop out of the picture? I think we probably just activate our knight. Let's just do that. That way, if the knight comes in here, then we can recapture. I mean, we can always put this. We can always put this rook here as well. It's like it's not the biggest of deals. We can always move the knight here. It's not like we have to worry about the light square bishop or anything. Wow, our opponent goes for a break. Very, very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Opens up his structure a little bit. Now, if I were my opponent, I would be afraid. Because now we have a time travel opportunity to here. Imagine, we get a queen here, right? It's defended by the knight. Honestly, you probably want to get rid of the knight before we do anything too crazy like that. Now, this is covered by the queen and only the queen, so I don't really know. I don't know that that's like a great play for our opponent. Here, we can probably just ignore it, honestly. Actually, maybe we do one of these. Threatening one of these. I don't think we want to take this. I don't think there's a world in which taking that is actually good for us. What's a sensible developing move? I don't want to move the knight because I probably want to recapture this with the knight. Yeah, maybe we threaten to trade off this. Now that he's created this weakness, I think that we want to get this knight off of the board. And if that means we're trading bishop for bishop, then I kind of like that. The only downside to that situation is that if he recaptures with the bishop, he's got another attacker here. So if takes and then we capture with the knight, then we're not like as defended as possible. But then the bishops have come off the board, so I don't think we actually care too much. There are many factors here. There are many factors. Honestly, this might also be a play. Get this knight in here. Could be a thing. Maybe. I'm torn between this guy and this guy. Probably this guy first. And if he jumps in, then we'll capture here anyway. I want to get rid of this knight because it's the only other defender of this knight than the king. Because if this knight is gone, then we've got some good plays to make in this weakness that our opponent has created for us. In his position. The ideas, they're not flowing super smoothly. It looks like I should have a lot more ideas than I do. Kind of looks like I just have a solid position. And I'm not really taking advantage of it. I'm not taking the initiative in a way that I feel like I should be. Of course, I also get into this tunnel vision mindset of like there must be 5D tactics at all times, or you must be actively building towards 5D tactics at all times. I mean, which isn't necessarily a very good or healthy mindset to be in. Now, our opponent does simply push here, which is interesting. We're definitely going to take this here for aforementioned reasons. I don't mind giving up our bishop. I think that in this situation, that's probably fine. The other nice thing about this is that if he captures with the pawn, whoa, interesting. The other nice thing about this is that if he doesn't like take or whatever, then we take here. Well, okay. I fully expected him to take here with the bishop, which is interesting. Now taking here is no longer anything that we want to waste time like building towards, I guess, is a way that we could put it. Maybe rook here is a play. But what am I working towards besides this nice queen move? Let's see. Let's pretend that we get a queen here. Then we get a check. The problem is we no longer, well, okay, so queen here, and then check, and then takes, and then check. Probably not great for us. Knight here and then pushes is also not fantastic. I was just super thrown off. Super thrown off by this. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't expect it. Here and then pushes. And then our knight doesn't have a great home. Maybe we do one of these. Relieve our queen the burden of defending b2. And then just move from there. Probably push this pawn. Ask this pawn some questions without blocking in our light squares. And just play it slow like that. I don't know where the home of this bishop is. Not super obvious to me. We got to start making stuff happen. That's interesting. Okay. What does this mean for us now? This is still only defended by this knight. So, I mean, if I do one of these, I don't know. I don't really know, man. Do I fianchetto this bishop? Does that even do anything for me? Feels like this game is slowed to a crawl. How do I activate my pieces? I need to get my pieces in. I think I need to collapse on this very knight. Here, and then where? If we push here, then takes here creates a weakness in our own structure, which I'm not in love with. Here, and then takes, and then takes, and then he has to trade the bishop in, maybe something like that. Let's not flag. Let's just play like a sensible developing move. Sensible developing move. What are those? Our knights are all blocked in. In our haste to make our own position solid, it looks like we've allowed our opponent to make their position solid, which isn't great for us. If we do this, what does he do? Shy of, well, okay, where does this go again? Here, here, here on this board. So then this happens, and then the knight recaptures, and then we don't have anything, so it has to be on this turn, okay. We're gonna do one of these. It may look like this move does nothing, and that's mostly because it doesn't. But what I want to do is waste a turn. I mean, waste is a strong word. You know, arguably this bishop is doing more here than it was here. But I want to not flag. I want to throw the ball to our opponent's court. What I was doing a good job of earlier was mooning first and sinking later. Now it feels like I'm not doing very much of either. Feels like I'm not mooning very quickly, and I'm also not sinking at a very impressive pace. Where does this knight want to go is our question. If it goes here, I mean, that's not fantastic, because then pushes, and then where does it go? Nowhere too impressive, right? Let's see what actually happens if we materialize like a queen travel to here. I think we might not have anything. Well, okay, queen travel here, and then check, boom, and then check. Oh, and then mate. Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad then. Okay, so this capture actually has happened. So now we have options. We can either take with a pawn, which would be this pawn necessarily, or we can take with this knight, which feels a lot better. Or we could ignore it and move here. If we do, then we cost ourselves a pawn and also probably structure. So let's go. Okay, wait. Now, if we move here, then we go to here on this board, exactly to here on this board. Is here on this board much worse for us? Possibly. Actually, not really. So maybe we just take here. Let's just take here. And if he wants to like sack a queen into this, then he can be my guest. I think that here, and then takes on, it would be here on this board, right? Because it would be on our next board, here on that board, and then here on this board, and then it would be the knight on this board. So it takes, he has to capture with the king, check. He has to either move the king or capture. And then we do a check, and then some sort of block has to happen, and then bishop here becomes mate, right? So the king is here on our turn, then check, it's propagated to here on this turn, and then check whatever has happened, and then check. Yeah, that works, right? I think we have mate. I think we might have mate. I think we have mate. I might be wrong, but I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's just the way. That's just the way of things. That's just the way of things. Let's see what happens. Takes here, we travel. Takes here, we probably don't travel. We probably just recapture and we're content with the fact that we win. Also, if he does anything that doesn't prevent us from traveling here, then we have, you know, like a travel into the past on this board, or a travel to this board, or, you know, the board that where it will be our turn. Probably could have done this move in response to this other thing, but it feels like if I miscalculate there, then I lose the game worse than if I miscalculate here, if that makes sense. Ooh, rook blocks. I think we've got this, but I'm not sure. My math might be off. Math might be off. I am glad, you know, kind of proud that we managed to sort of spot this weakness in the structure and then take this away like as soon as this move was made. Which you might say, you know, it's obvious as soon as like there's a substantial structure change. Like if your opponent attempts a break, you know, that's when you should look for what has changed in the position, what weaknesses now exist. I think we're just gonna take here, right? Takes his check, and then the king is here. And then check here, and then it's moved out to here on our turn. And then check here, and then whatever happens, we have this to block. And then it's mate, right? We're just gonna ship it. We're just gonna ship it and hope we haven't horribly miscalculated. That is our one hope. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Let's just see how it goes. Let's see how this goes here. It is only move. Unless our opponent wants to travel, but you know, there's none of these pieces is gonna. Well, actually, if they can travel back to like here, which I don't think they can do, they did just move the rook. Okay, Jurassic rook potential is here actually, and I don't think that we can deliver a check either. Okay, so the king just takes. The king takes, and we check here. And then probably a recapture happens here, right? I would imagine. And then we check here. And then we put this bishop here. Like if the queen is here, then we just take here and that's mate. I think we've got it. I think we've got it. I mean, you know, it's an important match. It's like the promotion match for the league or whatever. So, though, of course, there is like a shitload of second guessing myself right now, you know, and just thinking, oh no, like I fucked it. And maybe I have, in which case, you know, that's fine. Like, I think probably I'd be rattling these moves off, you know, like any other game. But shit's high stakes. It's as high stakes as it gets. Check like this. Now we have this checks in the past. Am I wrong? Let's see. So the queen hits here, here. Yep, checks in the past. We found the checks in the past. It works. It works. Okay. There we go. There, haha, vindicated. Our math works. Our math works. Okay. Whew. All right. I can't imagine how many of you in the chat were screaming at your monitors saying, just do the fucking move. Or maybe there is a defense, in which case you were screaming, Cement, you idiot. You've thrown everything. Which is also acceptable. That's fine too. I mean, what's nice is like if somehow, like we do have a check that we can deliver here, and also like a check on this board that we can deliver here, you know, like knight here from this board is also check, like if he tries to, but I mean, it isn't like our opponent's he's gotta find a way out of this. The onus is on our opponent, to figure out what to do here. Yeah, that took like 300% more calculation, you know, than on any other day. But not that we're, you know, like super brilliant 5D tacticians on any other day. I'm just saying, I'm a little trepidatious, a little apprehensive, you know. You gotta triple check to make sure that you've crossed your T's and dotted your I's when it comes to a match like this. All things said, I mean, I'm pretty happy with our play this game. Right? Like, I think maybe in the middle, like around here. Okay, our opponent's got moves. Oh, those are the moves. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We probably don't ignore this. Question is, do we take with the queen or with the rook? Probably with the queen, so that we can generate a mate threat that he has to respond to, right? What else is this queen defending? Do we care? Probably don't care. Yeah, we line up the battery here for sure. We don't give our opponent very much time to think. Could have taken with the rook there. I like taking with the queen, because it means that we have more versatile, like a more versatile gamut of threats that we can create to prevent our opponent from interfering down here, from up here, basically. You know what's cool is if we hadn't done this with the queen, we had a time travel. Oh no, we didn't, because there's always a knight here on this board, so never mind. No, it still works. No, because there's a king here. Never mind. I'm going a bit too ham with my machinations. Yeah. Yeah, let's see what our opponent's got up his sleeve here. Oh, that's interesting. That wastes our opponent's turn here, and we can generate a mate threat that he has to respond to. And when it comes to wasting our opponent's time, I mean, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of wasting our opponent's time. What we can do here is this with the bishop. Pin the... I mean, obviously, we're threatening... first of all, where does this guy want to go? Let's do one of these nothing moves, and then just take a look at what this guy can do. Ah, it appears as though what our opponent can do is take that queen from here, because the triagonal, which is cool. That's cool. What we want to do is threaten mate if our opponent does that. And can we do that is a good question. And the answer is yes, by taking here, right? We can mate the shit out of him. Because if he does that move, then we have mate on this board, right here. Although it might not be mate like in time. It's a little frustrating. But probably we still do this, right? Right? You've also got time travels from there. Yeah. So if this gets taken here, then yeah, because our next turn, this won't be mate, so we kind of have to take here anyway. Actually, maybe we can even do some time travel mates. I think that this is the play. Right? Probably. I can't imagine a world in which it isn't. Where can we go with our pieces after this happens? Is there anything we're missing? There aren't any checks that we can give, unfortunately. Just not a thing. And we can't block it. Because, I mean, we would have to block, like, this square here. And, you know, that ship has sailed. What we can do is threaten... What can we threaten? Can we threaten an immediate mate? Or can we check our... This checks our opponent. Oh, we found it. Okay, this checks our opponent down here. Nice. Okay, we checked our opponent. Whew. I'm glad that happened. We check our opponent along this triagonal. Because if that hadn't, then we would have had to get creative. I mean, I'm sure we had the win here anyway. I'm just pretty confident that that's true. But this is just way easier for us. We don't have to like bend over backwards. We had the mate straight up, or the check rather in that situation. Now, yeah, now it's a little tough. Now it's a little tough for our opponent. Not that it was, you know, a cakewalk before, but now we have an additional check that we can deliver, no matter what happens on this board. And now our opponent has the furthest back he can go is 2 turns, and that's with this knight here. So that's not good. Yeah, I think it's probably curtains. And if we look at all of our opponent's turns here, I mean, maybe, let's see, he takes here. And then, yeah, that's only 1 turn in the past. And then we probably do one of these. The question is, like, how is he ever getting down here now? Because he's got to be, like, 4 squares away, right? And we can block the way like this. Probably blocking the way like this is the best call, because now our opponent can't even like go here to attempt to go through all this. Although there is a... Oh no, our queen disappears here because that's the turn where the queen travels. So getting the queen to this square was a way in which our opponent could defend. That is no longer an option that is afforded to him. And we've got this nice check here. Cute little check. Just a little checkerino. So yeah, feeling good about this. Now it pins the queen to us being able to deliver a check, crucially. So
We see where this queen can go. Nowhere good enough, and no timelines. No timelines for our opponent. So, yeah, the takes is necessary here, so we're going to take here, and we're going to check here, and then we're going to collect our win. Woo! We did it. Game 1 is in the books. We did it, chat. Oh, man. Whew! GG. Good game. I'm proud of this game. I'm happy with this game. I think we did a good job. We totally neglected chat, for which I apologize to chat, but, you know, that's the price for a quality game of 5D chess, so I hope you accept the trade-off. Good stuff. Okay. Let's catch up in chat. Oh, chat's going nuts right now, but we're not going to spoil ourselves. We're going to go all the way back up. Holy fuck, there's a lot of chat. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh wow, there's like a limit to my chat. I bet if I open my chatbot client, then I can go all the way back. Right? Okay. Yes, I can. This is true. All right, let's give our opponent. Oh, our opponent repped already. Let's say rep W our opponent. We don't want to keep him waiting while we selfishly read chat. GG, man. 5 minutes before we start game 2. Okay, we asked our opponent for 5 minutes. Let's read up chat. Sure, GG. Okay, awesome. Sonoy says, don't tease us like that. Right. Yeah, 5D energy. Void's getting hype. I'm excited to see how Sumet will react to Narik's moveset in this opening. Oh, did Dreamer practice with Narik? Is this a thing? Was there like a Dreamer Narik training sequence? I didn't know this. This is spicy. Is this true? So he might have a clue what Narik did prepare. Yeah, unintentionally though. Nah, that's not what was planned. Oh, okay. Imagine he blunders mate. Hope he won't. Glad I didn't. Thanks. You don't understand. Narik has just gave Sumet a handicap, says Dreamer. He's too confident in his opening. Oh, man. And I think it's around here where Chosen One raided with a party of 6. Thanks so much, Chosen One. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the game. Welcome to the stream. Good old Chosen One. All right. Let's see. Hello, guys. And then we've got some emotes coming from Andre. Thanks a lot. Chosen One saying hi. Dreamer says, isn't that the evidence of him being very confident? Don't know what you mean there, but okay. Sumet is. All right. Okay. We got some moon firsts and some sync laters. Hello, Andre. Didn't see you there. Andre's here. How's it going, Andre? Sinkhole looks like a mouth. Okay. We're going to move on from that. Sunglasses just work with everything. Oh, I haven't seen the sync with the sunglasses. Oh, wait, that's so good. Andre's a fan of modifying the emotes. Okay. By the way, no mods here. I wanted to gamble my points. Oh, Lexi and or Tudor. I guess they're not around because they're the only ones that do that. JP Undercraft says, I like the pacing, how you explain the moves you consider. Well, I'm very glad. I try to balance, between like playing my own game and sort of not talking up or down to the chat, You have yet the funny side of Sumet the Turk. Tchaikovsky trap. Oh, the Tchaikovsky trap? Is that what we're calling it? I mean, Andre came up with it. So if he calls it the Tchaikovsky trap, that's actually hilarious. I really love that. If you keep watching, you can claim that experience. Fun is inversely proportional to his time on the timer. Yeah. There's a player in one of my online diplomacy games with very similar handle. I wonder if Sumet is Austria. I don't play diplomacy. I know of it if it's the board game, but I don't play it. So that's not me. It's an imposter. That doesn't sound like a joke as much as it sounds like a plain fact. Fun is inversely proportional to his time on the timer. Yeah. Sumet was up on time earlier. Too bad. Curse of the Flagger strikes again. We got there, okay? It was strategic utilization of my temporal resources, not flagging. I gotta come up with an acronym where like flagging expands to something that gives me an excuse and implies that I'm not as bad as I am. When I win 5D chess, I get 95% of the way there with regular chess fundamentals. I think the more that you play, the more regular chess fundamentals get you further in 5D chess, because you avoid the 5D chess sort of like gimmicks or pitfalls or tactics. You learn how to play around them. I think Dreamer said something similar in the past. This isn't like a revolutionary idea. I think a lot of us share this idea, but you know, in general, sort of the more you play 5D chess, the better you get, the more you know to play around the 5D, and all that's left is the chess. So I definitely feel that. Unfortunately, I'm much worse at regular chess than most of my opponents here, so it doesn't really help me, but yeah. I didn't expect that pawn capture. Yeah, you and me both. I was sure that the bishop was coming in. JP Undercroft, Void says, I found 5D chess fundamentally improve your regular chess positional play. I found both. They definitely work off of each other. Unless you play bronze, that only benefits bronze. Sinoi's 100% correct. JP Undercroft hasn't tried bronze, but you know, it's not for the faint of heart. Be careful. Well, he's so genuinely amazed with the move he hasn't considered like every time. I know. I mean, I think a lot of chess players do that. I mean, I watch some amount of Hikaru, and anytime he's playing a game where he misses a move, granted, he doesn't miss moves very often, so it's more of a genuine surprise for him, but he's always like, oh my gosh, like I didn't see that move. I didn't even think about it. So I mean, hopefully it's entertaining. That's just how we roll, Dreamer. You got to be. It's a sign of confidence, and you know, confidence is everything. When you win. Okay, moon first. We see the moon first. It's coming out. Yeah. Andre says, spoiler, that queen travel looked interesting. Spoiler, IKR, he can still put his queen on a4. We got there. He has to keep it there for 3 turns, says Dreamer. Come on, you gotta think ahead. I mean, right away. Yeah, then knight check, then queen a4. Andre saw it probably earlier than I saw it. Yeah, I tend to not read the chat during the games if it's like an important game like this. What if black blocks queen a4 check? I mean, we saw how that played out. So, question asked and answered. Oh yeah, there's a bishop on f1. Thought Semet didn't move it to make the game equal in material. Very good, Dreamer. I'm too lazy to think where the queen actually lands. It worked. It worked out. Timing is right. Andre's too lazy to think if the timing is right, so he'll sit back and relax. Semet at halftime looks normal so far. Yeah. He's almost at a quarter of his time. He's at 50% of his power. Andre knows what's up. Black Jacket Composer just subscribed. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed. And, you know, hope you enjoyed the emotes as well. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Okay. Back to chat. Rook c7 travel one move before. Clock isn't low enough for the timing to be right. Semet only gets the timing right when he's closer to flagging. Yeah, something like that. Shipping the soft mate, we are. Hell yeah, man. You gotta ship it. All right, then we have a discussion about exponentially versus logarithmically. Bunch of nerds in my chat. I feel at home, surrounded by my kinsmen. Crazy Penguin just subscribed as well. Oh, you guys are too nice. Yeah, I feel bad when people sub, man. Don't spend your money on me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are too nice. I feel the love. I really hope you enjoy. I hope you get your money's worth. But thanks so much for the support. I really appreciate it. You guys are too good. My chat is too nice to me. Mage says, if queen blocked parallel, it would have been stopped. Nice. I think you could have sync and played queen b5. I have to DM a labyrinth game. Engaging stream. Will be back. Awesome. Enjoy your game, Undercraft, if you're still around. Queen from 0 would defend. Okay, there's some discussion here. All right. We're gonna skip. I mean, I don't want to skip over anything anyone says, but also I want to get to the end so we don't keep our opponent waiting for days before we play game 2. So I'm sure that's frustrating for them as well. Talking about transient processes, like charging a capacitor in electronics. Okay. Actually, Semet has queen b5 check resource. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. That's a quadrigonal. Indeed, so many checks. Just believe in it, Semet, says Pseudo. Thanks, Pseudo. I think I believed in what you told me to believe in. Just Jupiter, Smet. I meant Moon. Very good. Dreamer, famously a Sailor Moon fan. Sailor Jupiter is the green one, yeah? I haven't watched Sailor Moon in like 20 years. That's probably true, actually. Maybe it has been 20 years. I almost miswrote Demet. Demet de Dirk. Is this what we're doing now? Dammit similar to damn it. I've been called many things. Damn it is one of them. Alex is here. Alex25i. Hello, Alex. Checarino Romano. Very good penguin. GG. Robot Ninjana says GG. Hey, Robot Ninjana. Everyone says GG. Thanks, guys. Lexi joined just as we won the game. Lexi's arrival gave us the strength and the courage to pass over the finish line. Good to see you here, Lexi. I know you've been super busy lately, so I'm glad you're here. I feel the support. Too much chat? You can't read every message between games anymore? I know. Well, obviously we can. We have. But we're at the end here. Tchaikovsky Trap was a joke on Russian classic. Sounds cool, though. He's already labeled it with that name. I have. It's the Tchaikovsky Trap now. If our Russian viewers aren't offended. I mean, I know the Russian game is something different, like the Petrov, right? Like E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight F6 is the Russian game, right? I know chess. I'm hip with the kids. We know what we're talking about. Very fun game, but it can take a lot of time in some moves. Yeah, I've never played Diplomacy, so I don't know very much of it. I was literally texting all countries trying to make my plans work. Is there a diplomacy in chess? I don't think there's a chess-based diplomacy game. Oh man, that's for you, best 5D chess streamer. You're too nice, Black Jacket. I'm humbled, and also blushing on the inside. Thanks so much. Oh God, we're going into physics now. I skimmed over a lot of the physics. I spared you guys. Really want to see the implementation of a theory of relativity in chess. Not going to entertain. That's a rabbit hole that I don't have time to go down right now. We got to play game number 2. Slavian defense? Scandinavian, perhaps? There is quantum chess. Sonoy's right. There is quantum chess. With that, we're caught up. Holy shit, we got here. Never thought we'd get here. Now, before we move on, thankfully, Narik hasn't messaged us saying, where the fuck are you? You said 5 minutes and it's been 10. We're going to go to the bathroom preemptively, prevent any disasters. I'm going to grab some caffeine because as much tea as I had this morning, I need more. So I'll be right back. Everybody hang around. Enjoy some memes. I haven't updated it with the latest thumbnails, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 after this. And we're back. Whew. Here we are. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Oh, man. Curvature of the board affects peace movement. Jesus Christ. I think Cement will be OP in the brand new variant, 5D chess with exponential timers. Yeah, man, that's home turf for me. 5D quantum chess with multiverse time travel. That's too much. I need more caffeine before we talk about 5D quantum chess. It just hits so good. I've come to really look forward to the Saturday afternoon yerba mate. Not that we're sponsored or anything, but every week I seem to have one of these. It's just like a disgusting, unhealthy amount of caffeine in a single can, which gives it a lot of utility that I appreciate. So that's why it's the drink of choice. Okay, let's get going here. Void is out. Enjoy your game, Void. Take it easy. He's really hyped for N++. There's apparently the devs are doing some event. Dreamer says if there's no chess in it, it's not great. No chess, all platformer. Okay. Let's message our opponent. Let's get game 2 started. Enjoy your stuff, Wood. N++ JP Undercraft is it's a platformer game that's like 18 years old. And apparently the devs are coming back. Not chess. Forget what I said earlier. The correct answer is it's not chess. All right, at Narik, ready when you are. Let's send the code. I mean, we know what color we're gonna be. Oops, there we go. But we'll just make the game anyway. Okay, we're black this game. Okay, just gotta get through one more game. One more game, and we're home free. We've made it to the big leagues, the promised land. Whew. Here we go. Let's give him a big old GLHF. Big old GLHF. Let's get started. Prediction started. Who is this? Is this Lexi or is this Tudor? I need to know. Okay. And oh shit, we've got E3 coming out of the gate. E3, man. E3. Andre will know that right now I'm at a bit of an impasse. But I think we probably just play this in a very sort of sane, logical, reasonable way. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. This is an important game. We're going to play what we know, what we're comfortable with. We're not going to go with whoa. Not what I expected. This is prep. And it's prep that I'm not prepped for. Blitz that shit out too. We just play D5 here. It successfully caught us off guard. If captures, recapture, who cares, right? We're not going to get spooked. We're just going to play, we're going to play a regular old game of 5D chess. What is this for? Does this happen? What does this bishop do? Oh, there's some crazy shit that's gonna happen now. I don't know what it is. Maybe some crazy travel is coming out. Maybe some insane... I really don't know, man. I really don't know. Kind of spooky. But we're just gonna play what we know. We're going to play what we know, and if our opponent absolutely crushes what we know, kudos, well done. That's what prep is all about. All we can do is be impressed, really. There's not much more that we can do other than that. Now, there is a situation where maybe we do one of these, because it's not like the queen is going to come over to this side and then attack this square. I think we want to defend f7 because we're scared. I'll admit it. I'll be the first to admit we're scared. We do one of these and then we frappuccino this bishop. That feels okay, right? Let's do one of these and let's frappuccino this bishop. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. We're going to frappuccino this bishop. The queen out here actually inhibits the development of our opponent's own pieces. So, I mean, I'm not crazy about this opening from our opponent's perspective. We're going to get frappuccinoed on. Now, soon, momentarily. Do I mind? I don't mind. I don't mind. Double frappuccino. Maybe venti frappuccino? Is that what we call this opening? The venti frappuccino? I mean, I'm not a frequent purveyor of Starbucks, but you know, why not? Venti frappuccino. What does this move do? I mean, it's gonna come kick this this knight eventually, but we can maybe just avoid it with a little bit of this action. Yeah. Or do we do this? Maybe this. Question is, how do we win the game? maybe it's a bit early to be asking such sort of general questions, but I think that as soon as this knight is developed, this knight is the only thing defending this pawn. Man, we gotta activate our pieces though. Okay. We don't want this to be pushed, kicking this piece. That's not good. What if pushes here? Then we push here. We're gonna do this. Moon first. Moon first. Consider subsequently. Yes. Yeah. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with initial planetoid, subsequent cogitation. We're going to moon first and see what our opponent's got up his sleeve. This is interesting because, again, I mean, the queen, you don't like it in the early days of 5D chat. Back in my day, for you 5D youngsters. Ooh. Does this bother me? It does take a defender off of f7, but if we take here and our opponent takes, I mean, he's kind of ruined his own structure. Maybe we can even do one of these and recapture with the queen. Does this maybe set him up for a travel that I'm not prepared to deal with? What about like takes with the queen? Is that something I'm concerned about? These are questions. These are questions. Another thing that our opponent has to keep in mind is well, okay, yeah, we can't like ever move this knight, you know, because it's pinned to the bishop right now. But similarly, if we move our knight in a way that, for example, would check our opponent or threaten his queen or whatever, which we can't do like 3 squares away, right, like we are now, then we threaten this, you know, we get like a double threaten situation. But that's not relevant right now. So why am I talking about it? I should first think about moves that are relevant to the situation. And then I can start worrying about moves that aren't relevant to the situation. But let's see. This blocks his queen. What do we do if... What are the issues? What are the issues? Takes and then queen takes. And then what are we really concerned about? I mean, I guess not that much. Maybe we do one of these, but then what if queen here, or bishop here? Then maybe we go queen up here. And then there's no way for him to defend unless he puts the knight out here. But if the knight goes out here, then we can like push this pawn and then sack for like a victory. Maybe we're going to. Well, I also don't want to inhibit the development of this knight. Moon first. We're gonna moon first. We're losing a bit of time on the clock, and that's something that I don't want. We don't want to blunder at this stage, but it feels less dangerous to move our queen up here than to sack here. Well, trade here, I should say. It's not really a sack. What this also does is gives this knight another defender. And it just makes this like a more robust board for potential time travels. Mental Jimmy 69420 is now following. Thanks so much, man. Welcome to the stream. Mental Jimmy 69420. What a username. Very well done. Thanks for supporting the channel. Hope you enjoy. Okay, now our opponent's knight is joining the fray. This actually feels maybe dicey for our opponent. What do I mean by this? Samet, justify your claims. Fuck you, it's my stream. I don't justify shit. I'm just kidding. Sorry if I hurt your feelings, chat. I can't be too mean even in jest. I feel too bad. You guys are nice enough to keep me company. I didn't mean that, so it's all good. But no, what the fuck am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about if we like take here and takes with the pawn, then actually our opponent kind of like blocks his own position in. Like, you know, you can't like phase through this pawn and all of our pieces to get to f7 or whatever. So this queen is kind of gimped. If the queen takes here, then like there's a world in which somehow we can take advantage of the fact that there's a time travel onto this board. Do we want to activate our bishop or our knight rather? That's what the pieces are called. Or do we want to capture here? Taking with the queen, how can we actually take advantage of that? It's kind of difficult, right? We can also always go here. Like if we make this whole situation a little bit more robust, we can always go here and threaten getting our queen involved. You know, threaten like a mate time travel to here, threaten like a takesies here. So I kind of like the situation. Actually, why don't we do that now? Why didn't we do that last turn? Well, because we couldn't, because our queen was back here. What if takes and then takes? Are we really worried about, maybe we should do this knight move first. Maybe it's more responsible. Where's this knight going? Here, we're not worried. Here. This is fine. I think we want to do this so that maybe we can push this pawn eventually. It just gives us an option. Gives us another defender on this crucial f6 square, which is the gateway to f7. F6 always has been living in the shadow of f7, the more crucial square, which you can't help but, you know, sort of feel sorry about it. There's a redheaded stepchild situation going on between f6 and f7. Okay, I anticipated this move. I don't think it's good for our opponent. I'm just going to say it. I don't think it's good for our opponent. Now that we've got this knight defending this knight, and like this bishop isn't on like crucial defending this knight duty, we can just do this, and then if takes, takes, and then if takes, takes, and we like threaten to destroy our opponent from within. I don't really like that move for our opponent. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think it's kind of crazy. I think that we do this, and we laugh straight to the bank, all the way to the bank. You know, like right there. No detours. We're not picking up groceries on the way or whatever. No other errands. We take it straight to the bank. Check for cash. you know, fuck the savings account. We're going all out. Yeah, I don't like this move from our opponent. It looks like we hold and our opponent has sort of extended. I mean, this is the nature of 5D chess, right? You either are the person who's got the initiative and you're taking advantage of it and you're forcing your opponent to answer the threats that you're creating, or you're not doing that. You are... if you're not doing that, well, okay, one of two things happens, I should say. Either your opponent holds and you create weaknesses in your own structure that your opponent, then the onus is on them to actually take advantage of. Am I crazy here? Takes, who cares? This knight is defended by this takes, and then this. What's going on here? What? We're just gonna ship it. Don't think, we already thought about this, so let's not, you know, create redundant. What's going on even? I don't understand any of this. I mean, that's cool. Our opponent can do that if he wants. But like, what even is the point? We're just gonna do some of this. If takes recaptures, if like this happens, then I don't know. Probably just takes. Maybe what we're worried about is, yeah, like bishop coming here and then captures and then bishop here. I don't really know what we're worried about. But then we've got time travels, right? We can threaten mates of our own. Maybe the issue is, what is the issue? We can even castle. We can castle here, dude. We can castle long. That might even be the play. Do we castle long, chat? Sweep our rook over, take this file, fuck shit up. Maybe. Dude, I bet we castle long. Hopefully that doesn't lose us the game. I mean, it's hard for him to take advantage. Look, none of his pieces are over here. Look at this. Look at this. All right, we're going to castle long. We're going to castle long. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. We castled, dog. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, just in general, right? 5D chess philosophy. So like, if you go halfway, if you like create an initiative and make moves that you force your opponent to respond to, but then they hold, chances are in a lot of situations, like there has to be a trade-off where in order to generate threats on your opponent's side of the board, you have to be... Okay... What does this accomplish? Might even just take this bishop here. Wait, what does this threaten? Let's do a nothing move, the alien, and see what we've got going on here. Is there the time travel that's going to happen to here? Is that the issue? Might be the issue. What can we do about that? Actually, we can do several things about that. What's the easiest way to take advantage of that situation? Actually, we've got mate of our own here. If we go here and then, oh no, I keep forgetting about this damn knight. Okay. Calm down. Let's take a moment to breathe. I feel like we're in a good position. Let's not throw it away. Everybody calm down. What is cool about this bishop is that if we time travel, oh no, because the bishop is in the middle, it's blocking itself. Never mind. It doesn't quite work the way that I thought it did. Let's see. So this queen takes this bishop here. What do? We immediately bring this knight here. Yeah. And then we're holding. Am I wrong? Am I taking crazy pills? And then what, takes? And then we take, and then we're caught up to the present. We can also threaten immediate mate of our own, like so, as soon as our opponent does that. Or maybe, is it like a mate that we can threaten? Can't really travel here. Maybe we just do one of these. Like, we don't really need to worry, do we? I just feel like we don't really have to worry. Am I crazy? I mean, we could prevent the travel with a ridiculous move like this. This is a thing that we could do. But on this move, after this happens and we castle, then what? Well, okay, so I guess what happens is, like, he goes here, we do this. Takes, and then only move is takes, which then makes this a weakness, right? So then we kind of have to worry about it. So really the answer is to go somewhere where... I mean, this bishop will still be defending this square. This game's hard. I just don't want to throw it away. I just don't want to throw away the position that we have. Queen happens here, and then we immediately block. And then if queen sack happens, then we go here, and then like queen here happens, threatening shenanigans. And then we have castle. Oh, no, we don't have castle because we had to recapture with the king. But we do have... What do we have? We have interference from this board. That's something that we have. But again, we also threaten a mate of our own. And we've got timeline priority. Whatever. I don't think I give a fuck. Goes here, and then we can also capture this from this board. I don't know. I'm just not convinced. If this happens, we do threaten this. Is this crazy to do? Is it crazy to do this? Because this and then just takes for free, but then we take here, and then this time travel no longer exists. Or like, what's the way that we lose here, right? If this happens here and takes, then we take. If this happens here and takes like this, then we take and it's defended. Ah, actually, maybe this is an idea. Because you can't travel back in time. If we do this, and this takes, then we do this. And that doesn't threaten mate, right? It's too far into the past. But it is maybe a little sketch. Do we let the travel happen, or do we not let the travel happen? This and then this happens. Maybe we just take here. What does that really accomplish? You know what? Executive decision. In the moment, I was like, I've wasted like 50 minutes on this move. And I'm probably going to need at least like 2 hours to figure out what happens after, like as a consequence of this move anyway. So we're just going to make this move. We're just going to do it. And if the queen moves, you know, that's fine. We threaten mate. Our opponent can't prevent it. It's fine. We're just going to do this. We're just going to do this. We're going to ask our opponent to prove himself. Because I think we're fine. Like, we got another timeline to defend with. We've got timeline advantage. We've got 2 timelines to fuck with. Man, this is fine. The fact that we've got like open, the thing that gives me the most comfort in this situation is the fact that we've got, if our opponent goes for the timeline situation, we've got this open back rank and 2 travels to work with. So if we can, for example, get a queen here, which like our opponent can't prevent us from doing. Wow, he just takes back. He doesn't even travel. That's interesting. That's interesting. I didn't expect that to happen, actually. That's a bit of a surprise. Now what's the best way of moving forward? Now our opponent can't do very much on this side of the board. He can't take. Let's do the alien again. Let's see where our opponent's pieces are going. Check. Now we can't recapture, which is maybe a bit of an issue. But do we really care? We want to start threatening mates of our own. We want to start threatening mates of our own. This, I think, is probably annoying for him. What does he do? If he pushes this pawn, I mean, that kind of nips that in the bud, doesn't it? I do just really enjoy this idea. I don't know why. Now that this bishop is in here, this idea is just super attractive to me. And it prevents our opponent from traveling back here. So let's see. If takes, then we recapture like this, right? Yeah. Then maybe I should be afraid of throwing the fucking game. If this happens and this happens, then we take here. Then our opponent can maybe, well, this knight covers this square, so maybe it's not the biggest deal. I'm just obsessed with this move. If this happens and then this happens, then we take here. And then are we holding? Good question. I don't know. This threatens... Actually, this doesn't even threaten mate, does it? Which is kind of lame. Thought it might threaten mate. Doesn't really. Doesn't really threaten mate. This... This fucking knight, dude. It's really cramping my style. I see the timer. We just want to be a little bit careful, okay? Getting this rook over here is actually probably like top priority. It's probably like beach priority. Problem is if we go here, this bishop's undefended. So not an option. Not right now, at least. More like at this. This move just seems so... You know what? I'm like obsessed with this move. I've got like a fetish for this move. So I think we'd probably just have to do it. Problem is that the only thing that defends this, if we get like a crazy queen travel onto this, we give up this file. That seems pretty bad. Well... Is there a smarter thing that we can do? How do we get our queen over here? Maybe we should try to get our queen over here. Well, one way that we can get our queen over there, like if he trades queens, that's great. The thing is, we're threatening a queen trade. Maybe we don't want to trade our queens in that situation. Here, trade queens, takes. We're probably better. And then takes. We're going to do it. I spent years considering this move. We're just going to fucking do it. We're just going to do it. If it loses us the game, what we can say is, you know, no regrets. We don't have any reservations about, like, oh, what could have been. We could have made the awesome plays. We go down with the ship here, right? I don't even know if it makes sense. I don't know if it's advantageous. It definitely looks Chad F. And there's something to be said about that. We do have hilariously 2D back rank mate if we can get our rook to back there. Now what our opponent can do... Oh. That is not something that I expected our opponent to do. Especially because now we can cover... What the fuck? That seems bad. Then we probably recapture with this knight, and now this knight is defending this knight, and now... We don't give a fuck what happens. Also, just getting access to somewhere where our queen can do something is going to be really nice. Looks like our opponent's also very... I also love how all of these moves are like moves that I called out. Maybe we should do this at the beginning of the turn. Then wasted like 5 minutes thinking, okay, now shit goes down. Now shit goes down. You've got to recapture here. Otherwise, you're crazy. Our opponent's crazy. I didn't know that about our opponent. So cool. Now our opponent can't... Okay, so we got to get this guy the fuck out of here. We'll do one of these because we want to get our rook out here like ASAP. Now, if our opponent did play this move and he's castling long, which is actually kind of frustrating for us because that makes it a little difficult to capitalize on the situation. Let's make sure that we don't give our opponent like any moves at all. Now, there are several ways that we can play this. We can play for the pawn promotion. Probably taking this file is going to be like a big part of what we do. Threatening this pawn is also really good because if we capture here, it also pins this knight to some extent, right? Not that we can get there in time. This is the path we've chosen for ourselves. We're just gonna play this out. Actually, if our opponent pushes here, that's kind of awesome. Because we don't... Well, I mean, we just recapture. But, like, I think we're better here. Maybe I've made the situation much more difficult for myself by trading away my queen. But at the same time, I've made it easier for myself because I don't have to deal with that one queen anymore. I don't know. Should I not like my position better? I do. I certainly do. I really want to take advantage of this file. But if I can grab this, now this knight is pinned. I mean, if we trade bishops, I guess probably that's bad for me. Where can this bishop go? Let me start thinking about that. We've got to put together a winning attack. Maybe it was a bad call because I've only got 2 minutes on the clock. And so I haven't given myself a lot of time to like really think through like a positional endgame. But this is what's happened. Okay, so this happens. Now what do? We want to moon first is one thing that we definitely want to do. So we're going to try not to lose any amount of time here. This just kind of, I guess, makes our opponent a little uncomfortable, a little uneasy. Maybe gives us a little bit of room for some travel shenanigans. Or it enables our opponent to develop his pieces for free. So that's another thing that it might do. Because we can't cover this with, like the bishop or the other knight yet. So maybe we just wasted a lot of time. But we don't want to waste any more time. So we're just going to do this. Okay, now we have to be a little bit careful. Oh, okay. So like a break is about to happen, I guess. If we do one of these so that we can get the rook on that file, that would be fantastic. What this does is prevents our knight from going anywhere too sneaky. We do take away one of our knight's squares by doing this, but we also prevent this pawn from being pushed up. Let's do this. Moon first, sink later. Okay, we're going to go into blitz mode here. We're going to go into a little bit of blitz mode here. We're going to push these pawns. These pawns are going to be the path to victory. We really need to give this knight squares to move to. If this happens, then probably this happens. Okay, now we have to be careful. We have to not lose. All of those squares pretty much look fine. What if captures here? Then that's not really defended. What can we do about that? We cannot worry about that. Like if he goes here 2 turns in the past, that's just something that's happened. Then we move away and we hope that we survive, I guess. Yeah, let's go with that. We could recapture here. Actually, I don't know why I didn't just snap off the capture here. Now that I think about it, what was preventing me? Why did I get spooked? Why didn't I just capture this with the pawn? I mean, I didn't want to open this up, is obviously, you know, the apprehension, but really, do I care that much? Probably it was a safe move. Like in a time scramble, I don't want to be worrying about like closing up this file or whatever. It just feels not great. Oh wow. Is this really how we're playing this right now? Now what do we do? I think we probably just encourage the trade. Let's encourage the trade. Let's encourage the trade, because without this rook defending the back rank, yeah, we've maybe got some tic-tacs afoot. Man, this is such a mess of a game. Wait, why did I volunteer for this? Can anyone remind me why I've done this to myself? Because I certainly don't know. Now we got to look for travels. Oh, you know what? After we traded the queens, I probably should have used the bishop to time travel recapture the opponent's queen. I think that was probably a good move. I need to get this bishop involved in a more meaningful capacity. Okay. Can I just take this? Am I wrong? I'm cool with trading this knight for this knight. Are you joking? That's my dream. I've wanted to trade this knight for that knight since like the day I was born. Now I'm in a losing situation. I think that I've made a real mess of this game. I think that this has been not my finest work. I'll be the first to admit. I think it's not been great. If he does this now, we have to move out of the way. I think we move here. What does he do? Here, not great. Here, not great. Here, where does this knight move? Not great, not great. Ineffectual. Okay, now let's see what happens. So we got this pawn out of the way, which seems maybe good for us. We need to find a way to... Okay. So now something like this happens. Oh, but now it checks this. Okay, so now we have to come up with... oh, but we have 2 time travels, which is nice for us. That makes us happy. What do? We need to time travel twice in order to defend this. Maybe we can check here and then time travel to where with this knight? Oh no, it's our move. We have to time travel to further back than that. Oh, okay. Maybe one of these situations. Do we have a knight there? No, we don't. Okay. Well, let's not flag. And then maybe we can time travel again, like with one of our knights, like with this knight. But if he captures, we do have an opportunity to check our opponent, but not quite mate him. Oh, we've been checked. That's not great for us. There is maybe no way for us to actually prevent getting checked again, which means I've made a terrible mistake. But I mean, what else is new? This is very poorly played by me. Our opponent can go here to check us on that board next turn, which means we're fucked. No. Well, it's okay. I think we deserve the loss. I think that we did a very poor job this game. So here we get checked here immediately on this board. Here we get checked here on this board. Maybe our opponent doesn't see it. Well, here we get checked immediately on this board. But here it also checks us here on this board. So this was not the smartest play. Allowing our opponent a knight near our king in the end game, that was not very good. That was not very good of us. Oh, and he gets the fancy check too, where it's the same square, but one time line up and 2 turns back. Okay. We played a good game and we played a very bad game. This is how it goes. Black law. It's just white OP. What can I say, guys? What can I have done? Let's say GG first and foremost to our opponent. GG, and then rep the loss, and then reconsider all of our life choices. I'm actually not sure what happens now. We must play some sort of tiebreaker match. But let me look over this. I thought we had a really solid position, and I thought that our opponent had weaknesses, but we failed to really capitalize on them. So maybe they weren't as bad as we thought they were. After this situation, I still felt pretty good about myself. But then, I mean, we let the queen run rampant, even after we castle. Trading queens, probably trading queens was a bad instinct here. Trading queens was probably a bad instinct here. Well, even then, yeah, because I mean, we knew that he could castle as well. And it's not like we could get our bishop to a place where very much is going to happen. You know what I should have done here? Well, I don't know. It's also hard to say because our dark squared bishop can't get to the back rank very easily. Maybe some sort of sack was in order. I don't know. Or maybe we should have recaptured this pawn here with the bishop. When did that happen? Didn't we capture this pawn eventually? Yeah, maybe capture with the bishop was what we wanted. Because capture with the bishop takes away squares from our opponents. We just didn't want to trade the bishop for the knight, you know, because of back rank potential. But let's not dwell on it too much. We overthought. We thought ourselves into oblivion. we thought and we thought and then we overthought. We should have mooned when we sank. Well, let's go into the chat bot and let's catch up. Okay. Not my proudest game, but what we're doing is throwing for content. You got to keep it interesting. Everyone's here for the game 3. You know. Okay. Oh, I'm hesitant to read chat here. I feel like I'm gonna get flamed pretty hard. Interesting opening from Narik, says Andre. Champion of the E3 knight F3 opening. He's having an epilepsy from that new game. Help him. Referring to Void freaking out in the chat. I think Sumet shouldn't be too afraid. Oh no, Andre missed the bet. Sorry, Andre. I don't know if you would have won the channel points or lost the channel points. I've also played this opening against Narik, so he knows the downsides of it. I like your Frappuccino for chess pieces. Hell yeah, man. Moon first, sink later. Oh god, this is chess, but Terminator edition. There you go. Oh man. Damn. Okay. There's a gamble on the line, moon first. About the Slav defense. Not going into that right now. Bank as in where the money is or in the riverbank? We're going to go with where the money is. Is a semi-Slav a Slav who can squat with only one heel off the ground? What? Don't oversink and don't undersink? Okay, that doesn't prevent travel. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't prevent travel, Graven. He's probably referring to where I put the knight in front of the queen. It doesn't work that way. I don't know why I thought it worked that way in the moment. Bishop g7 anyway to claim the file, and queen can't take because of queen h2. Okay. On the other hand, why does he have to be so afraid of that travel? Dreamer, you've been at the stream long enough to know that I have to be afraid of everything. The boogeyman, you know, lies in every crevice. You can never be too safe from the boogeyman. No, I mean, I even said, like, I don't really think this is a problem, but then I went and did what I did anyway. Bishop g7 anyway to claim the file. Let's see. Probably we're talking here, right? Probably here. Yeah, bishop g7. Yeah. And then queen can't take because of queen h2. Yeah, threatens mate. Did I say this? If I didn't, I definitely thought this. But I didn't do it. Robot voice, submit brain capacity at 50%. And he goes for a move he considered the first minute. Yeah. Knight g4, then knight takes f2, or bishop takes b2. Oh, wait, he almost sees it. I almost see knight g4 and then bishop to. When is knight g4 possible? Knight g4. And that, or probably after this situation, if I had to guess. Knight g4. Actually, probably here, because it's not knight takes g4. It's just knight g4. So knight g4. Then knight takes f2. Knight takes f2, like this. Knight g4, knight takes f2. Knight g4, like threaten the queen, and then knight takes f2. Is that what we're talking about? Knight g4, white sacks his queen, but probably gets mated first. Isn't knight g4 just the better version of knight h7? Brain capacity 200%. I don't think it worked that way this game. I think the closer I got to flagging, the worse I played it. It was very not good. Multiple alarming signals everywhere. I want the opponent to show the time travel so he sees it, that it doesn't prevent it. We got there, Graven. I accept that it doesn't prevent the time travel. I still think it was probably fine. Both castle long. This is a sweaty game. Don't give any moves at all. That's not how this game is played. You take turns. Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate Smet was suspicious of many white's moves, but then only played defensive. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's exactly what I did. This is like peak things that I'm not proud of in my own gameplay happened this game. Where I like saw the boogeyman and I even thought through it and I was like, wait, I don't think there's venom to this. But then I just played super defensively. I even said I need to generate threats, but then I didn't do it. Which, you know, I mean, you play like that, you lose games. You know, and then you don't make the same mistake again, right? It reinforces, it's like reinforcement learning. So it sucks. The second game isn't even better. Plus he's down insane amounts of time. It was bad decision making on this spot for sure. It was. Moreover, he considered all potentially dangerous moves, spent like 80% of the time, and the opponent played a simple move instead. Yeah, I overthought myself. You know, I overthought circles around myself for sure. Is the opponent is playing to flag him or something? I think all of my opponents, just by nature of playing the game against me, are playing to flag me. Please input skill. I'm just very flag prone, as we saw in this game. But hey, now this gets interesting. Now that he woke up, I wouldn't say woke up. I don't know. What's worse? What's even worse? He plays Narik, and you know what that means. Oh, if you mean exiled kings, then yeah, that's definitely a thing. Especially with this knight like hovering around my king. Maybe we lost knight. I hope he doesn't use the time travel just to get an extra 5 seconds of delay. I probably should have. Yes, Sonoy says that's the true pro move, Dreamer. Yeah. Not yet. Rook h1, g4, f takes g4, knight g5. Knight e7 with the idea of knight c7 jump. No way to capture that. Knight f2 is a fun trap. Oh, it doesn't quite work. Some tic-tacs. We didn't even find the tic-tacs. Tic-tac free. Our breath is stinky yet. We didn't find any tic-tacs. This game is turning into a fiesta. Happened pretty early on. Yeah. Somebody can do a rewind with his bish. No stream broke off on my hand. I missed the move. It's not far enough. Narik should go all in defense to play on the flag. Probably. These time travels give more time to Semet. It doesn't matter if I lose the game. Is it B or G knight? Asks Andre of Dreamer. Unsure what he was referring to. Oh, the B one. Okay. GG's. Yeah, tiebreaker time it is. My points. Sorry, chat. Sorry for anyone who lost their channel points there. Wow, Dreamer always bets against me. He's like so far. He's like crashing the channel point economy. He's profiting off of my losses. It goes back to the stonks analogy that we had with Dreamer forever ago. Dreamer is all of the Dreamer is like the hedge fund of our viewership. You know, profiting when everyone else loses. We were defending in the position even where Narik lined up 2 queens. Rook takes queen, then bishop takes queen from the timeline ahead. Yeah, it's true. So what is a tiebreaker? I don't know. I don't know what the tiebreaker is. We actually have to figure that out. Kieran Gaming is here, who is Narik, I believe. Narik says, I believe it's random color final game. 2 games sounds fun. Dreamer says, nah, Armageddon would have been a nice idea, but it won't work because a draw in favor of black is very unlikely to happen. That's true. True Slavs can squat with their heels on the ground. I don't know of this Slav mythology. Semi-Slav can probably have only one heel on the ground. I see. I'm 3/4 Slav, actually. There we go. It's just that your brain isn't built for 200%. Got to keep it at a 100. Yeah, we got to save all of it for the tiebreaker. You know, if you use all of your brain power up in game 2, then you won't have any left for game 3. That's what we're going for. The B Knight is a local meme between me and Andre. Oh, I don't know about that. How do I cash out? I think if the prediction hasn't already gone through, I think Lexi is in charge of that. Delivering all of the channel points by reporting the outcome. Me trying to win points, Dreamer not so fast. When I saw Narik play E3, I knew that Smet was gonna flag or end up low in time. It happens. One game with random colors. Oh shit, that's shitty. One game with random colors. Wow. Well, white won both games. So just a single game with random colors kind of feels really bad. Then nobody feels good. But I mean, if them's the rules, then you know, that's what it is. We gotta go with we gotta to pray that fortune smiles on us favorably. Tiebreaker should be a single game of just bronze. I'd probably rather just quit. I'd probably rather just give it up. You know, let Narik take Pro League. That's fine. No, I got the points. I mean, how do I cash them out? Oh, I see. Dreamer wants he's like taking his chips to the front desk at the casino. He's like, what do I get for these? Unfortunately, that's not how it works around here. Well, actually, you can cash. There are channel points rewards. I think right now they're still the default rewards, but you know, if you have ideas for what we can do with channel points, please feel free. Ultimate tiebreaker drafts, which is like checkers, competitive checkers. Andre, that's so terrifying. Actually, I'd be down. If you wanted to play competitive checkers for the tiebreak, I'd be down. 5D drafts, please. Please input skill as average human in disguise. Yeah, no one's ever pushing the brawn agenda besides average in our chat. So please input skill might be a sleeper agent for average. Oh man. Oh, what a game. We played well, but we really overthought. What I want to do is reset. I want to make sure that I don't make the same mistake again. Because I think that I got myself, you know, I think that I mitigated White's advantage. I think that I played into a decent position in the mid game. And then I think I threw it away by thinking too hard. What may either help or harm me, we'll find out next game, is the fact that I'm pretty exhausted now from these 2 games, you know, 2 like hour-long games. Well, this one was only like half an hour, so it could be worse. But I'm too exhausted to like think too many lines deep now. So I won't be thinking as well, but I also will be much less patient with like the depth to which I think. So either it will help me moon first and that will be a benefit, or it will prevent me from sinking later, which will be a detriment. So we'll find out in the next game. But we do have to figure out the rules here. Narik says random colors. Final game. Narik, how do you feel about that? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but a single game random color feels pretty bad. Especially if both of us won as white. I mean, to get a tiebreak, we would have both have to win as the same color. But if we both won as black, then it'd be like, okay, well, whatever. But we both won as white. You know what I mean? If he's not average, is he above or below average? Yeah, imagine after these hard-fought games, the tiebreaker is just rock, paper, scissors. RPS tiebreak? Oh, shit. Turn 0 is pretty balanced to BH. I'm fine with it. Well, I mean, if it's in the rules and Narik is fine with it, then, I mean, obviously we have to be fine with it as well. Crazy Penguin's got I think he's typing out the rule book here. We can check the rule book. Let's check the rule book. I just feel bad either way. Okay. Crazy Penguin here with the drop in the knowledge. Promotion matches, relegation matches are played under the same condition as regular league games. They are played by the default variant and default timer. Both players play 2 games, each player being exactly once white and black. If the score is 1-1 after both games, a decisive game, capitalized, will be played. As mentioned above, decisive games are also played with the default variant and time, and a random method is chosen to select a player having the white pieces. Okay, random color, third game for all the marbles. In that case, that's what we'll do. We'll go to game 3, and that's how it's gonna be. Okay, we're gonna take a quick bathroom break, and we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna play the decisive game, capitalized. So don't go anywhere. Hype match coming up. Be right back. We're back, stream. Okay. Holy shit. God damn. Did our music stop? No, it's just a really quiet song. Okay. Andre says, well, Graven says, don't forget to sync later. If that's a washing hands after bathroom joke, very, very nicely done. We appreciate those around here. Andre says, I think for future, decisive games should be initiated after 2-2 for promotion matches. I think there's an argument to be made there. I mean, I don't want to underestimate, the balance of the game. I personally think that white still has a substantial advantage in turn 0. I mean, both of us won as white. I think I won all my tournament matches as white, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but I mean, them's the rules. So we don't make them, we just follow them. Also, we can implement the feature of Armageddon and give some player artificially less time. Yeah, you can always have, for turn 1, one player just waits the clock out, right? That's always an option. By the way, what a charming track is playing right now. I don't know which track Dreamer is referring to. But... Okay. We gotta play game 3. Hopefully it goes more like game 1 than game 2. But we're just gonna see. Aw, girlfriend just texted me, said good luck in game 3, honey. I didn't even know Laura was watching. Thanks, babe. This has invigorated me. We're gonna express our appreciation. And then we're gonna fucking go. The music one, which is before this one, isn't the same tracks every time. It's the same playlist, but there are like 300 songs on the playlist. So, I mean, they all sound similar because after a certain point, lo-fi beats are just, you get the idea. But yeah. All right, I've got the support. Okay, this is like Spirit Bomb type situation. But yeah, he can't lose now. Okay. Whew. Oh, now you can't, you just can't afford to lose after that message. I can very much afford to lose after that message. But yeah, well, what I didn't tell you is that in the text she said, "Win this or you're dead to me." So yeah, now the stakes are really high. Oh my God, the cattle are on the roof. The stakes have not been higher. Okay. I thought it was like 3 or 4. No, it's genuinely, how many songs are there? Are 243 songs on the playlist. So yeah. Okay. Shit. All right. Let's make the game. Change to random. Yeah. We're gonna change to random, of course. Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Random. Medium timer. Whew. Let's fucking go. Create private match. Random. Medium. Turn 0. Maybe I should change the music. It feels like it's not hype enough. But I don't want to change anything about what we're doing at this stage in the game. So, what would you say about having short clock for decisive game? Sounds like a clown fiesta. We rolled black. Fuck. Okay, this is fine. As long as our opponent doesn't, open the same thing and then we... You too. Okay. Damn it. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. Because we ended up with a good position. We just overthought it, right? This is it. Queen out here, and I'm going to tear my hair out. Fuck. Okay, this is okay. We're just gonna do the same thing because I thought that our position was okay. No, not like this. All right. Don't freak out. Just play some chess. Oh, he didn't go bishop out this time. We're gonna do this. Oh, he frappuccinoed the bishop first. That makes so much sense. That's clever. He didn't frappuccino the bishop. Question mark? Now I don't know what's going on. Oh, now he's getting ready for the counter frappuccino offensive. Oh, shit. This is like the macchiato defense. Or the macchiato attack if the frappuccino is a defense. Fuck. I should have considered this. It's the perfect move. Is a move like this insane? Is a move like this insane? It probably is. Because after boom, boom. Well, actually, after takes, we get this for free. We don't want to freak out. We want to calm down. This prevents this business from taking place. We really want to defend f7. We're really scared. If we do this, we want to defend f7. This happens next. Then what happens? Maybe we do this, right? This happens, takes, and then takes. We're gonna do it. Moon first. We wasted a minute on that move. That is unacceptable. We can't waste a minute on move 4, especially if it's not gonna lose us the game. Now, this frappuccino does concern me a little bit. Right on cue. Now, we have 2 options. We can either activate the queen right here and now, which I actually kind of like as a move, because it provides us the ability to do this to defend f7 later, which I'm in favor of. We're going to do that. We're just going to do that. Now, if takes, probably takes, and we trade probably takes like this, honestly. Yeah. I know it fucks with our structure, so maybe we do queen takes, but then once we traded queens, didn't go great for us last time. But, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what our opponent does. We got a moon first and sink later. I like this move. I like defending f6, giving us the option for bishop e6, defending f7. I think it's safe. And I think it's especially necessary if what our opponent is doing is going for this sort of situation where he makes this like g-file pawn push to try and kick the knight. Oh, what is this now? Oh, our opponent did this last time. I didn't really understand what the idea was then either. Maybe the idea is to do this and then this so that there's nothing on f7. So then he can, but then we defend it. I don't really understand, but we're not going to waste time. We're going to defend f7. We said we wanted to defend f7, so we're going to defend f7. Question is now how I can take advantage of. Maybe what we do is wait. Maybe we kick this queen or wait for this queen to move itself. And then we try to capitalize on like f2. Maybe that's the play. Something like this is possible, I guess. Something like this is possible. Then what do we do? Not really sure. I think I want to get this knight into the mix sooner rather than later, just to enable something like this pawn push. Ooh, he activates the knight early. Where's this knight going now? Now we want to do this for similar reasons to why we wanted to do it earlier. He's actually activated this knight, which is maybe a little bit scary for us. We have to be careful. We have to be careful. Activating this bishop is going to be a bitch. I think that getting an extra defender here, we don't want to waste time. We're ahead on the clock. I mean, we don't want to go like crazy here, but it seems crazy that this would be a bad move. I think that pushing this pawn happens soon. It cuts off this bishop's access to this direction. I don't know if that's necessary, but you know, at the end of the day, it's probably okay move to make. This knight is nice because now this bishop is relieved of the duty of defending this knight, right? So now, okay, so we expected this. This was going to happen. Now we can either kick this knight or where does this knight go if we kick it? This knight sacks itself. Probably feel fine about that. Hold on, where does this knight go? This knight goes here, this knight goes here. In either case, do we take with the bishop? Actually, I like this because it cuts off this move for our opponent's knight. So then if here, like after takes, I don't know, feels okay. I want to fianchetto this bishop. You know it's serious because I called it a fianchetto. Like, it removes a square from our opponent's knight here. If this is still a good move, I don't know, I'd be surprised. The thing that we want to do is make sure that we don't take too long before we actually attack our opponent. We're learning from last game. The nice thing here is that we do have a knight like attack here after this fianchetto happens, defending this knight. The only thing that's, yeah, I think that because he has two pieces attacking this knight, right? So if like something like this happens where it opens this up, then it's fine because we recapture here. And then if he captures here, I mean, we're fine with opening up the e-file in exchange for receiving our opponent's queen. And we're up on the clock, which feels pretty good. We're going to keep this momentum going. We're going to keep excitedly talking to ourselves because that seems to be helping. This knight has almost nowhere to go. I'm not really worried about it. It's good that he's activated it for his own sake, but actually bad that he's activated it for him because it's no longer defending this crucial square that we don't have access to, granted. But as soon as this knight moves out of the way, then we can weasel our queen over to this juicy little b4 square, I up d2. Maybe a little Saccarino happens, you know, recaptures after resack in the past, and then check, and then boom, mate. Boom, check, travel, check, mate. Easy. What's for lunch? That's the plan. That's the plan. As soon as this knight moves, I don't know where it's going to move anyway. But now he's out of active moves to make, which is good for us because now we can do a little bit of this. Ask some questions of this queen. What the fuck is going on? What do you think you're doing? I don't know what you thought you were doing, but it's not what you thought you were doing. It's something else, and it's going to lose you the game. Now our opponent has to take some time. This check, probably good if we're holding. Oh, we take with check. What? Our opponent just lost his queen. Bro, we take with check. This is 2D tic-tacs. Come on. Come on, my dude. Okay. And then we block. And then he doesn't have a triagonal. So we don't give a fuck. Because he doesn't have a queen anymore. Am I crazy? Did I just lose the game? I mean, we're attacking this knight. You know, if anything crazy happens, like he delivers a check here, then we just do one of these. Okay, that's fine too. I'm willing to open up. In fact, what do we take with here? Probably this so that we don't lose this pawn immediately. Right? Am I right in thinking that way? Or do we activate the queen? I mean, activate is a strong word because what's this queen actually doing for us? We want to defend this pawn, I think. So we're just going to take with the pawn and maybe even move our, maybe even castle here. This looks like a good position to castle in. This looks like a good position to castle in. This happens and then we don't have the bishop anymore, but we just bring this knight back and then we castle. And then we're attacking on this file. Is that actually good? I mean, it did grab him a free pawn, and pawns are valuable. But I don't really believe him here. I mean, we can't block with anything, so we have to move the king. And I think it makes sense to move the king in this direction. I just feel like it does. Yeah. Does that seem reasonable? Seems reasonable to me. What if we move it over here, though? Then there's like this knight can move in here. Further away from the knight feels better. Further away from the knight feels better. Yeah. Further from the knight feels better. Now we want to plug up this. We want to prevent this knight from jumping in here because I'm afraid. I'm very afraid of the knight. But we also have a tic-tac here where if this knight moves, then we can threaten something really scary with our own knight. And then it threatens mate, which is good for us. We're ahead on the clock. We're up a queen. I feel like we're in a good spot. What we need to do is not fuck up. But we also need to not fixate on not fucking up. That is crucial as well. Okay, this is interesting. Now we can do some of this, which doesn't actually defend the, and then if some check like this happens, but then we can capture here, so we feel fine about that. Okay. Now we can threaten mate like this, right? I like that. We're gonna threaten mate. We're not gonna think about it too hard. We're gonna ask our opponent what the fuck he's thinking. That's what we're gonna do. Like, dude, come on. We've even got like a juicy time travelino. Do we have a check? Oh, and we do. Oh, how glorious. Yeah, man. If we take this knight here, then do we have a win? It's possible that we do. The knight almost takes itself back, but not quite. This is check. And then we can... All right, we got a little bit of time to consider like what immediate mates we might have. Oh, alternatively, what we can do is... Oh, it's almost... We almost have a mate here. Not quite, though. Do we? Check. We've got this check, but then we don't have a killing blow. Oh, check and then check here. Still don't have the perfect moves here. I mean, we're okay with sacrificing like a minute to maybe come up with like guaranteed end the game now, put us out of our misery. Not too long. That didn't look like it worked. What about here? Or if we wait a turn, what about here on this board? Ah, now we're talking. Here on this board wins us the game. Right? Because takes, check, mate. Okay, easy clap. So what do we do in the meantime? We need this queen here to travel to this board. So what we might do is put a rook here, or do we just kick the bishop? Both, I think, are decent plays. Yeah, let's just do one of these. Okay, next turn, travel to this board, checkmate. Done. What's for lunch? Let's see what our opponent does. If he checks us here, he loses a piece. If he doesn't check us here, we win the game, as far as I can tell. So we're happy with that. We're happy with that. Let's see if our opponent can find a way out of this one. We're up on the clock, even after spending all of that time looking for mate. Let's see here. What does our opponent do? I think they're in a really tough spot. I think it's difficult to impossible to get these pieces into the game. I think that this is a nice move because it prevents our opponent from getting in here with the knight and from getting in here with the bishop. Yeah, if he wants to like take immediately, I mean, then we just win the game. What are the checks that he can give? This is a check and this is a check. In either case, we capture immediately. Probably not even with the king. We could probably just capture with the rook. We still have mate 2 turns in the past. Okay, now we win the game, right? Because there's no time travels because we've got rooks defending, so it's fine, right? So we're going to deliver this check. We're going to deliver a check. Our opponent's in check. Only move is recapture. This is the turn before he castles. This is the turn before he castles. But we still check this this king in the past, right? So, you know. Yeah, there didn't seem to be like a super easy way that we could do the like the time travel to this square, which is like the anti-castle time travel. Yep, this has to happen. Right. Go ahead, opponent. And then we check Arena Romano, and then we collect our win. I think our opponent might just be catching on. Thankfully, it checks him in the past, so he can't not do anything. But I mean, then we just have you know, queen takes g1. If it were allowed for him to do nothing, which it's not. Yeah. Right? Am I right? I think I'm right. Because this queen checks this. Okay, now we have the mandatory travel has occurred. Oh, wow. It goes all the way back too. Okay, so now we still have a queen. We're up a queen. Awesome. Now we have to, now we're kind of sitting pretty. We can just threaten check, threaten mate. We can threaten a lot of stuff, or we could just take this piece. No, we probably want to threaten a juicy check, right? What are ways that we can do that? Not completely obvious. We don't have like too many freebies. How many turns do we have? How many turns does our opponent have? Where can our opponent even defend from? Well, our opponent can defend. Oh, we also have another timeline, which is kind of clutch. We can put a queen somewhere. We can take this. How can we check the king that's down there? From up here. Let's think. So, okay, the places that he can defend from. If he puts a knight on any of these squares, then he can defend from there. A bishop here will also defend, but is covered by this queen. So not so much. Okay. this is one of the two knights. I don't know if I said bishop or knight, but I meant knight on any of these squares. And our opponent has 2 turns to do that. So in addition to this turn, in total, we have 3 turns to disrupt this whole process. Otherwise, I think that we're kind of really obviously winning. Now, what we can do is take this, and then if we do this, like if he does this to prepare the defense, then we can do this, threatening both mate and a check of our own. We're just going to not complicate things. On the other hand, if our opponent takes here, if we do this, if our opponent takes here, then we can't prevent this mate from happening. And that's kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying, to be honest. Because we do want this to happen. So what are our other options? We could do this, which prevents not everything that we want to prevent. Maybe we just do this right out of the gate. And then if this happens, then we still can't deliver a check on this board. Is there like a time travel mate that we can threaten as well? That would be cool. That like maybe our opponent has to answer. Maybe we can do this. It's not fantastic. It's not fantastic. If we take here and our opponent takes here, then we can take here, then our opponent can go here, and then we can check. Like our opponent needs to spend one of these 2 turns either getting a knight to this square or getting a bishop to this square. Is it blocked in the middle? It's not blocked in the middle. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So if we do this and then takes here happens, then we do this, then this bishop needs to be the next move, then we have a check. If we do this and then the immediate knight move happens, then we if we do this, then the immediate knight move happens, then we take here, and then we don't have the follow-up check, do we? What was the idea here? It was after this we can do this, right? But if this knight is already here, then that doesn't actually threaten a check, which is a bit of a problem. If we do this immediately, then our opponent can do this, and then he's already got a knight here, so that's the thing that we need to prevent. So otherwise that's a problem. If we do this and our opponent does this, then we take, and then he does this, and then we check, so that's not a problem. If we do this and our opponent does this, if we do this and our opponent does this, then we don't give a fuck, because we do this, and then he has to do this, and then we have a check. Okay. If our opponent does this, and then immediately the knight moves, then we do this, and our opponent recaptures, and then we don't have a check to deliver. So that's an issue. Okay. We might be getting there slowly. If we do this, we threaten to give our opponent a check next turn, right? So our opponent can't do... That doesn't really matter. Ah, shit. This is hard. This is hard. This is really hard. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm overthinking this. But I've got the soft mate. I've got the game won. So I need to be careful. This and then this happens. And then... Maybe the knight is the way to go. This and then takes, and then I've wasted a turn. This, and then this knight move happens. And then takes, and then the rook takes back, which isn't good. We also don't want to give our opponent checks of his own. Like if we don't take this, then our opponent has a check of his own after doing this business. this, and then the knight move. There's no way for us to give check. Shat. Okay. What do I do? If this and then immediate captures, what do I do? Takes, and then knight here, and then I can't give a check. But I can threaten, well, that doesn't even threaten mate. Oh, that's the other thing, is that I can threaten mate on his turn. But I, of course, need to come up with a way of doing that. If takes, and then this happens, and then takes, and then takes back. Oh, then takes threatens mate. Oh, that's fine too, right? Okay, I think we've wasted enough time. I can't really find the answer. So we're just going to have to go with it. We're just going to have to go with this. Maybe our opponent just takes the queen here. You know, maybe he goes absolutely nuts. We couldn't come up with a better answer, but I think that this is fine. So I think the only way that he can be okay coming out of this is by doing one of these. Yeah. That's the move for our opponent. And after this, if our opponent does anything other than takes this pawn, then we can threaten mate, right? I believe, oh, the rook actually defends itself from upstairs. Oh, actually, we can take this rook down here with our own queen on that turn. So maybe we also don't really care about that. So we take this here, right? So there's no other way that we can really deliver a check. And we can deliver a check if he doesn't take here. And then we take here, and then he has to recapture, and then we can capture this knight. Oh, but then this knight defends that knight, or this rook defends that rook. Okay. Let's not throw. Takes here and then has to recapture. That's not good. Here, and then... Threaten a time travel somehow? If this knight takes this down here, it's frustrating. Oh, we can also threaten a mate from upstairs to downstairs. Why didn't I think of that? Well, it's not super easy to do. Now we're running a little dangerously low on time. So we do need to think faster. I don't know if that means more or less. This, and then the next move has to be recaptures like this, and then we take this. And then our opponent's next move has to be capture that. And then we can capture here if we can deliver check here simultaneously, which we can't do. Actually, that's a problem, isn't it? Because the rooks defend each other. But how can we travel from here down to that board? Can by doing something like this. Maybe the pawn move was the wrong play. Maybe the knight move here is a good play. Or maybe this bishop move is a strong play. Actually, this bishop move is maybe promising. Or maybe this queen move is promising. Oh, then there's this king up here that we can threaten. Okay, we're going to do this. We don't want to waste our time. Let's play to attack this king. We also have another timeline, so I don't know why I'm wasting so much time trying to figure out like what we're going to do here. He has to recapture. I've got to check if he recaptures like that. I've got to check either way. I just spent fucking years of my life calculating a line. I've got check if he takes the pawn, and I got check if he doesn't take the pawn. This is peak Semet, guys. I mean, he has to move the king here, I guess, right? Because if he takes, I've got check. And if he takes, I've got check. And if he doesn't take or move the king, then I've got check taking one of these pawns. And if he does move the king here, then I have check if he moves it here. But if he moves it here, that was not what I expected. But if he moves the king here, then do I have check? No, but I do threaten mate. Oh, check here. Aha. Very clever. Okay. Well, there's no way for me to simultaneously check my opponent and also prevent what is going to happen from happening. I think the best play is probably to do this. Now I can't even take this guy, which sucks. So maybe this was a bad idea. Okay, well, we're in check. We got to get out of check somehow. Bishop here's an option, but then we have to waste a turn capturing the bishop. Knight here's an option, but then our knight isn't in the mix. I probably want our knight in the mix. Although we also really want that bishop. Probably just do one of these. Probably safest. Right? Moon first, moon first, moon first. Okay, so now he gets to recapture. Okay. He has to recapture. Now we threaten threatening mate. Okay, the bishop moves happen. So now this is fine because we check here, right? We check here like this. This is probably the play. And then down here, we can still threaten this mate-a-rooney, like this, right? Let's make sure that we're not blundering anything too crazy here. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna ship it. Okay, I liked earlier when we played like a whole game in under like 3 minutes used. What I don't like is that now we're at a quarter of our time, less than. We're gonna take a swig of our caffeine and not blunder this game, which we've basically won. I'll just say it. I don't give a fuck. We've basically won this game. I don't care. I'll say it. We did not lose. I want to make sure I'm not losing. That's an important piece of the puzzle. What are triagonals where we can catch our opponent who's castled here? It is our turn once again down here, which maybe is beneficial. We did not get got by our opponent's knights like we did the other game. Here we're threatening mate. Oh, and then he castles down here as well. Really? Okay. So taking this here, we threaten mate. Simultaneously, we enable our opponent to capture our queen, which is maybe not great. This threatens mate on this board. It's a good move. If check, we take, because then there's no follow-up mate or anything, especially from this bishop. Probably this is a good next play. It also threatens... Actually, no, the king's never open. Or is it? Hold on, what? King open here, here, here. Oh, so this is almost mate anyway. Okay, well, that's good. That's good news. Okay, this is a little frustrating. We are checked, which means that we can't win the game. Basically, the only thing that there is to do here is this. I hope I'm not losing the game because of this. If check here, that does check this, but then we recapture with the... That's fine. Here, we're going to threaten mate in like 2 different ways. We've got like time travel mate. And I don't even mean like we travel to the past. I mean like this king's actually opened up. Like, look, king here, open here, open here. this next turn, and then this is mate, or we have the immediate mate. So this bishop probably has to move. Actually, now that I think about it, that's a little frustrating. But we also have a bishop here, so we can win on the next turn anyway. We've also got this is mate, if we can check our opponent on this board as well. So that's pretty good for us. Our opponent giving some desperation checks. Don't blame him. He doesn't have too many moves left. Is there a way that our opponent takes advantage of this? Nah. We've done a good job of shielding ourselves from our opponent's knights, so we don't have any checks like that to worry about. This I thought might happen. I thought that this might happen. I don't care that much because I think we win next turn. Because this queen I think is now a problem. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, now what happens? Now we surrender our opponent's pieces, or maybe we just defend because we have a win on the other board. I like that. Let's just defend this from the bishop. Now our opponent's in check up here. The king in the past. Check. He's got to get out of this check. He's got to time travel. Okay, for a second, we made this way harder on ourselves than we had to. But I think we might have gotten there. Because I don't see how he captures this queen now. Does he know how the check is happening? He hasn't clicked the arrow, but I guess he's done the math. What is the whole idea here? Here, this has happened, but that. Yeah, we got a little bit of that. We also have a nice time travel right here, which also immediately ends the game for us. But I guess we don't want to give our opponent any timelines anyway. So I think this is fine. It wouldn't be a Semet game if we weren't down like 4 times as much time at some point in the game as our opponent on the clock. That's our signature. That's how I keep you guys hooked. That's just how we do things around here. This has all been staged. This whole game, it's like American wrestling. You know, the ups, the downs, all carefully scripted for your entertainment. Yeah. I don't really know what our opponent does. We've got this time travel win. I mean, if we really want to give our opponent like every opportunity to come back, he doesn't have any pieces with which he can travel super far. Now, if he does castle on this board and we time travel on this board like this, first of all, like no time travel in the world is gonna save him. This board is just way too far away. Like 4 boards over, it's a tall order. Especially when this pawn is blocking the road to f2, as it were. And he could Jurassic Rook, but only like a turn before we travel anyway. Like on this board, if he does this, but he can't travel, and like he has to travel now to get out of this. I'm just saying, let's assume that somehow he can travel to get out of this and still castle on this board, preventing himself from being mated next turn, enabling himself the Jurassic Rook. Then, even though we have the win, if we just take this queen travel to this board, because all the Jurassic Rook can do is come to, actually this board he's in check. You can come to this board, which isn't good enough. Because it's going to be his turn on this board, and we can deliver a check onto this board. We can deliver 2 checks. Actually, we can mate him. We can mate the king on... Actually, no, we can't. Hilariously. All of his kings are safe. No, we mate the king on this board. That's cute. If we capture this rook after... Oh, no, what am I talking about? Because if he does the travel, then the board appears here, and it's our turn here. Oh, actually, I think his kings do dodge our queen on this board. Like if on this board we've got a queen here, it attacks, well, actually here on this board, but there's a rook here, but that board would actually be here, which is too late for him, right? No, because we travel to this board. Yeah. So here, our queen would be here. And it would be checking... No, it would be too late to check any of his kings. Which is a shame. Whoa, okay, something happens here. But now we can check his king. I said that so confidently. I'm not actually sure if it's true. Let's see. What's this now? Our opponent is attempting to take something here. Can we check our opponent? Actually, do we just go for the time travel mate down here now? Because now he can't use this board at all. And there's no way that he can get to... Oh, it's not our turn there. Right. That's how this game works. Okay. So now our queen is here. That's checking him in the past. In order to get there, our opponent has to get a piece to here or to here. So we can prevent that. How many turns does he have to do that? He has 1 turn to prepare that. And if we go here and then he prepares that, then we check. If we go here and then he captures here, then he's lost the opportunity, right? So it's fine. Totally fine. We're happy with that. Now, oh, he's checking us. Very good, opponent. Very, very crafty. Very, very crafty. So now we're being checked on that board. Okay. I missed this. So now what do we do? Now, we go to a board where we have a... we go to a board where we can put a queen on that square. Hilariously. Wait, can we go to a board where we have a queen on that square? Just straight up. Like maybe this board? Yes. No, the queens, we only move the queen to that square on this turn. Oh, that's actually really bad news for us. Where else can this queen go? We need to get the queen to that square in a way that our opponent can't check us, which is kind of bad. Here, and then what do we do? Like here? Oh, can we put our opponent in check? This? Here. It just doesn't work. Are you joking me? Wait. But... oh no, that doesn't put him in check. We have a minute on the clock. Lord have mercy. Okay. Wait, we're in check on that board, so we can't do that. Okay. So we have to go with the bishop travel, right? We have to go with the bishop travel. Let's not lose the game. We can threaten to win the game immediately. This doesn't quite threaten to win the game immediately, but it's close. Undo move. What? Why? Oh, we're in check on that board. Okay. So what we have to do, we're in check on this board as well, almost at least. So I have to go here. Okay, we'll go here. Oh my God, am I crazy? Am I missing something? How have I blundered this? Oh, oh my God, if our opponent gets made a half turn sooner than we do, then pretty embarrassing for us. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much for free. So we've got a few turns before we can make it there. We've also got some time travels. Now, where can we go from here? Can we go anywhere that will do substantial harm to our opponent? Or threaten to go anywhere that will do substantial harm to our opponent? The problem is that our opponent next turn can actually deliver a check, and that's not good for us. That's actually really bad for us. I don't know how I've managed this, guys, but I definitely have. Okay, where do we go? We got 20 seconds to decide where to go. Let's think. Where do we go? We still have a time travel, and our opponent can deliver a check, and that's not a thing that we want to happen. Let's go maybe here. No, we flagged. Words cannot express my disappointment with myself, chat. We managed to lose this game in possibly the most cement way possible. We just lost the unlosable game where we had like 5 different softmates. I mean, this is what's happened. This is reality now. So there's nothing that can be done to reverse the fact that I actually lost myself this game. We did all of the things that we told ourselves that we need to do, like moon first and sink later. And we saw the tactics and we had a really good position. We took with check and then we lost the game anyway. I'm very upset. I can't believe I've done this. And we even rolled black, which we were upset about, but ended up being okay. But then we were too hasty. We mooned where we should have sunk. At the last hurdle, it was like, okay, moon first, sink later. We've got to check. And then I didn't pay. All we had to do was not move the queen. If we didn't move the queen, this wasn't possible. Maybe there's an easier way that I could have defended this. Did I have this defended from this board anyway? I mean, yeah, if the queen stays there, but our opponent has also got to check. Actually, our opponent's got 2 checks, because if we're checked here, then we definitely have to take, and then we get checked again. So 2 checks would have meant that we can't get there, in time. Actually, 2 checks meant that, because if we make a move and then our opponent takes, or, checks, like we make this move, opponent checks, we take, opponent checks, we take. Okay. And then we're lost. So actually this travel doesn't even work because our opponent has the checks. We can't recapture with anything but the king. All right. GG. Phone buzzed. Unimportant. Okay. Well, let's read up on chat. Man. Well, let's wrap the win with our opponent first. Rated Elobot. Here we go. Rep, win, or our opponent won. We lost. At Narik. GG, man. Maybe the YouTube video title for this game will be The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. the good game, the bad game, and the ugly game. Maybe that works. I can Photoshop myself onto John Wayne's body. It'll be good. My girlfriend's calling me. Hi, babe. How's it going? I'm on stream. I think you're aware. No, you are. Did you call to deliver your condolences live on stream?
I'm sorry. I just want you to know this is doubly bad because I turned this stream on to an ASMR.
Wow. Okay. Apparently, my girlfriend turned on the stream hoping to get like an ASMR, put her to sleep situation right in time for this to happen. And she was so absorbed by the game, which was then incredibly stressful and ended in my crushing defeat, which did not help her out. But she wanted to call to let me know it's gonna be okay, which I appreciate. Thanks, babe. I love you too. I'm gonna catch up in chat. I've been ignoring chat for like 40 minutes. All right. Thanks. Well, that was sweet. Okay. All right. Let's read chat. Okay. Who could have predicted that I would manage to flag in this game? Okay. Let's see. Oh, no prediction. I was too absorbed in the game to start a prediction. I'm sorry. You can blame my mods. Blame Lexi and Tutor. Pro tip, just don't repeat the moves from the previous game. Well, I repeated the moves that worked. And then the game diverged. He's doing this. Mods, where's the bet? I wanted to get some more profit from this. OMG, these calculations so aggressive. I know, right? We were doing really well for a minute there. Who do you think you are, a queen? Sumet thinking like a chess engine. It hurts even more to look back on how well I played the first half of the game. Oh, Narik still has some potential there. He runs from B Knight. He solved the game. Yeah, he feels it with his instincts. Queen H2. Sadly, yes, they're playing this like it is indeed short clock. Not for the whole game. Bro, Rook and Knights are like the least similar pieces. I really don't know why I keep calling Rooks Knights and Knights Rooks. I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea. The downside of long check or long castle move is that after Queen takes G1, Queen takes G1 travel, King E2, Queen takes A1 is possible. It also threatens possible checkmates on the adjacent timeline. Yeah, right. That's what you want to do. Right. That makes sense. After a travel, Knight G4 check is a bit better, I think. Not really. Yeah, because King takes F2, Queen H2, Rook G2 is in time. I thought it's better than Knight E4, but Knight E4 still mates, because if King G2, just Queen G3 mate. Okay, Knight E2 ideas coming, might be saving. Same as Bishop H2. Yeah, so we're talking about after the travel happened here. We're talking about this board where I spent a majority of my time trying to figure out how to prevent this from happening, which I think we did a fine job with. Yeah, I think that was okay. We had the mate coming here too. Oh man, okay. Well, lots of stuff went wrong. That's fine. No need to dwell. In case of possible, he can take with D takes E3, threatens pawn take with a check, and if white recaptures on E3, they won't have time for Knight E2. Or is there enough time? Sumet can try some counter threats. That's kind of what we ended up doing. No, there's not, so C takes D4 works. Like maybe Queen H2 at the right moment works. Oh, Knight G4 looks great because then Bishop takes D4. Knight G4 looks great because then Bishop takes D4. Knight G4 looks great. Knight G4 looks great because Knight G4 looks great, says Andre, because then Bishop takes D4. Oh, this must have been at the beginning. Knight G4 looks great because then Bishop takes. This was the answer. Oh, Andre, you're so smart. Andre's so smart. That was a much better play. That's the play I was looking for. Right. Okay, yeah, I just thought, yeah, because then it has to takes back. Of course. Okay, so what Andre is saying, Andre found the right move. Here, Knight G4 looks really good because if captures, then there's Bishop takes D4, and then he has to get the knight here. Like if he moves the bishop here to defend, then you just recapture with the queen. If he moves the knight, then you have Bishop takes A1 check. So that's a smart move. Yeah, I think that Knight G4 was the move that I was looking for that I couldn't find. That's a good one. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then if knight takes here, and then like this knight moves here, then this knight takes here, and then I threaten checking with two pieces, which he can't prevent both at the same time. And if after Knight G4, this other knight moves in, same thing happens. Either way, you're taking one of these knights, threatening Bishop takes A1 check, and you've got a knight on G4, which threatens knight takes E3 check. So I think that's probably the solution. So leave it to Andre to find the winning move there. I think that's really good. Yeah, that's definitely where I was overthinking. You know what? Yeah, he should be able to prepare a distraction check, either prepare a check or prevent defenses altogether. D takes E3 now. You know what? D takes c3 and f takes c3, then queen takes g3. If d takes c3, then queen b4 check. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I saw afterward when I was way over syncing. But then I kind of missed this move. But then, like, even after this move happens, you know, and you move here, I like the idea that this check happens. Because, like, this queen move, I mean, provided the game-winning soft mate, right? I think what I did was good. I think I definitely failed here. Oh man, this is one for the ages. Yeah, this was embarrassing. This was embarrassing. Not one of my best moments. But it happens. The rook doesn't defend itself. Come on, just d takes e. He's oversinking. If he flags this, yeah. If you behave bad, I'll go downstairs and punish you with the checkmate. But mom, kind of weird there from Dreamer, but you know. We'll take it. We'll roll with it. He finally realized it. Yeah. The moment of realization where everything was okay. He has to travel. Bishop b4 or bishop b5. Spent years of all of our lives gone. Oh, Laura's actually in the chat. Okay. Girlfriend messaged here. Why can't the bishop take the queen? Lol, indeed, Andre. Then pawn checks the Kong. Yeah, king. Andre typoed there. Yeah. So here... if after we take with the bishop, if the bishop takes the queen here, then we have a check. So this knight can no longer prevent the soft mate that's coming on this board. So that's why. Narik lives for now. Pawn checks the King Kong. The bong. The pawn checks the bong. Okay. Lots of memes. What variant is this? Why do you think it's called a bong cloud? I recently saw an article where it says some guy with the username BongCloud performed that first and everyone started repeating that. I don't think that's the origin of... You saw a news article explaining that some guy with the username BongCloud first did the BongCloud. I don't think that's true. But also, why is there a news article about that? Okay, whatever. Sonoy gives us the public service announcement of Moon First like 5 times. I saw that too. Okay, now he can take back in time on b1 again. On f2, stop seeing demons, threat mate. We threatened the mate. Not threatening the mate wasn't the thing that killed us this game. Smet wins anyway because he has more queens. That's what you'd think. 0L KB1 defending the rook on a1. Oh no, it's not real. Wrestling carefully scripted. Oh, I even talked about how I like scripted the fact that we were gonna win the game. Oh, and then we lost after that. Okay, that hurts even more. I saw a clip of Wrestling Dreamer Says where a guy accidentally missed his opponent while punching with an elbow, but the other still acted like he was punched. That's funny. That's you know, they work really hard to choreograph those fights, man. Oh man. Aren't they always miss essentially? I think they do actually hit each other. It depends on like the what's going on, but they do actually take a lot of, you know, they like take a lot of hits. Those guys are absolute beasts. I mean, you know, they know how to like roll with the punches or whatever, but they do get hurt. That's like part of the job. Luckily we have travels. We're probably getting to the point in chat where I lose. Feels bad. Okay. They do, but that one was just a half meter off. Oh no, not defense. Forget defense. Time. Remember the trick you found earlier? Queen can't go anywhere. Don't do it. Don't flag. Come on. He can't travel with that queen because he's on check on that board. Yeah. This is after we were in check, and then we were looking at what the queen can do from up there, but that's the board where we were in check, so we wasted a lot of time with that. He let this game away too early. Just another example of never celebrate too early. It's true. Well, I was trying to overcompensate for like lack of confidence and overthinking, which hilariously in this situation led to our own demise. So that feels pretty bad. Up 2 boards or 3 boards to the good board. Now, is this still match number 2? That was match number 3. And then we saw the RIP. GG. So close, says Narik. So close indeed. We get some not like this is in the chat. Brother's more painful than Lexi bouncing off in game against me. I don't know what bouncing off means. But I'm sure that this was more painful than whatever that was. It definitely felt more painful coming from my perspective. I'm back from the M++ stream sooner than expected. Moon first, sync later. We got the emotes coming out. Void, I'm glad that you had a good stream. That was a pretty short stream. You're back already. I guess it's been like 3 hours of, yeah, it's stream's been on for 3 hours now. So yeah, Void did miss all of the drama. Yeah. There's a queen in the way anyhow. Was there even a queen in the way as well? There is a queen in the way. Oh yeah, I just looked at all of these boards, so there's a queen in the way anyway, so we wouldn't even have gotten there. Probably at this point, once I blundered this, well, I think that we just didn't have very many options. But yeah, probably moving somewhere where we could threaten a mate would have been good. I don't really know how we could have done that. We didn't have too many options. I mean, at this point, like, once this turn happens, it's over. We threw away the game. We threw away the game up here. Oh man. Okay. Back to chat. We're almost caught up. Yeah, the defense wasn't gonna work. Yeah. I think time travel, the furthest away, was a bit better because knight wouldn't check right away. Let's rep the win. Yeah. Well, rep our opponent's win. Imagine talking to GF when you could read chat. I know. Well, I can delay reading chat. I can't delay talking to my girlfriend. Who could have predicted that I would lose due to time? I could have predicted, Summit. I was even ready to bet half my bank. That's the joke. The joke is that everyone could have predicted that, Dreamer. The joke was at my own expense. So wait, does there need to be a tiebreaker for promotion? This was the tiebreaker. Summit this game, winning, losing, winning, flagging. Yeah, pretty much. I'm at knight g4 before f takes d4. That knight doesn't even prevent the time check. Same thing from the second game. B takes a1 might not be check right away. Oh, that's true. But I don't think it mattered. Would have been in a few moves, yeah. Yeah. Is there still time for games with chat? Yeah, I mean, I normally stream. Like last week we were on for like 8 hours. So, I mean, this series of games did kind of take a bit of the wind out of my sails. But, probably it'll be best to recover just by playing a few more games. So we'll probably play a few more games if people are still around. We don't want to end on a sour note. We want to, we play this game because we enjoy it, not because of anything. We don't take ourselves too seriously. If we lose, we lose. It's not the end of the world. There's plenty more 5D chess to be played. Pong checks the Kong. Yeah, Pong checks the Kong. When you were looking at queen takes bishop after narrate created the first timeline, you dismissed queen taking in the corner in a line with the rook defends itself from below. But it didn't because a rook on 0L blocks it. Ah, is this true? Is this true? Is this true? Is that true? Because I was thinking about this rook can take this rook up here. No? Because I was thinking, after the travel happens is what we would be talking about. Graven, and I was thinking if we do the move where, the sequence up here where we take this like this, and then, he does the travel before the check happens, and then we capture here. Then this rook is defended by this rook because it's after the castle happens. So there is no rook in the middle. Actually, at no point does this rook not see this rook, once this timeline is created, except for this turn. But I mean, we're not talking about this turn. We're talking about the turn after this would happen. So like this defense would happen, and then we would capture this in response, like down here probably. And this rook sees this rook. Am I crazy? I see that this rook sees this rook. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about this? Or maybe we're referring to different things. Yeah. I would have deleted the Windows folder after such a loss. Delete System32. Well, I'm happy to say that I have a little bit more egotistical fortitude than Dreamer does, so we're not just going to delete my stream queue just because I lost a game of 5D chess. You guys can rest assured. The same way that the queen on the bottom board below the knight that delivered your mate blocked your queen from bottom, even if you got there in time. The same way that the queen on the board below the knight that delivered your mate, the same way that the queen on the board below the knight, the same way that the queen on the board below the knight, oh, maybe this one? The queen on the board below the knight blocked your... Yeah, but on his turn... Hold on. Okay, so to be clear here, this knight capture would have happened. Now it's here. So if I now take either of these rooks, then white's rooks see each other. I think it's pretty simple, right? These rooks see each other, straight up. Am I taking crazy pills? No? These rooks see each other, yeah? You're not going back to the beginning. Yeah, but I couldn't take this rook. Okay, hold on. So let's say that we made this move, and then our opponent made the knight move, and then we can't capture here because he just captures back immediately, and then we have nothing, right? So let's say that instead of capture on this turn, we do this, then our opponent checks us, then we move away, and then he's already made this happen, right? But let's say that our opponent didn't check us. Let's say that our opponent did anything else here, and then we do this move here, right? We can't travel to take this rook here anyway. Unless what you're saying is that I was threatening taking this rook, which would have been mate. And then he has to deal, because it's his turn. Like on this turn, I can take this rook. Which would have been true, but then we would be checking him and he couldn't recapture here anyway. So I'm assuming that this recapture has happened. If after this recapture has happened, we capture either rook, then the other rook defends. It seems pretty straightforward. In any case, you know, if one of us is missing something, it's fine. We don't have to dwell on this. I'm okay with moving on from this game. Up for one more game? Asks Narik. Narik's here. Submit Thursday time, me boots up PC. I want to see if I can flag you with Exiled Kings. That sounds fun. We capture right away. Submit, will you play me? Wow, lots of people coming out of the woodwork to play. This is awesome. Who did play first? I'll play another game against Narik. This will be the spiritual, like if the match was actually, like the tiebreaker was actually 2 games, then in my headcanon, that's how I'll treat this last game against Narik. Now there is a silver lining to all of this, to this whole situation. I did bungle today's games really badly, in a way that, you know, obviously I didn't earn the promotion, but if enough people join the league that we can put 6 people into Pro League instead of the 5 that are currently in Pro League, so normalizing the sizes of the leagues, like how Advanced League has 6 people in each league, which makes sense because then it's just the same number of like weeks for everyone to play each other the same number of times, but you get an extra game every week. So like logistically it makes more sense for there to be 6 than 5. Anyway, I digress. Then 2 people will advance to Pro League. And in the rules committee we were trying to discuss like how this would happen, and then Pfannkuchen, who's the tournament organizer, decided that in that situation, both of the Advanced League winners would advance to Pro League. So the silver lining is that if we have enough people to get 6 people into Pro League, then we get to advance for free, even though we didn't earn it, you know, sort of the right way. We had to advance to Pro League anyway, which is kind of cool. I don't know how I feel about that after the performance that I displayed here in this game, but you know, hopefully we'll get better and we'll play better games. Okay. Play me after then? Graven, you fucking got it. I hope you can stick around because I know you're sort of in and out, you know, with like, you know, your pets and your like real life obligations, like your spouse, which, you know, I don't know what that's like, but hopefully you're here because I really want to play you. Graven and I haven't played in like forever, I don't think. Okay. All right, let's stop wasting time. Let's play. Mage and I have been looking at 1E3. Do you want to try a game like that soon? Dude, I'm totally cool. Oh, so many people. You hear that? Join the league to help Sumet go pro? Yeah. Everyone join the league. I want to play game 2. Only played bronze. Okay, let's stop wasting time. Let's regroup. Let's play a game. Okay, we're going to play the rematch against Narik, who has promised to Exiled Kings us, which is maybe not that exciting for us, but that's fine. I feel like I stole that, says Narik. Nah, dude, I mean, you earned it. You got there. I got wrecked. You deserve the win. Here's the code. Okay, he sees the code. All right. GLHF. Let's go. Let's do this. We're not going to reinvent the wheel because our opponent's going to do that for us this game. We're going to get Exiled Kings, and we're going to see how well we can deal with it. Let's see what happens. Ah, man. Okay. We got to regroup. We got to play some more 5D chess. Look at how many people want to play 5D chess in chat. This is glorious. Graven wants to play an Orthodox opening against me on stream as well. Oh, this is so exciting. Shit. All these people. Shona, I really need to get practice against Unorthodox openings because I play such little 5D chess, like outside of just the streams, that it really is like a super valuable experience. Our opponent, by doing this, actually enables us an F7 sec. I don't know if this defends against the F7 sec. Does this? Because we have time to F7 sec. So what does our opponent do here? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird opening. I don't really know what to make of it. Actually, this is nice. Nah, not really. I mean, I'm going to give our opponent the benefit of the doubt. Probably Narik knows that. Plus, it's also, like, what am I doing? It's not fun to play against. Like, there's no reason to taint a game with S7 sec, basically. This queen doesn't look like it does very much here. Maybe we kick this knight. And then if he has to play the queen out here, then I feel like we've actually done something. So we can always kick that queen. We can always go haywire on this queen side. Like, what's this bishop going to do? Maybe he frappuccinos this bishop. It gets a little bit annoying. Then we push here. We're just going to do this because it threatens the pawn that is now undefended by this queen. Our opponent's opened up a weakness in his structure. We're trying to take advantage of it. Our opponent now redefends. But that move seems pretty passive to me anyway, especially because this knight's not going to do anything from here on out. We can either activate our knight or get our bishop into the game. I like activating our bishop here, especially because we don't see a structure. We don't see a structure here that prevents. I mean, what's nice is that we can sack the bishop into the knight here, and then we collect on this pawn. So that's cool. The other thing is, yeah, I mean, it pins this pawn to the, well, not really. Maybe play something like this. I would just capture. There's like no point in doing that. I don't know. The structure seems weak for black, but let's see. Now that we have nothing left to lose, well, besides Elo, we can rest more easy, sinking less frequently. Okay, so this does happen. So now I'm fine with takes and then takes and then takes. So there's a huge hole in our opponent's structure. And if he takes this file, this knight's just going to defend here anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. Because we also threaten shenanigans. Oh, the exiled kings happens now? Really? Oh, Jesus. Oh, I forgot how much I hate exiled kings. Hold on, there must be a way that we can take advantage of this now. Am I crazy? Am I crazy here with this? I feel like there's a lot that we can do here. This feels not good. What's the easiest way to capitalize? What does our opponent do from here? How does exile kings work? Does his other king just like disappear off the face of the earth? Now we can also almost check. Okay, we're gonna do this and then take both of these pawns at the same time. Right? Seems good. We're just gonna take both of these pawns at the same time. I think that gets us there, right? What does this really achieve? Maybe we do this here. There's so much that we can do here. This queen, I mean, this queen is pinned, like time pinned, because if we get a bishop here, you know, then we check the king. What we can do is maybe a little bit of this to threaten that queen up there, and then if takes, I don't really care that much. Or we could take this immediately. And then do... Yeah, because we can't really check here. I mean, this does check this king in the past. So it kind of forces him to do something, I guess. I guess we could take the queen. In this case, we threaten to take the queen here. There must be a better way, right? Maybe we get our queen involved. I don't know. I just don't know what the game plan is for, you know, like what do the exile do? Do we just take this now like this? And threaten Well, then the bishop from upstairs takes, but we're like fine with that. We need something more forcing, it feels like. Maybe we take here, and then we take here with check. Yeah, that feels good. Because now we've got this threat still exists, and this queen is kind of pinned, and our opponent is forced to do this. And it prevents, like, our opponent no longer has the bishop here to recapture after we put our bishop here. Feels pretty good. Now, if our opponent's stated goal was to flag us, so that is semi-successful so far. But they're also, I mean, it doesn't look like they're in the greatest position in the world, so I don't know. Let's see. Putting one of the knights here would have been nice, just to threaten like the queen on either board. I don't know. I'm going to go for a more direct mating threat. We got to prep some travels too. Where can we prep travels? I do have a bishop travel onto, not quite this turn, but almost this turn. Like if nothing happens here, then I have like a queen travel that I can prep to here, which wins the game. So that's cool. Wow, captures the bishop. That's interesting. Oh wow. Okay. That seems kind of crazy. But I mean, I believe him. Why not? Now here, and then what we want to do is prepare like a check. Several ways of doing this. Can't really take now because obviously the rook can retake. But I think this is where this is probably fine. Threaten this queen, which gives another check. Because here only move is the king moves. I guess you could exile the king. That's always a move. But then we still have the time travel like back to this board. Oh wow. Wow, that is nice. That is nice. What was the goal there? Where did he try to go with this knight? I guess this knight went here, right? Yeah, because this bishop is the one that checked the king up here. Well, now we know what he wants to do. Oh. Why is that good? Also, it's inactive. This is how exile works. Yes. Now, this is check. Oh, but I want to do this like in the past, right? But here he can recapture. I guess I want to keep reduplicating boards, where our opponent has a lot of kings, right? I guess that's how this situation works. Yeah, going here in the past is like winning, because we check our opponent's kings up here. So this empty back rank is actually like losing by force for our opponent. Maybe we do this and we prepare a time travel to that effect. Seems pretty good. This seems like a good travel as well. Because, okay, we travel here. We don't really want to flag. Okay, a situation like that seems decent. And then we threaten like all kinds of mates here. Because this checks our opponent. Actually, it doesn't quite check our opponent. Oh, hey, here's an idea. We could also do something like this, which checks the opponent, but he can recapture. So it doesn't quite work. Captures the bishop. I guess I don't want to waste my moves willy-nilly. Okay, then this timeline happens, then we do really want to give ourselves boards where other travels do we have? We want to duplicate some of these boards, I guess, is the main thrust of our This is good for us. Can't really tell. Maybe we don't want to waste our moves on this board like that. This seems decent. Something like this also seems decent because then we can go. Yeah, duplicating those boards must be good for us, right? Where else is the king open? Not very many places. Okay, we can create an opening like that. And then this is like going to be mate at some point in the future. Okay. So let's do this. Okay. So what we want to do is duplicate boards where our opponent has a lot of kings. And we want to create mating threats on the other boards to those boards in ways that I think we can probably manage. We've got a decent amount of access to those boards, like from here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, I think that like a queen move threatening mate here is probably good, because there are lots of ways in which we can threaten mate. Yeah. This bishop's threatening a bunch of stuff. Okay, so this is probably good. After we open this up, or do we want to get rid of our opponent's queens? I don't really know. Where are these pawns? Okay. So this is open. This is open here. Which doesn't quite get us there because it's so close. We got to open up the structure here, I guess. Yeah, we want to open up this structure. Ooh. Okay. Our opponent's opening up the structure for us. Interesting tact. So here, I guess we kind of want to do something like this. Which puts him in check on... Actually, none of these boards. Which is kind of lame. We're looking for... like quadrigonal mates eventually. This back rank is going to be kind of a big deal for us. I think that this is probably a good move. This is probably a good move. Threatening back rank shenanigans. That will eventually check. Oh, but he's got a lot of boards where there are like rooks and junk. Which isn't ideal for us. If we could open up like here on this board. If we could open up here on this board. So if our opponent does this, then this, then we can get captured. I don't know. Let's just make moves that make some modicum of sense. Actually, is there... I mean, we have set up like a billion different... Like, we want to travel to a board. Like, if we travel to here on this board, we need to get our queens onto dark squares, I guess. Is really the... Can we really do that? It's not clear. Guess we take here. Or maybe we just take this queen threatening this square. Just like that. Maybe this is a move. Feels like we're wasting a bit of our potential. Maybe we just make moves that make sense. and wait for our opponent. Like, I mean, there isn't always going to be an immediate, like, win the game now tactic, right? Like, we have to keep opening our opponent up. And then eventually, we're going to have mating threats. But we have to do so in a way that makes sense. I need stuff from up here to be operant down here. Okay. Takes our bishop like that. Sure. We did just move this knight. So that knight no longer defends this square. Like when it was here, it did. Now it doesn't. Now opening up is a bit of a concern, obviously. Although we can just threaten mate. Like this. But then our opponent has a check. You know, it's not so clear. Maybe we do something like this to prevent such a check from happening, either here or here. Check here could still happen. It's true. We need to get our queens onto dark squares that can travel to places where this sort of mate happens. What we can do is probably push one of these pawns and then move a queen and then get it to a board where we have mate. Kind of like, not that situation, but this situation. Actually, are we too far gone to actually make that happen? No? Question mark. So like if we wanted to go to this board, which seems promising, right? So here on this board, here on this board, here on this board, actually we have another turn before we have to do that, shockingly. Okay. So what do we do? This was taken here. This game is such a fiesta. This game is just such a fiesta. Okay. What's happening here? Oh wow, it captured like this. That's interesting. Remember I said earlier about duplicating boards where our opponent has multiple kings? I feel like it's not a thing that we're doing very well. Feels like a thing that we could be doing here. Maybe. I don't know if... Maybe something like this. Just duplicate as many of those kings as possible. Wait, is this the board where we had mate that we wanted to travel to, or is that this one? Oh, it's both of them. Right. Oh, well, that's weird. I didn't even realize. Okay. So if... Oh, no, it was just this one. Okay. Okay. So this is too early for us to be doing this. So... We have so many queens. We just don't know how to use them properly. We would like to open up this square. Where's this knight going? We can do this knight move. Also feels ineffectual. We don't want to duplicate boards where he's got... Maybe just take here. So that passes the time on this board, right? Yeah, prevents checks. We can just do one of... Like a capture here is maybe possible, but I don't know. How much do I care? Maybe we want to do one of these so that we can... Yeah, maybe we do want to do one of these. Or maybe one of... probably one of these. Threaten like a back rank mate type situation. Now here, I feel like sack here, then check, then something happens. Then we probably have some sort of mate, right? What's the easiest way of doing that? I really want to open up this square here. How do we do that? I guess we could just sack there. Why not, right? Fuck it. Who cares? Oh, or do we want to do this first? Yeah, this feels good. Give our opponent more checks is probably a better situation for us. Because then we can go back and take this with a queen in the past kind of situation here. What do we do up here? Oh, the knight move. Okay, so recaptures happens with the bishop. Is this the board? No, this is the board where we had the time recapture. Let's check if it happens now on this. Okay, so here on this board, right? Oops. Here on this board, here on this board, here on this board, here on this board. Yeah, so next turn we push here, and then we have queen here, gives us the travel for the win. And we have double timeline priority still. Okay, we thought that this might happen. And we have this move. We have this move to take advantage of that, or this move. But this is the board where we wanna do this immediately. Oh, another exile situation. That seems ill-advised. Seems pretty not good for him, right? I'll probably take this rook in the pass now. Like that. It's probably a good move for us. And we are in check here, and we really wanted to do this on this board, but it does give our opponent the opportunity. Probably we don't want... Maybe taking here now is better. This looks pretty good. This looks pretty good, so I might do that. What happened here? He just pushed the pawn. What happened here? Okay. So which board is it? Okay, it is on this board. It is on this board that we have the time travel win by doing this. But then he has a check. So we probably just want to take this knight here, right? And then threaten a time travel like on board. Here we probably want to travel like this, which activates this board for our opponent. Which is probably fine, to be honest. And here, what's the play? I don't even know. Maybe something like this, so that we can get to a board where he's got double. We can't get to a board where he's got double kings. We want to get to a board where he's got double kings. That's the closest board. Oh, hey. We can actually just do that with our queen now. Oh. I was going to say this looks good, but it doesn't really look that good. Let's see. I'm going to want to put a queen. I think something like this is good. Something like this is good because it threatens shenanigans like this and also takes here, but more importantly than any of that, it threatens the queen coming down to, say, this board, you know, and like coordinating with our other pieces to generate mate threats. Man, I just can't get any of my queens on dark squares. What's a brother got to do? This is just so ridiculous. I forgot the chat's happening. We're streaming, aren't we? Let's see. Want to play game 2. I've only played bronze over the last few weeks. Right. I'm interested in exotic variants, but I tend to lose those rather quick. Exotic variants are so sharp. It's really difficult to play those. I'm in the winners finals of the exotic variants tourney. Got to play that against Los. That's coming up probably next week. I think we agreed on next week, so that's really exciting. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. Let's see. Wait a sec. Is the Terminator thingy going on? What's the Terminator thingy? Unsure. Sonoy's currently an averages bronze tourney. Right. Wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, but massive respect for those who are willing. I haven't set up a second season to the exotic variants yet, but maybe I will sometime in the summer. It will likely be on a single variant. Very cool. Something new. Oh, Graven's got some new stuff. I'm playing ridiculous stuff lately. I'm excited for that. Oh shit. I have a game with Cement next. Yeah. We're playing Graven next. We promised him. So it'll be unrated because I may have to go. Okay, our opponent's moved. What's our opponent done? Oh, is this really bad for our opponent? Am I crazy in thinking so? Yeah, we're just gonna do this and see what our opponent's got. Because our opponent's got to respond to this because he's in check. He's in check all day. Hilariously, all of these other kings actually dodge this bishop. So this king could exile to one of these boards, but that just gives me another board where there's another king there. It puts his king out in the open. Look at this. Well, you could do this. I could do this. Okay, we heard some moves happening. All right, here at this point, you probably just take here, right? We got this knight blocking. We've got ideas with this piece. Actually, a lot of our good ideas are kind of blocked. So it's not like we can do that much, but we can threaten mate on this board, for example, like this kind of move. Oh, and our opponent moves here. To exile another king. Now I see. Man, this is a crazy strategy. This is so ridiculous. We're gonna get up to like 1 minute delay. This is absolutely absurd. I mean, the thing about exiling the king here is that, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He's just in a lot of trouble if he does that. So, but here we get this check, which feels pretty good for us, because then we get the queen into the mix. We get something of a guaranteed soft mate, and our queen can go from this board to this board. That doesn't quite work, actually. Okay, so the exile has happened, which is fine because we have like soft mate here next turn, pretty much. So I don't give a fuck. Actually, we got soft mate here. We got soft mate for days, don't we? What are we doing here? Okay, so what prevents this? Because this rook can't capture here because that'll just make another timeline. And we check this guy. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, so it's our turn on all of these boards. So let's think about this. We've got this here. We've got probably something like, we want to check the king on this board or check any king on this board. Let's see, where can we check a king? Because he's going to want to... We can't just block it. Or we can take this rook ourselves. Queen for rook trade. In exchange for, let's see, this queen here, here, here gets blocked, which is frustrating, but that's fine. I guess we also don't want to flag. Oh, we also take this queen here, which checks none of these kings. Is this real life? It does check the queen upstairs. Okay, so we can't do this. Because this knight checks this guy up here. And then we have to play up here. Oh, wow, this is like awesome. This is like everything we've ever wanted out of a board. Here we can threaten mate like this. Then what happens? Yeah, why not? Why not? This queen is going to be like bad news bears. Because we can double check him. We can check him like this. There's so much that we can do. The world is our oyster. I don't really like oysters. Oh, wait, I didn't have to move up here. This is an inactive timeline. LOL. This is an inactive timeline. I didn't even realize that's an inactive timeline. But I was just really glad that we got this vantage point for this queen. Because if we can take out this, actually everything just dodges all of our attacks. This move here to make this extra timeline seems ill-advised. Seems very ill-advised. Because now also we can get this queen to... On this board, actually, it's blocked. Oh no, on this board it's blocked too. Wow, okay. This is just so ridiculous. Oh. That's okay. Because we can just capture here, and then he doesn't even have another check on that board. I feel like the exiled strategy isn't working very well. It is flagging us, but we've basically gotten there, right? Because this check on this king in the past is going to happen like now. I don't really know what our opponent does. I don't get it. I don't get it, chat. Oh, we also threaten... Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, which king left from there? Oh, the king on... He exiled a king on a board that's not even on an active timeline. Now he's got to do something on this board. This is the crucial board. Actually, all of these are crucial boards. You got to do something, man. I don't know what you're going to do with this board down here. Maybe we're learning. Maybe we understand now. Here we didn't even go for the guaranteed. Which board was which timeline was that? It was this timeline. We went for the guaranteed. We had like the guaranteed push the pawn, push the queen, and then time travel. Mate. The problem was that our opponent could always give us a check here, and with this many timelines, you know, he's not going to be shy about doing that. So, yeah. Oh man, what a fucking ridiculous game. Okay. Void's promising Sonoy a short game. T0. I hate 5D Knights, says Sonoy. I can only imagine how that game played out. Yeah, okay, we get checked here. It's not a big deal. We just move the king. Probably move the king here, actually, if anything. That way this... Oops. What's this? Okay. Inactive timelines don't contribute to delay, right? That'd be crazy. Yeah, that'd be way too crazy. Whoa, what's happening? Okay, sure. But where's the king go down here? Nowhere. Bold move. Okay, cool. We're just gonna check here, like that, and then we are going to do kind of literally anything anywhere else. I don't know. Maybe we do this. Prevent all of our opponent's knight moves. Actually, our opponent can't deliver a check from there. He could deliver it maybe on a different board. Let's just do one of these here. Let's do one of these here. Let's do one of these here, because I think that threatens mate on one board, and this as well. Actually, yeah, okay. I mean, we're just in check on that board, but that's not a big deal, right? We just move to like here, or something. Watch that somehow be mate. Here, yeah, we're gonna threaten mate like that, and here we are going to also, because we're close to this knight, which is kind of spooky, so we're just going to do this. Is that all the boards we have to move on? It is. Okay. We won the game. All right. We were correct to not respect exiled kings as a strategy. Here we go. Here's some tasty arrows. Wow. GG. Okay. Here we go. We won the game. Was it worth playing the game to win this game? I don't know. Questionable. I mean, we got some elo. We got some experience against exiled kings. Nice win. Thanks, Narik. Appreciate it. The exiled kings, you know, coming in strong. He definitely delivered on the promise. We were close to flagging. Okay, Graven's ready for our game. Not losing any time. Let's fucking go for it, man. Yeah, Graven says for the exiled kings, the key is to keep grabbing that 2 king board. Yeah, I think we did a decent job of that. All of our new timelines had like 2 kings on them. I think that's probably the way to play this. Play me on short time next time. You know what? I'm down. All right. Holy shit. Okay. Dreamer stole me from Semet. Intercepted. Semet had a bad day. Let's not put salt in the wound. Thanks, Dreamer. You're very kind. Oh, man. GG. This, we repping the win against Narik? I'm assuming this was rated, yes? Did we say that it was not rated? Let me read in chat. Exotic variants, plenty Semet, up for one more game. Yeah, this was rated, right? All right, we're gonna rep the win. All right, GG's. The exiled king's too fucking strong. Okay, all right, we're gonna play against Graven. This caffeine runs right through me. We didn't say, but you can have the rep. Oh shit! In that case, I'm gonna cancel. Cancel rep or cancel W at Narik before he reps the win. No! He confirmed the loss. Well, if I don't want to rep a rated game without consent, that doesn't feel good. You can have this one, mate. This is unnecessary. But all right. I mean, he repped the L before we could cancel the W. We're gonna take what we can get. We're down on our luck. I'll be playing a bad opening against you for rating points. That's exciting. All right, let's play this. I'll quick 2-minute bathroom break. I'm gonna be running back to stream immediately. Just too much caffeine. So be right back. All right, we're back. We're back to play against Graven, and he's got some ridiculous openings for us, so we're excited. Let's go. Finally playing Graven. Narik says, I don't care about rating at all, lol. All right, fair enough. No, rating's the only silver lining I have after today. So I appreciate that you're so accommodating. Okay, let's go. GLHF, Graven. I'm excited to see what you got cooked up for me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What? Okay. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Are we fussed? What if we do this and then he does this? Then I feel like we win. Then I feel like we win, right? Here, yeah. Right? Here, and then here, and then we pretty much won. Or no, we could play here actually, C5. Because then if this happens, we push here. Is that even good? What? I'm already so confused. This is so ridiculous. Okay. Probably if we play the regular structure, then we're happy, right? This threatens this, and then can he get his own? Travel off? Does he have time? He probably does. Oh, wow. This move is flagging by force. I mean, truly inspired. Like, I don't know what I expected. I did not expect this. This is really something else. This is a work of art. Yeah, we'll just play this so that we don't flag. What is this? What is this? Oh my god! Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Do my eyes deceive me? What the fuck is this? Dude, I cannot handle this right now. We don't even have to close up the diagonal because it's not like there's anything that we can really... Maybe we do this? Or maybe we Frappuccino the bishop here. So we don't have to close the diagonal because how is... Well, maybe this happens and then this happens, right? Maybe this is like the structure that he wants to create. But I also don't want to block my queen in. This is the most ridiculous fucking structure. Yet also kind of intimidating. I'm the only person on earth that could be intimidated by this fucking opening, dude. I swear. We're gonna do this. And pushes here. And then we've got some moves. Right? Here, pushes, takes. Here, maybe here. But then pushes here is probably what he wants anyway, right? So maybe do we just prevent that from happening? Oh, maybe here. Or maybe just this to attack this. Because then if moves this, then we take this, right? But then if this and then this, then what? Is this? What is happening? We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to block in our own light square bishop. It's going to happen. What the fuck is this? Because now if pushes here to sort of finish the structure, then we get the free pawn. Okay, so this has happened. That's kind of what we expected. Now we can do this so that he can't push here. And then if takes, we get takes back, right? Or and if pushes here, I don't even know. I don't understand what is happening this game. Actually, we're kind of into this. Kind of like this because I don't have to, in many ways, I don't have to worry about this diagonal anymore. You know? I don't have to worry about this diagonal. Okay. What do we do about that? That is his bad bishop. I just really want to get rid of it. Can we maybe like threaten something cheeky? Three captures the rook. I think we'll just do this. Yeah. And if he wants to waste the time capturing when we reposition our rook to defend f7, I think that's good for us. Ooh. Spooky. It's fine, right? Because he unblocks f2. That's bad for him. If he does that, now we have well, not really. But now if we capture, he's got to recapture with the rook, because if he recaptures with the knight, then if he pushes this pawn, we've got we can attack this pawn in a way that's good for us. This is beyond ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, so knight jumps in here. It does open up f2. No. That doesn't happen. Okay, so this does happen. Now this happens. Now we defend f7. Happy with that. Now where's this knight going? So let's go here. Let's do one of these. Okay. Yeah. No, of course. That's the natural response to that move. I don't know what I expected. Probably kick the knight here, yeah? We want to kick the shit out of this knight. Graven. We're playing Graven right now. Void asks who we're playing. It's Graven. Game's over. As expected, I lost, but 22 minutes is not a short game. Wow. Well, GG's Sonoy. Short timer is a whole, that's rough, dude. Thanks for letting me know. Hell yeah. Okay, we like this. Right? Because it gives us a fantastic time travel in like 1 or 2 turns. Not to mention, it gives us an attack onto this square eventually. Yeah, if this here, then we just take and we're pretty happy with that. I don't know where this knight goes, to be honest. Probably right back to where it came from. Well, takes, and then we threaten. Okay, it's not mate because there's a knight here, but I don't know. I think I like black's position here. This is so ridiculous. This is a new meta. Graven is really gracing us with his ridiculous theory craft. Here we probably take with the queen. That's a good way to disrupt like the flow of our attack. Maybe even take with the king here. Is that crazy? That's probably crazy. That's probably insane. Well, I don't know. I'm not so sure. Okay, we don't want to lose tempo on this attack, right? Because we want to go like here next turn and then boom, like attack. And there's no attack that's going to come through here. So actually we're going to do this. It seems crazy. It is crazy, but we're going to do it regardless. Oh, wow. Fascinating. He just blitzed that out too. He was ready for it. He's like, dude, I know what you're going to do. So here, and then we take here, and then we check, and then we mate, right? Probably here's what we want to do. This threatens mate here, and it also threatens a time travel here. Okay. I think the time travel works pretty well. Oh, this knight will check this king. Wow. Wow. That knight's gonna check that king. If we go to this board, this knight will check this king eventually. But will we win before that happens? I don't even know. No, it'll be check immediately. That's so absurd. It's so absurd that this knight is gonna check this king. If we time travel 2 turns into the past, yeah, it'll be the same turn. Whoa. Okay. Graven's he's pressing abort. No, he's not. He's just wasting. He's just wasting some of our scroll energy. Yeah, because there's also takes. Actually, where's our best travel from here? We can't go exactly 2 turns into the past. Ridiculously. Holy shit. Well, that actually blunders mate, so that's not good for our opponent. Ah, but now we go here. And then we go to this board, which is fine. Here we go here and then travel to this board, right? Actually, I think that's what we do here. Anyway, because we can't go to this board. We would rather go to this board, because then takes, and then check, and then something's got to be done. King's got to move, and then mate, right? I think. Oh, but then the queen recaptures. Now we can do this. Okay. Okay. Graven's unsure exactly how to defend. I just got a notification that Samet started streaming. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. I don't know. Twitch has its ways. I know what's going on. We had a lot of ideas. Undefending F2 is whoa. What? Say what? Now there's like a lot of stuff that we can do. Isn't there? Am I crazy? Wait, what's even the idea? Well, I guess that it blocks this. This probably isn't good enough. But I mean, we can stall for time, right? We don't really care here. Like, we can do this, threatening 2D mate, and then our opponent has to do something. And then we can check, and then this is mate. Maybe this is the play. And like worst case scenario, we capture here. But then defends from here. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is fine. Because now this queen no longer defends down here. Oh, jeez. Okay, so now maybe it does. Question mark. Now we have to think. Time travel here is mate question mark. Yeah, because this queen actually now defends like here. That's tricky. Oh no, because we have check here and then mate here. Right. Yeah, so I think we just take here, right? And then check here and then mate here. We don't even have to get this involved, because that if our final mate is here, that's bad for us. Because this queen can take that square. So we actually don't do that. Yeah, I think check here, and then what? Like, even if queen blocks, then here's mate. Right? Hope I'm right about that. Otherwise, this would be embarrassing. Yeah, this is only move because it checks the kings up here. Then check here happens. Right? Oh no, it takes the queen recaptures. Guys, we blundered. We blundered pretty hard here. Although we do have like a fork here, but then retakes. I think we probably still lose. Yeah, okay. I forgot that the queen takes the immediate. Okay. Embarrassing. Yes, embarrassing. We're a little embarrassed about that. That's fine. Okay. What do we do here? We have a check that we can deliver like this. Oh no. It's Blunder City today. Par for the course, to be honest. This here. Check. Maybe he wins one of the queens. I also don't have a time travel, of course. I can't believe that we did that. Oh my god. Oh, that's so embarrassing. What do we do now? Now that we find ourselves in this situation where we have blundered quite badly. Probably this. Right? Yeah, why not? What's our win condition? And then we recapture with the knight from up here, so maybe we get both queens back. Maybe we get both queens back and this king is out in the open, right? Or maybe, more likely, he just probably moves it away. This bishop wasn't here. Well, if the board state were different, there's a lot that we could do. Spark Dragon 42 is here. Hey, Samet the Turk. Hey, Spark Dragon, how's it going? What are you up to? How are you this Saturday? Hope you're well. We've had a day of ups and downs. Nothing much in you. Yeah, we had some important games today where we did really, really well for ourselves. And we put ourselves in a winning position and then went ahead and blundered at the last moment and really sort of threw it away. But it happens. You live and learn. So now we're just playing some games to sort of cool off after all of that. Oh, our opponent. Of course, they can just move there. No need to sacrifice any queens or anything. Yeah. I'm not going to say all hope is lost, but it doesn't look very good for us. It's important not to blunder two of your queens in the same move. That's something that I will say about this game. It's an important lesson to learn. Is there a way that we can leverage this situation? Is there anything we can do here? And this is check. In the past. There isn't really anything too impressive that I can do from down here. This queen does threaten this knight here, so I probably want to be careful about that. Maybe we do one of these just to defend this knight here. Maybe also activate our rook, question mark. Maybe this looks good too, just to kick this queen. If captures, I mean, it's defended by the knight. So, yeah. Okay, this happens. This threatens things. I don't exactly know what, actually. Oh, well, maybe a time travel onto here. Oh, I didn't even consider that. Opponent activates his knight. Well, it was already activated, but... Oh, man. Today is... It's not our finest work. I do want to prevent getting, like, immediately dumpstered. Probably one of these is important. Just to not lose. Yeah. Sort of hold down the fort. This bishop is so boxed in. This is the saddest bishop of all time. I don't see how we can get the bishop active though. This is just how the structure has to play out. How do we ever get at this king? I don't know. Okay, yeah, the time travel onto this square probably happens now, which is pretty lethal. I think we basically lose on the spot if that happens. Although, where does this go? To here? Yeah, I think that we lose on the spot if this happens, right? There's 2 turns in the past. We don't have any other pieces defending it. I think that's GG. If we could maybe Jurassic Rook ourselves, that would be good. Maybe that's the play. Oh no, because we had a knight on f6 here. So this doesn't even let us Jurassic Rook. Yeah, really, we probably should have... Ooh, okay, so now this is the threat that's being made. Yeah, this is just regular old 2D check. Maybe we take this queen here, which we're not allowed to do. So we are getting forked here in a way that probably we need to take this here, right? Probably got to do that. And here, we probably got to do this. And it feels bad. I think we lose immediately. But it's not like we've got a wealth of choices here for viable moves. This doesn't win. This does win for our opponent. 3 queens. Oh my god, look at this. Okay, this is like winning on the spot for our opponent. But there's no way that we can block it. And there's no check that we can deliver. So we're just gonna ship it. I think that this game is, we're long past the point where we can be picky about the moves that we play this game. We lose. Here we go. Unless it's not a forced move, says Spark Dragon. If you can just not move, it's like the opponent just loses a queen. If it goes to their turn. All right, so here this happened. GG to Graven. We made a terrible oversight here. I think going out of the opening where h4 happened, I think we ended up in a decent position, and then we blundered both of our queens for literally no reason. GG Graven. Oh man, again, not my finest work. There's a pattern emerging in today's gameplay. Let's rep the loss to Graven. Rep L at Graven. There we go. Yeah, ill-advised. Note to future self: don't blunder both of your queens for no compensation. Today's not our day. We gotta stay hydrated. I drink some more water. We gotta power through. It might not be as long a stream as usual today, I will say. Please don't blame me if I end the stream early. And there were a lot of people who wanted to play too. No, we'll give everybody who wanted a game before we think about logging off. Tetris 4, right? This is a triple win. Winning in the present, the past, in an alternate universe, and in the future of an alternate universe. Yeah, there are 4 arrows. Tetris 4. There are 4 arrows, so. The queen is checking on the board in question. Yeah. Quadruple. I mean, I guess the point is that it's not a win on this board. Because the king could move. And it's only, we're only like not able to prevent the check on these boards. If you want to think about it that way. But yeah. In any case, GG. We lost the game. Where our opponent opened knight f3, a4, because we threw away two of our queens at the same time. Okay. GG. Let's play whoever's next in line. Again, not my proudest work today. How much elo have we lost? Oh, it hurts. Well, we keep trucking on. It's all good. I think the value of the opening has no idea how to play against it, but it is for sure dubious. Yeah. It's the forcing your opponent out of their preparation, right? Yeah. I think even without any preparation, probably our position in the mid game was good. I think where we went crucially wrong was where, instead of just waiting for like a more guaranteed win, we threw away both our queens for nothing. I wonder if you can win against Stockfish in 5D chess. Stockfish isn't set up to play 5D chess, but if it were, probably. I mean, it depends on what you mean. Like, a hypothetical engine, it depends on what you mean. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to say. But I mean, if you played 5D chess and gave against the current implementation of Stockfish, where it knows nothing about like how 5D works, I mean, yeah, you'd obviously crush it. If it's like a computer that's like as strong as Stockfish in terms of processing power and the rules of 5D are into it, I don't even know how you'd make that comparison. I don't know. It's an interesting question. The 5D engine isn't very good at 2D either, though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You ask Stockfish to do the best move if it's only classic chess. In that situation, I think that you would easily destroy Stockfish. Easily. We could test that out maybe if we had some time a little bit later. Yeah, because there are just trivial moves that are super bad in classical that are like, if you don't do anything, then it's guaranteed mate. Like, you know, Stockfish is basically never going to open knight f3. It's always going to play like push e4. It's never going to recover the diagonals, like if it opens with the English or whatever. You know, there's just no, Stockfish has no chance. I'd give Stockfish like, you know, I give myself like 100-1 odds against Stockfish playing 5D chess for sure, any day of the week. So you have to play with time travel or Stockfish wins. No, I disagree. You don't have to play with time travel. I mean, you have to play with 5D elements in the sense that you get like triagonal or diagonal mates. But, you know, if you're not, then you're not really playing 5D chess against Stockfish anyway, right? Then you're just asking me if I can beat Stockfish in classical, which I definitely can't. But, yeah, I think Stockfish probably has no chance. Like zero chance. I say that. Watch me somehow find a way to lose against Stockfish. Sonoy says I'd be up for a game. You can win some elo back, but not much. I'd be down to play a game with Sonoy. If you don't make time travel moves, 5D chess is just 2D chess. Oh, but Spark Dragon, it's not. And let's explain why. Okay. So, hold on. Let's just play a quick little standard local match. Nothing crazy. Okay. So, here's why. Let's give ourselves black. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it to prove a point. It'll be a good, like, you know, thumbnail, like clickbait thing where it's like, open up an analysis board here. Oh God, how are we going to do this? I have to set up like a capture. Okay, there we go. Open up Stockfish here. Put this right here. It's going to be good clickbait. Like, you know, beating Stockfish in 5D or whatever. Okay, let's add a new source, which is like a browser source. Let's call this Stockfish. I'm doing this on the fly and I'm not great with OBS. URL, it's going to be... let's do this. Like that, right? Done? Have we done this? Yes, we have. Fantastic. Oh, wait, this isn't, oh, this isn't what we wanted, actually. Okay. Facepalm. Sorry about that. let's do window capture instead. That's gonna make it easier to do what I want to do. Add new source. Okay, now we call this stockfish. Add source. Which window do we want? We want analysis board. Boom. Capture method automatic. Done. Okay, great. So we got stockfish up on the board. And even if I click off, we've still got it there. Okay, great. And we can shrink it a little bit like that. And shrink it a little bit like that. And then shrink it like that. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so now what are we doing? Okay, we're gonna give stockfish white this game. Just because why not? We're gonna flip the board. Okay. And we're gonna do single line. And we're gonna do max CPUs, max memory, etc. I said single line, not multiple lines, single line. Please. Can we do single line, please? Okay, so single line. Actually, is it saying knight f3? Because that's insanity. What? Okay. Let's refresh to hopefully get a single line for white. Okay, great. Flip board. Here we go. E4. Opening move, right? I can't believe this. Beating stockfish with 5D brain. You're gonna play stockfish just to make the point that we don't have to time travel and it's still 5D chess, right? Okay, this is stockfish's move. We're not gonna listen to stockfish for our own move. It's just not something that we're gonna do. We're gonna do probably this is like the winning move, right? Let's just do. It's not really that important what we play and what we don't here. Okay, so we're gonna play just like this. We're gonna get rid of this. Okay, this is the Pirk defense. Stockfish is very well prepared against the Pirk defense. Stockfish very swiftly blitzes out d4. Stockfish is real Chad. I mean, I'll tell you that for free. We're just gonna play a very humble queen h4. Oh, I input the wrong move. I input the wrong move. Okay, this is embarrassing. Oh, thank God it still wants to play d4. Okay. Whew. All right. We messed up a little bit, but it's okay. It's okay. We're not really with it today. Wow. Amazingly, stockfish actually defends the pawn, which makes sense from like a classical perspective. So here we go. This pawn, consider it defended. Okay, fantastic. Stockfish has chosen to defend this pawn, a decision which I commend wholeheartedly. We're gonna lock this in for stockfish. What do we do next? I don't know. Does it really matter? What's hilarious is that as soon as it opened d4, it actually closed the diagonal as well. So we don't even have the triagonal mate like that. And we said that we probably didn't want to like do like the time travel win in like a few turns, which is fine. What we'll do here is kick the knight, I guess. And it's probably going to defend this again. But then we'll probably get a triagonal. I don't know. I'm not really thinking because you don't have to think because stockfish is really dumb. Okay, we're gonna pin the knight like this. That's all that's gonna happen. We're gonna pin the knight. And then what stockfish wants to do, apparently, is play bishop d3. Are you sure, stockfish? Yeah, depth 30. I mean, we're just gonna give it to stockfish. Stockfish is pretty sure that it's up a pawn and a half out of this position. Well done, well done. What happens when stockfish makes an illegal move in 5D? We win. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, cool. Now, probably take the knight, right? I don't know. What's like the biggest brain play here for us? He's doubly defended this pawn, so even if we take the knight, you know, then this isn't gonna happen. I mean, we have the win in a turn, right? Like, but if we don't want to time travel, you know, the point that we were trying to make is that if there's no time travel, it's still 5D, right? Just choose the first legal move listed. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Take the next best move. probably this opening wasn't optimal actually to get Stockfish to do to like do the thing that we wanted him to do. Because you know, like if we put, you know what I should have done? I should have done like the Super Chad thing. The Super Chad thing, which would be to just like throw a piece into the wind here. Let's do this. Okay, so we made this bishop move, and then we put the knight out. Now he's 2 pawns up. Wow, Stockfish getting sassy. Okay, it's still depth 26. So, you know, we don't really have to wait for Stockfish to make like a super brilliant move here. This is what Stockfish wants to do. Okay, now I'd like to point out Stockfish is now lost. Right? There's like no way realistically that he can defend this. It's not, but this is a time travel move, and we want to prove that 5D chess is still 5D even if we don't make time travel moves. So we're just gonna deal with it and sort of come up with a way to move. You know, that sort of like proves our point. The question is, do we check here? If we can find a way to like trade away this bishop, what I should have done at the beginning of the game is give it a free piece, because it doesn't understand that opening up the triagonal is like lost for it, right? But you know, whatever. Now it's probably gonna castle, in which case it's lost. Like castling is really bad in 5D, right? Playing his checks, probably not necessary. What's the easiest way to win this game without time traveling is a question that we have to ask ourselves. Maybe we just pull... Maybe just pull the queen back and wait for him to like push a pawn here that gives us like a triagonal or something like that. I'm back. Why the hell is he using Lee Chess to analyze 5D game? This is a challenge that we were given by Spark Dragon 42, one of our viewers here, who is claiming that you know, you can't like try to beat Stockfish without time traveling, because you need to time travel to beat Stockfish. But we were talking about how actually, if you don't time travel, it's still 5D. That's the point that we were trying to make. He boasts to beat Stockfish. Yeah, we don't want to time travel. We already beat Stockfish. But we don't want to time travel. What's the easiest way to do this? I wasn't thinking about this top down. I was thinking about this bottom up. If we do this, he's probably going to defend this pawn, right? Doesn't really get us like the win that we're sort of hungry for here. Maybe we do this. I don't know. What do you guys think? Checking here. We probably want to keep the bishop. If we could like open up this diagonal by like sacking here or something, right? Or like, I don't know, maybe takes here is the play. Takes doesn't really open anything up for us. My point is that if you don't time travel, you don't check in the past, and there's no alternative universe, so it's just the current board that matters. No. You can, a lot of the point that I'm making very poorly here, admittedly, is that you do check in the past, even if no time travels have occurred. I'm not making that point very well, admittedly. Maybe we do this. Maybe we do this, and then what happens? What does Stockfish do if we do this? Okay, so this knight move is played, and then we play this queen move. We'll let it go to maybe depth 30. See if it stabilizes. It now thinks that it's up 3.5 pawns. Stockfish is really proud of itself. Yeah. We're gonna, okay, the evaluation is only going up. It's really positive that what it wants to do is to castle. And who are we to question Stockfish, right? Okay. Now, this is perfect for us because we win. This is exactly what I wanted to demonstrate. So here, you sack the queen straight up onto g2, right? Stupid Stockfish wants us to take the knight here, but no, we're actually just going to take here, and this gives Stockfish, oh my god, would you look at this? Stockfish thinks it's 12 pawns up. Wow. Okay, so we're just going to lock this in for us, right? Boom. Okay, now has to take is the only legal move because it checks in the past. So actually Stockfish has no choice but to do this, but it would have done this anyway. Good move. Well done, Stockfish. It is only move in 2D as well because, you know, there's no like time travel element or whatever. And now we win. So if we move the knight here, okay, Stockfish thinks, oh, what's the big deal? White is still winning, but in 5D chess, we win. Because this knight is threatening to capture this king in the past. So you do check in the past, even though you haven't actively created a timeline. So we can beat Stockfish at 5D chess quite easily, might I add. Stockfish is really dumb. Graven said you do check in the past. You check in the past on the main timeline. If he castles, you win. Yeah. So Graven sees the win. Yeah. I wonder if you can sack the queen, Graven said earlier, and open up the E file, drop the bishop back, and push the E pawn at the right moment. Yeah. That's another thing that we could do. Yeah, just sort of shove everything onto the E file, and then it doesn't really matter. And then you do one of these like long, because I mean, yeah, it'll open up the file like no matter what. Actually, what we could have done is like probably the easiest way to win here would just be the Scandinavian. And then I think that Stockfish probably takes every time. And then you take back with the queen, you know, and then it like plays the knight move, right? We all know the knight move. And then you just move your queen wherever, and it doesn't close up the file, and then you just have mate like the next turn. Yeah. That's why I said without time travel, 5D chess is just classic chess. Yes, but we didn't time travel. And we see that here we got checkmate in a way that isn't checkmate on classic chess, right? In my head, to be able to check in the past, you need to allow the pieces to move in time to capture the king. But then your question isn't, can you beat Stockfish in 5D chess? Then your question is, can you beat Stockfish in 2D chess, which I can't do. And here, no additional branches have been made, as we see, but the game is over. We have 5D checkmate. So I think the point's been made. I think that we've made the point that we wanted to make at the beginning of the day. That's why I said you needed to time travel. Yeah, but it goes back to the point that, well, yeah, I didn't time travel, as you can see. But I think the argument here is now semantic, right? The initial question was, and we don't have to get too caught up in this. Let's move on. This was fun. You know, we demonstrated how Stockfish is terrible at 5D chess. But the initial question was, here we go. I wonder if you can win against Stockfish in 5D chess, right? This is 5D chess in a way that Stockfish is actually programmed to be able to play. So you ask Stockfish to do the best move if it's only a classic chess, but obviously we're still playing 5D chess, right? And then we said if you don't make time travel, 5D chess is just 2D chess, but we didn't time travel. If what you're saying is that if you remove all of the 5D chess elements from 5D chess, then it becomes 2D chess, that I agree with. and I would submit that I can't beat Stockfish under those circumstances. Definitely not on, you know, a bad day like today where we're just not finding any good moves. So there we go. Said like that, I sound stupid. No, that wasn't my intention, and I apologize if it did sound that way. I was trying not to be dismissive. I was trying to just close up all of the loose ends in this discussion here. So unless you were saying what unless you're responding to what Graven said, but which is the case, but you don't need to say it out loud. I think we're on the same page, and this was fun, and I'm glad that you brought it up because, you know, I've never tried to do this before, and it's just a fun little illustration. We can put this on YouTube later. So this was a fun diversion. There we go. So I think it's good. I think that we can agree the moral of the story is it's pretty easy to beat Stockfish in 5D chess, if you know what you're doing. Even though, you know, it's beastly at 2D chess, obviously. Which is good. Okay, cool. Okay, very good. Dreamer says, if Yamini has to perform a time travel in order to capture the king to win, then the only way to win this is to do a 2D checkmate, which is impossible. It's true, it is impossible, because Stockfish is too good. So we can't really get there. Unless what you're saying is that we have to do a 2D checkmate, but disallow Stockfish from making moves that would be illegal in 5D chess, which is interesting. Maybe we could do that. I don't think I'll attempt that now, but that is a different challenge. Like, you have to be able to play in the 5D client, but you have to get 2D mate. Because, you know, a lot of the stuff, you can set up moves that restrict Stockfish's movement options, and then sort of force yourself to get 2D mate because, you know, it plays lines assuming that it's allowed to make moves that aren't actually allowed in 5D because it runs into checkmate, right? But I don't think I have the energy or brain power necessary to be able to do that. And for that, I'm grateful. There's currently no way to use a computer to improve your play. That's true. That's what's awesome about 5D chess. Like, you can have all the access that you want to Stockfish, but it's not gonna. Maybe it can help you. Like, maybe Stockfish assisted, you might play a little bit better, possibly, arguably. That's an interesting situation. I mean, there are a lot of 2D tactics that I'm sure that I missed just because I'm not great at 2D chess. So maybe it's Stockfish assisted 5D. That's actually an interesting idea. I wonder if you can easily change Stockfish code to make it play 5D chess. You can't. It's really difficult to make an AI for 5D chess, and the reason is, to put it in sort of simple terms, the space of the game increases like exponentially. So like on Stockfish, there's only ever a maximum of like 64 squares that you have to worry about, and all of the like the branching paths of like whatever depth first search that it goes down, or like the min-max algorithm that it's coded in or whatever, it can't it's just not programmed in a way that allows for like the possibility space or the parameter space of the game to be constantly increasing, if that makes sense. Or you can think about it brute force, in terms of like brute force numbers. As soon as you have two timelines, you go from having like roughly 20 options for a move to having like double that, to having like 20, or, you know, the square of that or whatever. Because if you have two boards that have 20 options each, suddenly each board is no longer just 20 options for moves. Like together for the game, you know, it's like 400 options for a move. So depth 20 is already like difficult enough for the computer to go down. But if you had to go depth 400, you know, like just for like a single move, let alone like actually getting to the place where you're considering, you know, like good moves and evaluating what to do. Like, it's just crazy. Like there's just no way. There's just no way. Exponentially is not the right word. Actually, exponentially is the right word. Lol, what is this weird chess variant, says Andre. No, exponentially is the right word because each additional board gives you an additional factor of the number of moves that are played. So you have, if you have like 20 squared, if you have two boards, let's say that each board has 20 options. If you have three boards, it's 20 cubed. So it's the exponent that goes up. So it actually is exponential in this case. It's actually super exponential. Exponential is like the lowest bound, but we won't get into it because it's not just the moves that you have on each board that you have to multiply together, do the combinatorics of like the combinations of moves. There are also inter-board moves, which is super exponential because now you're increasing the number of like the number of the base in addition to like the exponent. So it's closer to like n to the n growth instead of like, e to the n, which is kind of crazy. Exponentially is the growth is proportional to the quantity. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure that I've got a handle on it. Yeah. Because it is. The growth is proportional to the quantity is true here. Because the quantity of moves is... let's say that there are no cross-timeline moves. Just to get us all on the same page, right? It's even more than n to the n, isn't it? It is, but let's just sit here for a second. The number of boards, even without cross-board situations, the number of growth per board that exists is like equal to the factor of how many more moves are possible when you add a timeline is equal to the number of moves that are possible in an individual timeline. So the factor of growth when you increase the timeline number is actually proportional to itself. X moves per board and n boards makes x times n. I'm guessing that means exponential. I'm guessing that you mean x to the power of n, but that is what exponential is. So it works. Yeah. X dot n, but x to the power of n, that's exactly what an exponential is. Right? Because you're increasing with like the number of boards, right? Not to mention what we're talking about is also depth, like size of number of moves per like depth into the game. It will be at least n factorial because branching order matters. Branching order does matter. Anyway, I think we're gonna play a little bit more 5D chess now. We can close Stockfish. Let's close up Stockfish because the point's been made. The growth of the parameter space it's definitely exponential. If you're talking about sensible moves, it will be a bit less. Well, Stockfish has to calculate what a sensible move is. So that's not how it works when you're talking about like, brute force, like min-max algorithms. Like, yeah, it can trim off, but it can only trim off like a proportional. It can't trim off a whole like big O notation class, like complexity class off of the initial problem. That's just not what it works. I thought you said something like a to the x, with x is the number of moves. Stockfish thought it was winning by 12 when I made it a title for the stream. Yeah. Graven knows the clickbait. That's a good call. Thought you said something like a to the x with x is the number of moves. That's exponential in the number of moves. You see? So it still works. Like, the exponential that we think of is e to the x, where e is a constant, the base is constant, and what's increasing is the number of the thing up top, right? The exponent, the power. If we have like a to the x and x is like the number of moves, then with like move number or like depth of search for the algorithm, for the min-max algorithm, that is an exponential increase, in like the possibility space. But more importantly than that, because that's also true in like regular chess, right? Like the further depth you go, like the branches in the possibility space opens up like exponentially, right? It's even more in like it's exponential, not just with moves, because that's also the case in classical, but also with the number of timelines. And what's important to remember is that when you're evaluating a position in this game, like at any point in time, there are like a large number of moves that are possible for the board to consider involves branches, right? And so it's also got to deal with all of these branches, which all have like potential moves that come off of them. And so the complexity space opens like it's super factorially, it's n to the n, because it's impossible for the game to consider all of the for like an engine to consider all of the moves, like a competent engine, without considering time travels as well. And anytime you consider time travel, that adds another board onto which there are like an extra factor of the number of pieces of moves possible, at least. So it blows up, like insanely blows up. It's actually super exponential. It's like n to the n. Wait, is it a Cubrel stream again? No, not quite. Not a Cubrel stream. Okay. We had a good time beating Stockfish. It wasn't the cleanest game, but what else is new? We haven't had a single clean game all day. Maybe the first game we played, even then. Which is why we have to be careful when we evaluate positions, and most game states are not solved and are suspected to be solved. Yeah, we really have to be careful. A lot of people like to throw around the word refuted around here in the 5D community, which is really dangerous and irresponsible. I mean, not that, it's not actually like what damage does it threaten? Nothing really, but my point is that like intellectually, scientifically, it's inaccurate to make such claims. Okay, lecture over. We can play some more 5D chess. We can gift some more ELO to our beloved viewers. Who else wanted to play? LSP says you must be a developer, lol. Yeah. Are you talking to me or to Spark Dragon or somebody else? Did you want to try a few 1E3 games now? I did. I wanted to give everybody who wanted to play a game an opportunity. Neath P wanted to. Hashtag define refuted. I don't like it. Sonoy wanted to. Okay, who's first? I want to get in games with everybody. Do we know who asked first? Anybody? I'm trying to think with exponential, and in case it's exponential, and in which case I'm trying to think with exponential, and in which case it's exponential and all, but it's midnight, so I can't think for more than 30 seconds. Yeah, that's. No, it's I mean, 5D chess is a hassle to deal with on a good day, when you're in peak form, but forget about it. No, we're all struggling here. No worries, no judgment. I believe it might have been after Graven, but I don't mind. Okay, let's play a game with Neath P. Is Neath P Russian? No, I forget where. I forget time zones. Let's play with Neath P. And then let's play with Sonoy. We'll do one game each so that nobody's waiting for too long. This is for Neath P. I already repped the loss, right? Just want to make sure. I repped the loss to Graven? I did. Okay, good. All is well. We're good. Okay, cool. Sonoy, you're from Europe too? A shocking amount of our audience is from Europe. I think a majority. Graven might be the only person in chat who's from NA. I think Graven's NA, right? I might not even be right about that. I don't know. Sonoy's Germany. Blitzburg. Nice. Does that mean Pittsburgh? Or is it East Coast gang? Okay, Pseudo's here as well. No, it's a dreamer's disease. Yes, I actually was born and raised in Morgantown, West Virginia. Explosive Seaweed is now following. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the support, man. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have a good time. Yeah, I was born and raised in Morgantown, West Virginia, which is like an hour, if you're speeding, probably closer to like an hour and a half south of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was like the closest kind of big city near us, at least by West Virginia standards. So I grew up close to Pittsburgh. I spent time in Morgantown regularly. What a small world. Look at that. Oh, good shit, man. Oh, man. Actually, I wanted to try a few 1E3 games with you. Oh, okay. So do you want to play as white, I'm guessing? Is that what's going on, Neath P? In which case, here's your new code. This is for Neath P. We'll put it in the chat here as well. In the ELO bot. Actually, you are white. Oh, you want me to play 1E3? I'm with you. Okay. We can do that. I don't have very much 1E3 practice, but I'm curious to see the refutations. Refutations. Very large air quotes there. Who called me? We've summoned Dreamer. Andre trying to think with exponentials. Oh no, it's the Dreamer's disease. Very good. Even if I have a really good understanding of English, it's not my native language, so I have to think about which word to use. Yeah, you're in the same boat with a lot of our chat here. Andre and Dreamer, we must have a discussion like once per stream, where we have fun with how English is weird. And someone hasn't heard like a word or a phrase for the first time. Very pedagogical and very instructive stream here. Yeah, there's a fun line if you play 1e3 followed by knight f3. All right. Let's play 1e3 followed by knight f3. Let's do this. All right. So the line is 1e3 knight f3. GLHF. Let's do this. I'm assuming this is rated, right? I mean, I'm even accepting the opening position here. Yeah, this is rated, right? Graven says, I wish I'd drawn black and you could have gone crazy when I played e6, f5. I know, I was hoping that e6, f5 was what I'd play against. Wait, you want to walk into a trap? If you want it to be sure. Hell yeah, I want to put Elo on the line here. I want to walk into a trap. I want to see what's going on. Might be the secret line. It is the secret line. It is the secret line. Actually, it's not my secret line, but it's a similar line. It's almost the secret line. Okay, this is good. Let's make sure. Hold on. Let's make sure that we're in a situation that we can take advantage of here, right? I think here might be best. Let's think about this. I think here is best, right? Hold on. Actually, well, yeah, actually, okay. So if the idea here, okay, what is it? Turn 3. Okay, so the idea is clearly because we didn't cover up the bishop sack to turn 0, right? This is what this is trying to take advantage of. This means that on turn 3, f5 has to be pushed, or on turn 4, f6 has to be pushed, right? So the thing is, if we threaten a travel of our own, this travel with the bishop to f2 on turn 0 happens on turn 6. Our travel from here, which can be prevented, it can be delayed here, right? But our travel from here is turn 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? 5, we travel from turn 5, which is a turn before the bishop travel happens. But I guess our opponent, maybe we do this, threatening the knight. Then we do this, blocking. Actually, I think this is good, because if he opens up this here, then we have this, right? Which puts him in danger and also prevents our opponent from... I think we probably do this, to be honest. I think we do this. I don't think we give a fuck. Yeah, this happens immediately. Now we just do this. Right? And then what does our opponent do? What, you take? Okay, that's cool. Then, now our opponent can't travel. It just doesn't work. But now he can take this the next turn. I guess that's the idea, right? But this whole situation is now totally covered. I guess the danger for our opponent here is that, because if we take this queen here, then this travel just happens, right? So this knight has to stay here for like a turn. Now, there's like a travels here, takes here situation that I guess we have to be careful about. Like goes here and then travels here. But we have, I think we can threaten a travel of our own, right? It seems ridiculous. Because if takes here, maybe I actually have to do this. This seems boring. This seems like not what we want to do. I gotta do the math here. Take the queen. This turn doesn't work because then they get the turn 0 sack on us, which is not what we want. But now this situation comes about, which we want to prevent, because here, like, this was just moved and then we did this, right? And we want to prevent the queen from going here and then traveling to here where our opponent has mate. Obviously, not very desirable outcome. But we do have a travel to this board ourselves. We do need to defend against this travel. It's just so lame. It's so lame that we're actually about to play this move. Oh, maybe there's a better move to play? Do we have a... We don't actually have a travel to this board, which is lame. Actually, we have a travel to... Oh, no, we don't. Well, do we? Here on this board... Oh, no, because this is here for like 2 turns in a row. Ah, butts. Okay. So it have to be like here on this board, here on this board. Wait. Here on this board, here on this board, here on this board. Actually, if we do this, then in 2 turns, well, I mean, then we basically lose on the spot. But if we could do that. Hold on, if we go here, then we go to here on this board, yeah, and it's blocked off perfectly. Okay, so we don't have that like immediate travel idea of our own. This happens. No, this happens. Right? Yeah, sure. Whatever. We're not going to overthink this, guys. Interesting line. Looks like it must be losing for black. I don't understand why capturing the queen is a bad idea. Spark Dragon, no worries. It looks really obvious here, so nobody's going to blame me for this. The reason that capturing the queen here is a bad idea is because that would free up the square that's in front of the bishop. And the bishop will travel all the way back to turn 1 onto this square here, onto f2, checking our king and getting a time travel onto the first board of the game, onto this square here. There's a strategy where there's a very strong strategy where the opponent can sort of take advantage of this and put us in a losing position. Yeah. So capturing the queen there, we don't want to do that turn actually. It's not exactly what we want to do. It's danger mouse. Queen takes knight was check, but that's not the best move. Oh, sorry. It was that turn. If we had taken it that turn, then the king would just recapture. The king would just recapture, and then the next turn the bishop would be able to travel because we couldn't recheck the king. That's what I meant. Where do we put this bishop? How do we take advantage of this? Because it looks like it's losing for black, right? Maybe we do one of these. What do we do? Right. Oh, I think queen takes knight was best. Oh, for us. Yes. I understand what you're saying. Oh, queen takes knight makes a lot of sense. Oh, Graven, you're totally right. Queen takes knight was probably better here because then, yeah, he's going to have to open up. I think you're probably right. We could do queen takes knight now. Might be winning, right? Because the opponent, we threaten like immediate mate. I mean, the opponent could close it up, but then we've gotten our knight back. And we've got travels. I don't know. I think I'll need to see it because for me, it's just a queen and a bishop for a knight and a pawn in 2 different boards. We'll show you after the game, Spark Dragon. No worries. These are like the really obscure sort of 5D tactics that are really unintuitive from, you know, for someone who like hasn't spent a lot of time with the game. It's pretty ridiculous. Can he like close back up immediately? I guess maybe that's the issue. Because if takes, but then he can't really. Maybe we just recapture here. Seems. Maybe it just seems insane. What else does he do? I don't really know. Let's just do this. 5D is easy if you play people worse than you. Dom's here. How's it going, Dom? What's up, man? I might have like 3 hours of watching someone play, and I'll never play firsthand. Lol, that looks too Chad. It's too late. We've already done it. We've already done it, man. Okay, so now what we've got to do is kick this pawn. The problem is how are we gonna ever defend f2? Lol, what happened? We just played the chattest moves. We don't give a fuck. Problem is how are we gonna defend f2 now? Because we need to push this pawn at the right time. Well, we're still probably fine. Right? Did you just push this pawn at the right time? Like a few turns from now. He's got to close this up. How many turns do we have before we do that, by the way? So white king is here on this square. He's got to close up here on this square his next turn, which he can't really do. So I don't know. We'll see. Didn't even go down, and Samet is at half. Yeah. You want to check in the past with your bishop, right? That's the idea now. That's why I sacked the queen, yeah. We'll see if it actually works. It's dubious at best. It's dubious at best. We want to set ourselves up to give our opponent some checks soon. And a knight here defends this square, which is good for us. Our opponent probably has some like queen travels here. Queen here doesn't actually block the mate in the past though. And we'll check it here and defend f7 at the same time. I would be pretty mauled if our opponent has like a travel with the queen to a board where the knight is defending here. That'd be pretty bad. He actually might do. I don't know, it's possible. It's possible. We'll see. Our opponent's calculating. This is a ridiculous move. I'm very aware that this is a ridiculous move, though. Let's see. Our opponent can't sack a piece to stay alive, and probably sacking a queen versus sacking a piece wasn't like worth it for us. So, but I mean, today we're just doing whatever the fuck we want, basically. Okay, so where does this queen go? Let's do this and then see where the queen goes. It does go to a square where it's got mate. Oh man. Okay. Well, that's what we were afraid of. I mean, probably I should have calculated that before playing the move, but well, at least now we have mate if we survive that attack. Let's see. We could Jurassic Rook. This mate this knight defends, right? It's promising, maybe. Oh, actually, we can countersec because look at where the. I don't know what the best play is. This might actually genuinely be the best play. Can't believe this. I can't believe this. I mean, it makes sense because it dodges this. Yeah. I would still be able to do this actually in the past, right? Because, okay, so if it can't do this turn, it can just do it next turn. It's really frustrating. Tom said show just subscribed. Oh, Tom, thanks so much. Thanks for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Dom's been around for a good while. We like Dom. Thanks for the support, man. He's got access to the emotes, the fresh emotes. Okay, so now our opponent decides That he doesn't want to do that this turn because we prepared the Jurassic Rook. When do we actually push our pawn so that we win? Not that it matters if our opponent's going to go all the way back to that turn. Maybe we can go here next turn if it's not time to push this pawn yet to win. I'll have to think about it. First of all, there's an interesting move here. That's an interesting move. Oh. All the places that it could travel to. Well, okay, f7's not defended, so. But you can't travel to f7 one turn in the past. Okay, so actually this does happen. And now, oop, nope. Our opponent doesn't know what's going on. Average says, I'm very late. Read your plug and didn't even realize he'd still be streaming. Yeah, the stream goes pretty long on Saturdays, so we like to get our money's worth out of our Saturday. It's our only streaming day. This is hilarious. This I did not anticipate, and this will continue to be a problem for their. I mean, planned. Get shit on, kid. Easy money. You know, fucking wrecked. No, I mean, obviously I didn't plan that at all. It's a check right away. Yeah. But this is fine. This is like, it's like one of the cartoons Sumet over here playing 6D chess. Yeah, exactly. You need to pay my condolences. Wow, all of that's a check. And I think we get our mate before any of that happens, right? So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. All according to Kikaku. TL note, Kikaku means plan. Ah, I see. Very nice. Dom spent $5 just to tell us Moon for a sync later. We appreciate it, Dom. Thanks. The worst one of those was moo means moo. There's a weird wiki which has some articles on 5D chess. Is that true? What wiki? Just like Wikipedia? Question mark. There's like a whole meme universe. Wow. This sounds obscure. I'm into it. Where does this happen? Who does this? Show us some links. You can't just leave us. Whoa. I mean, I guess that's interesting. Unexpected. I'm at a bit of a loss. I don't even know. Now he can't push the pawn. I mean, he's got us. You got me there. What do? What do? Okay. I don't know what this is threatening, though. Like, what does Black actually want to do here? He continues to not block here. It's probably bad for him. Could I just do one of these? I mean, then we allow our opponent to pen, which we really don't want. What's the quickest way to maybe not getting wrecked? This pawn is a bit of a thorn in our side. Actually, never mind. Not worth. Where does this queen go? Here? Here? What's going on here? We probably want to kick this queen, right? Let's be real. Probably want to kick this queen and threaten this pawn. That's probably the move. I mean, yes, we're not defending this, but that's fine for reasons that we'll see in a moment. I think a group of friends created a wiki. Oh, 5D chess wiki. 5D chess with multiverse time travel is a psychological horror game. Can we try to put the competitive community on the Wikipedia page for 5D? We can try. What is this? The known players. What is this? Okay. All right. While our opponent considers his move, here's the fandom wiki page for 5D chess. Is 5D chess with multiverse time travel is a psychological horror game that's just normal chess, but also the past and alternate timelines or dimensions. And also, I think there are some new pieces. Couldn't have said it better myself. The dragon can only move across quadriagonals, so that's real news. The unicorn is a piece that can only move across triagonals. Well done. The brawn is like a pawn, but it can time travel. Sure. King, but he doesn't need to die. Royal queen is uncommon. Known players Donut Master 56. This is where... What? And this is... Okay. Is not a member of Hog, but I mean he could be possibly. Yes, he's actually. This is a rabbit hole I'm not willing to go down. We're just gonna go back to the game. we're just gonna go back to the game. If that's okay with everybody else. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, what the fuck is this game? What am I doing? What have I done? Why have I done this? These are the questions that we need to be asking. What? Okay. Maybe I just push this pawn here. Kick the queen. Yeah. Can't go here. Sure. Moon first. I don't know what we're doing. That's exactly what this position is supposed to be. What the fuck is this game? Oh, man. It's Sunday here, so I'll go to sleep. Good night, everybody. Good night, Spark Dragon. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for spending some time with us. I didn't see the start. Did Samet make a bad f7 queen sack? No. I made a very questionable defense against an f7 bishop sack. Okay, so the game started like this. Our opponent requested that we play e3 knight f3, which we obliged. Our opponent then did this. The idea, of course, was to open up the bishop travel. We then answered with this. Our knight out here so that we could move our knight in here. What we should have done here was actually take the knight with the queen. We didn't do that. Here we didn't take the queen because if we had taken the queen, then the king would be able to recapture and then the bishop would have a T0 time travel. Here I pushed this to prevent the queen from coming in and time traveling onto this square. What I really should have done, as Graven pointed out, is on this move, instead of pushing this pawn, just to capture the knight with the queen, because if takes back, then we get the queen back with check. And it's just a better position for us. But okay. And then it led to this clown fiesta that you see here before you today. Now we can get the other bishop into the mix, I guess. Actually, now we probably just take this pawn. But now opponent's probably got a time travel onto f2. This is just so stupid. This is so stupid. What am I doing with my life? This is so ridiculous. No, it was g4 queen sack. Yeah, it was g4 queen sack. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, we can open up the bishop to do something, or we can just take this pawn. If we take the pawn, then what time travels does our opponent have? Funnily enough, no good ones. So that's cool. We get this pawn out of here. But then they do prepare a sack that's not so pleasant for us. Should we probably push this pawn to survive? Maybe. I don't know. We really got to defend f2 eventually, but we're just going to take the pawn here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Not our greatest work this game. The next move we have to prevent prevent some sort of sack from happening. Okay, here we go. Now, here, it's here on this board, here on this board, here on this board. Hilariously, this is check, and we won the game. We're gonna take this straight to the bank. All planned. Got him, boys. You don't know about the classic give up your queen for no reason and then feign that you might have given your opponent like an F2 sack? You don't know about this one? Easiest game of my life. We totally didn't make like 18 blunders that somehow threw our opponent off sufficiently that we got handed. Our opponent pulled a cement. They put themselves in a position where they could have won in like 18 different ways. And all of the chaos, through all of that, blundered a mate that their opponent should have no business actually get. Like, this is peak. Now I know what it's like to be on this side of this game. What an experience. Neath P, my heart goes out to you. I don't think that anyone feels better right now what you're feeling than I do. No one can empathize with you in the same way, because this is my life. This is like every game of 5D chess I've ever played is basically this. Why doesn't taking the queen with the knight immediately not work? Okay, so average. Right here. This pawn push prepares in 2 moves, actually in 3 moves. This pawn push happens on turn 3. It prepares a turn 6 bishop travel. So if we put the knight here and then this happens, if we take this queen, then the king has time to recapture the queen, and this bishop will still get a T0 F2 mate, which we have a lot of difficulty defending against because it's like that many turns into the past. Next turn, we could have done literally anything else, but what we did here is takes here, and then the king just recaptured, so then the knight no longer existed. But we prevented the bishop travel. Then what we did is we saw, oh, we probably should have taken the queen here on this move instead of doing what we did. So why not just do it this next move? But that's not the way that it works. Now, it ended up working out. It shouldn't have worked out. We got rewarded for playing like absolute insanity. This is turn 0, right? Yeah. It's turn 0. That's why this bishop travel on turn 6 lands right onto F2 on turn 0. So that's what we're afraid of here in this position. And obviously black's got access to the first board, etc., etc. So I gotta look down this specific line now, but still it's such a hilarious line. It's very similar to a line that I was looking at myself before. There are a few differences. Actually, this line's probably better if I'm honest with you. But it's still losing for black with correct play, I think here, I was crazy to do this move instead of taking this queen, because then I got the queen capture the next move, right? Like, if you recapture back, I've got capture with check. And then this structure, I think, is just much better for white. If you recapture, if you capture the knight with the king, then obviously we've got like a check here, and that basically wins the game. You know, there's like a lot that white can do here on this side of the board. So I don't think it's safe. I think that we've played it as insanely as possible. By the way, this line doesn't defend against trigonal queen travel. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. But that's what I mentioned at the beginning. He prepares this, and then instead of doing like anything else after this move, we could play like the queen move out to here and then try this. But I think that black can deliver a check in time. Not a check in time, but like a check quick. Actually, it would be a check in time. Black can deliver this check when you have to do the... Oh, actually, there's no... You're right about the fact that there is no... Because E6 wasn't played next. Yeah. Andre, you're right. That's the difference between my line and this line, right? Probably you can just do the trigonal. Black can sack their knight, but then you're up a piece. And probably white can defend, right? under a specific other set of moves. Do you want me to show you it? Does anybody play e3 queen f3 in turn 0? Does anybody play e3 queen f3 in turn 0? That's what Narik played against me. Both of his games as white. And in both of those games, I would say I probably got a winning position, which I blundered away really ridiculously. Yeah, he played that both of the games that he played as white, because he played white twice. I don't think it's good. You just have to crucially not blunder the game in a one position. Second game it wasn't really one, but third game it was a one position. I can predict the incoming phrase, but I'm too lazy to think about it. There can be some other moves where queen can diagonally travel to f7. Yeah, I think so, right? Let's rep the win. We did put Elo on the line in this ridiculous line, volunteering to get trapped by our opponent, and then throwing away the game, but then somehow getting the game back. This is the silver lining to the day, is that we only lost like 40 Elo, not like more than that. Okay, GG Neith. Okay, Sonoy wanted to play a game. I would have time for a game, but probably have to stop after this. All right. Let's fit Sonoy's game in, because he's been wanting to play forever, and we really want a game. Still have some Elo to gain from me. Well, we'll see. Hasn't been my best day of 5D chess here on the stream today, but you know, we deal with it. Life goes on. All right, we're black. GLHF Sonoy. Okay, new game, fresh start. Oh man, should I rep the loss now for efficiency? Unnecessary. I wouldn't. I wouldn't rep anything right now. It's been startling myself how questionably I've been playing today. So you never know. You never know. Don't count yourself out. Hi, Right and Wrong's here. How's it going, Right and Wrong? What are you up to, man? We had a good, ridiculous game yesterday. Black Jacket Composer's here. Hi again. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back, Black Jacket. What are you up to? We're just sort of blitzing out the opening here. I mean, this is like the Ruy Lopez of 5D chess. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I'm fine with the way that this goes. Oh no. Okay. That move is a pretty bad blunder for our opponent, so let's hope he doesn't do it. Oh. Interesting. That's certainly a move. We're just gonna do this. Then defends. Then what do we do? We actually don't have a great follow-up. Right? Maybe do one of these instead. No, we do this, and then like this happens. And then we kick the... It's not even a great move, right? Do we just play regularly against this? Do we just attack it with the bishop? Like this? Probably, right? Let's just do this. I think it's obvious that this is the better move. I think it's clear. Okay, and then the other pawn defends. I feel pretty good about this though. Especially if we trade off some bishops here, then I feel real good about this. Right? Right about that. Maybe we do one of these. Or do we just patiently activate our rook? I keep saying that. Our knight? They don't even look the same. I don't know what my problem is. Here. I mean, okay, like, collapsing on this is probably the way that we win the game, right? Realistically. Because now it's totally undefended. What we want to do is like trade pieces. We want to slam our pieces into his pieces and then get like a queen here and then win the game. We probably do this. Actually, we could do this. Wow. Probably best to not do that. Let's do one of these. I think this move is fine right now. Especially because we already played e6. So there's no line to f6 to f7. Yeah, I think that pushing these pawns is nice to gain space, but at the end of the day, really weakens the square that a lot of people tend to collapse on in this game mode. But we don't want to like go to sort of, you know, we don't want to go all in prematurely and then get rolled. Did you play your promotion match yet? We did. It wasn't pretty. It was a bit of a mess. All things considered. We ended up losing after the tiebreaker. We went 1-1. We played some great 5D chess and we had some fantastic 5D blunders. It was pretty bad. But, you know, that's how it goes. That's the game. It is what it is. What do we want to recapture with here? This pawn. It's maybe annoying. Because this opens up the file. I don't know how much we care about that. Hey, Wojak Boyfriend is following. How's it going, Wojak? Thanks for supporting the stream. Hope you enjoy it. Welcome. Probably this. I don't know, it's hard to say. Do we want to open this up? We probably don't. We don't want to invite like a pawn push here that's sort of bad news for us, right? Yeah, I think maybe we're not too worried about this. Okay, although this happens, and then what do we do, right? Probably defend. Like this. Then again, okay. Capturing with the pawn here. Then what happens? Then this knight comes here anyway, threatening the take back. Then what do we do? We do have a dark square bishop, which might even be nice to Frappuccino. Maybe in response to this. Well, we probably just kick the knight. I mean, e3 hasn't even played here, right? We can always take this knight and then drop back to here, right? At the end of the day. We do really want to trade away the dark squared bishop as well. Okay. This move is blitzed out. There isn't a lot that this guy can do from there. Would be my concern for our opponent. There's several things we can do here. We could do something like this, which threatens to collapse on f7 or on f2. But which at the end of the day sort of gives up the idea of taking advantage of the weaknesses here, right? We could just pull our light square bishop back, which I guess allows him to damage our pawn structure. But realistically, that's probably not something we're worried about. We could kick this bishop. Doing this also kicks the bishop, but then he can defend. Um, How do we capitalize on our opponent's weaknesses in the most direct possible way? We drop this bishop back. Could Frappuccino this bishop. Or we could move this queen. Pinning our own queen against this knight probably isn't the best play. It's kind of hard for our knight to actually, or for our queen to actually get here. We could just deliver this check now. I'm moving here does make giving this check like an actual move. I don't know exactly how we're gonna convert this weakness into a win. But for now, we should probably just move. I think that this isn't like a crazy big decision. I don't think we actually have to worry about it as much as we are. Maybe this happens. Or maybe this happens. That doesn't defend f7. We definitely want to defend f7 in this position. We threaten an f7 sack of our own after we kick the bishop after this happens. So that's cool. We're just going to run it. I'm not too worried. It's whatever. This might not be the cleanest play. Our dark squared bishop is the key to this puzzle. Man, I get so fixated on like how to convert a position like way earlier than it's actually worth considering. I think here we probably kick this bishop. Because, I mean, he's got to defend. Oh, that's a free bishop. Does our opponent know? Is this intentional? Is our opponent playing 5D chess while we're sitting here also playing 5D chess? Would be a shame. I don't see what this achieves besides defending against, you know, the mates that I was talking about earlier, but we're just going to do this. Really unfortunate if this was like just a straight up 2D blunder by your opponent. That would feel pretty bad. So we're hoping he's got something up his sleeve where he can destroy us here. It makes for a better game. This we actually really don't mind because we can win in a turn. Yeah, if he opens up the... Okay. This is also not great for our opponent. Because it doesn't defend f7, which means that there's a board on which we have an f7 travel, which is game winning. This is like the worst of both worlds. Unless I'm missing something, because now we get this free piece, which pins this bishop. But also neither of our two pieces... Neither of our two pieces are... Wait. But he considered this move. He considered this move. But instead played this move. Like, I'm just trying to get into the mindset of like, okay... Why would this move be better? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think that we're not going to look a gift rook in the mouth here. Because whatever we do, pretty soon, meaning in like the next turn after this one, we've got queen time travel mate here. I mean, we've also got like a bishop travel mate 2 turns after that if like we blundered our queen here on accident or something. And we're still defending f7 this entire time. This we don't mind. Not really anyway. What do we go for here? Do you go for maybe this? Just now? And then we can check here. Like king takes, check here, and then mate, right? It is mate, right? Yeah. I've miscalculated this multiple games today, so we gotta really be careful. Takes here, check. Nothing covers the diagonal, the triagonal, and then mate, right? Right? Yeah. Opponent's queen doesn't, right. We're just gonna do this. Right? Takes, check, time check. Can he takes with anything else? Pawn doesn't take. King's got to take because we're checking the king up here, right? Takes. Or we have takes, check, but then push here, defends against this, so that doesn't work. So check, and then, we have like check here, and then whatever happens, and then we get our queen here. Or takes, the bishop's not here anymore, so it could be takes and then check here, and then something happens, and then we have mate, or we have mate. Yeah, I mean, this is game, right? Whatever. We're just gonna run it. We're just gonna run it here. Check here is probably best. We can either take with the bishop to check. Ooh, Jurassic Queen. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Whew. All right, now, what do we have to prevent from... Okay, so this knight is the issue. We gotta get this knight. We gotta get this knight off this square now. We can kick the knight pretty easily. Right? Then we have to be careful, make sure we're not getting wrecked ourselves. Wow, there are like a million turns until that actually happens as well. Holy shit. Okay. I'm sure that we can deliver a bunch of checks as well. In general, I'm just not super worried about this. Yeah. All right. I don't think we really have to be in a rush. You can also just prepare like straight up checks for opponent. Maybe we can kick with the... Actually, now this queen's here. It's kind of annoying. Maybe we just want to kick it immediately. Right? Don't give him time to set anything up. Yeah, that sounds good. So that knight is like the only thing that can really cramp our style here at this point. Like if a bishop is here, then the bishop can also take because the square's not covered. Okay, so we do this. We've got enough turns to kick the bishop as well, so not all is lost. Right? Kick the bishop here. Is there an easier way to do this? Could kick the bishop immediately with a move like this. That opens up f7, which is a little scary. But I mean, whatever. What's going to happen? Well, all right. Maybe we should be careful. Could also set ourselves up to where we can deliver a check. If we take the... Actually, if we take the bishop, the queen can recapture and then also like retake with the queen can happen. Yeah, this knight moves away like just in time. So maybe it's better to set up just like a check instead of try to occupy this square with a piece. Unless we capture this bishop the turn, you know, like on the right turn. Is there a way that we can easily set up a check? I mean, this sets up a check. Also kind of wastes the turn. Probably want to kick this with the bishop. Right? Why not? Let's just play. Let's just move. Kick this with the bishop. And then if takes recaptures, then if reoccupies, you know, like the queen re-attacks this, right? What else could happen? Could be a queen here. Could be a queen here. Could be a queen or a bishop here. Can't be a queen or a bishop here because e2 is there. e2 blocks. Yeah, that doesn't work. But we can do this, which gets us there in time, right? Because now he's got to answer this. Because on our next turn, like on his next turn, if he doesn't get rid of this, we're gonna, right? Did I time this right? I gotta time this right. Like on our turn on this board, he needs to not have this square threatened by our piece, but it will be. If he retakes, then it'll be threatened with the queen, and he won't have a piece here. If he does anything else, he can't block. He just doesn't have a piece to do that with. So I think we're fine. Can't deliver the check, but I mean, it's even better, right? And I mean, like on his next turn after this one, he has to have a piece here to travel. So if he does something and then we take his bishop, then on this board, the bishop is here and he recaptures with the queen, but it's a turn too late because he has to travel on that turn. So I think we're on the same page. Let's see. No lull, knight takes bishop. Works as long as he does it right. Well, he did say bishop f3. Spoiler, bishop takes g2 is better. Oh, on this board. Oh, okay, that was a spoiler. I thought that was too far in the past to matter. I'm going to forget that I heard that. Okay. Okay, calm down, chat. All right. I mean, I have difficulty seeing how our opponent gets out of this, especially now that we have timeline, right? We have another timeline, so yeah, this is bad news bears. Bad news bears for our opponent. Takes here, does anywhere, goes anything. This is mate, right? Do have to be careful about what's up here on that turn, but I'm confident we can figure something out. Now that there are like second and third timelines, because he doesn't actually need these to not lose on this turn, right? Just take here, like that. And they're still alive, at least for a little bit. Then we have to consider, okay, how can we prevent this guy up here from getting involved? Which we can figure out. Ooh, knight move. Interesting. Okay. We do want to take here so that he can't recapture, right, with this. I mean, this is clever because what it's done is prevent our queen from being able to come up here or here. But it has also opened up this mate, which I'm sure that our opponent hasn't noticed. He thought about the 5D, but he didn't think about the 5D, you know? Or the wrong D was considered here in this situation. Because now we have mate. Is it this turn? Yeah, this turn, that turn, and then next turn we have mate. Yeah, the turn after he moved the knight. We have mate on this board. So that's cool. It made sense, taking away these squares from our queen so that this queen can defend against this king down here. Perfect plan. He set up his own Jurassic Queen, I think. Yep. Does anyone want to play us right and wrong? All right. Finding games in our own chat. Suda says, sure. He could have played bishop b5 followed by queen f4. That would have worked. Bishop b5 followed by queen f4. Would have worked. Would have worked. So we have mate on this board. And I assume that he can't do anything from up here. Okay. So now where does he have to go? Oh, geez. Okay. What are we looking at? Okay. Now he has to be... He needs a light square bishop here, but it's also blocked here. Okay. Pretty confident in claiming that he probably can't defend against that here. I think he just wanted to buy himself as much time as possible, which is fair. It's probably what you want in this situation. Here, I think we probably play the knight out to defend, or we could kick one of the bishops. I don't think it matters too much. I don't think it matters that much. Queen a5, bishop g4 was already mate, right? Well, okay. I'll hold that thought. Okay, took the bishop. Let's kick this bishop, right? Does it matter? Next turn we can set up a check. Actually, this turn we can set up a check, right? Kind of like this. Not that it really matters. Right? We need danger here. I don't think so. Right? None of these bishops can touch this. And we got mate on this board. Sure. Why not? All right, the bishop took. There we go. We won. By time traveling, this king can no longer capture here because the bishop that is here now defends the queen on that board. By not time traveling, our opponent could have taken this queen and then hoped to defend maybe in some other way. I mean, I think we were one anyway. This was also a game-winning move. Queen a5, just like that. So GG's. Okay, back in chat. Hey, Sonoy. How's it going? We were just talking about how the time travel from, what is this? Plus 1L. That last time travel there to get your second timeline actually made it so that my bishop that's on f4 defends my queen that's on f2 on the other line. Okay, gotta go, I think. See ya, Moon first. All right, Andre. Thanks for hanging out. I misclicked the knight on t3. Oh no, you misclicked the knight on t3. Fuck. What? Oh, you didn't want to play knight c3. Ah, okay, that's a shame. I think it was probably, I mean, it was maybe a bit of a tough position. But could have been worse. I think you could have held. Yeah, I think it got tricky when, I think it probably got tricky, I don't know. I think the big blunder was not defending the bishop on f4. I think that's not so good. Yeah, I think that's where it was like, okay, we probably win here, just because of the f2 ideas. Not to mention we're up a free piece. Yeah, but other than that, I thought it was a good opening. Graven says I misclicked 1e4 last night. It happens, especially if you've been playing 2D chess. Yeah, that's a classic. Oh man. Whew. Hour 6 of the stream's coming to a close. Okay, GG. We had to rep the win against Sonoy. Rep W at Sonoy. There we go. GG Sonoy. Gotta rep the loss. Until then, it's only listening. All right. But I mean, that was a good game. Like, you played great. Even with the knight move and everything. Yeah. I think that blundering the bishop was probably, where, that was really where the tide turned. But I think it was fine. More self-confidence, man. You're doing great out here. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. GG. Who's next? We promised a bunch of people to play. Have we gotten through everyone we promised to play yet? Andre just left, even though I think he wanted to play a game. We didn't get to play Andre, which is sad. I had the feeling everything after the night was just delaying. If you mean after this night, I definitely disagree. No, I don't think that the game's over here by like a long shot. No. I think that there's a way to pull it together. I don't like to play the knight here, but Andre used to only ever play the knight here. So I wouldn't worry about it like that. Starting to sound like me out here, You seeing the boogeyman on turn 3? Knight out. Oh no, I've blundered the game. That's very much a cement. As a cement classic. Okay, who are we playing next? Who wants to play? Who we got in chat? Who's lurking around? Who's still here? If we've already played through everyone who said that they wanted to play and who's still here, then we can run back some games. I'm good with it. Who wants to play? I think Right and Wrong and Pseudo are playing each other, so neither of them are around. Me? I'm down if Black Jacket wants to play. Hell yeah, dude, let's go. Standard random color, medium timer. Use your code. GLHF. We're playing Black Jacket. Actually, let me run to the bathroom and get some more water, because throat's feeling a bit dry. So, be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Thanks for rooting, everyone. How's it going? I'm there. All right. Well, you're not. You're not here. Here's the code. Get in here. How's everybody doing tonight? I've been talking a lot about me, but we haven't heard enough about chat. What's everyone up to? How's it going? Made any good blunders lately? All right, we got black. GLHF black, check it. Let's go. We're all in black the last few games. We're all black a lot today, but it's good. It's good to get practice as black. GLHF. All right, awesome. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we got knight of 3, knight of 6 on the board. Ooh, we got e3. We're gonna do one of these because it forces our opponent to prevent our f7 sec. Quite frankly. Maybe our opponent didn't know that. Ooh, yikes. This blunders the f7 sec. Or maybe they've got a defense. Maybe they've got a counter sack, question mark. We'll find out here. The 4 knights opening is interesting. Or, 2 knights in this case. But we don't see a lot of this in 5D. Does our opponent have a way to punish this, maybe? Because it's difficult as white to punish this from black. I mean, this is black's only, this is like the saving grace of black, right? Is the fact that black can do this. Black can threaten T0 sacks. That's what sort of balances the map. Oh. Oh. What's going on here? Is that real? Doesn't seem real. I don't know. Interesting. I think I spoke. Oh, okay. We're just gonna go right there. No hesitation. After all of our games today, we see the f7, we do the f7. Classic f7 Saccarino here. Okay, this is the classic f7 sac setup. This happens. Now this happens. And our opponent's knight, unfortunately, does not see b6 on this square. Or on this board. Knight here actually would have done it. I mean, it would have given us a free knight, and we would have taken that any day of the week instead of sacking, but it would have defended. Here, it does not, unfortunately. But this is a defense to the f7 sac that people really don't see or use very often. Like it thwarts the f7 sac. I mean, okay, in this case, it loses you material, which is not ideal. Of course, but if you push d3, then knight here, I mean, you don't want to trade piece for pawn, but in other structures it works. How does it defend it? Because, sorry. This knight move doesn't defend it. I'm sitting here on my soapbox talking about how this move defends against, defends b6 right here, but it doesn't. You have to time travel. You have to time travel for that to work. So actually, it doesn't defend it at all. I'm just lying to you. But hold on. There's a way where. So this knight, that doesn't make sense either. If you can get a knight to here, then it defends it, but that doesn't make sense. Like, how would you do that? I've looked at this before, but obviously, I mean, I think I'm just tripping. I'm tripping balls. Yeah, you need a knight here, which isn't what this is. Because you need to prevent this queen from getting to b6, so it just doesn't work. I'm just spouting misinformation. This is fake news. This is fake news. How do we do this? How do we do this again? No, it doesn't make any sense. Can't be with this knight. That's not even good, because then you open up f2 on that board. So that's not even good if you can do it with that knight. I don't know. I was thinking. Because you have to think, how could like the knight, you know, you can like work backwards from here and think, how can a knight from here get back to this square? And it's like 3 squares away in one direction from this square. It takes like forever for a knight to get to, right? So it just doesn't make sense. There's no good way to do it. All right, well, this is the check. I'm trying to make sense of my own claims. You know what I think I meant? I probably meant the bishop move, not the knight move. I mean, the bishop move obviously defends because it just threatens this queen here. But I mean, in this situation, you recapture and it doesn't actually make any difference, right? Like I just meant here, if instead of this happens, you do this, then the sack can't happen. Sack can't happen. And then maybe arguably you could play out of this position. But no, it needs to be the bishop here instead of the knight here. So if there was a bishop here, then now it's his turn. He could just capture this queen with this bishop. I really thought it was a knight move, but I mean, I haven't been thinking clearly all day, so I'm just going nuts. Bishop defends it. Yeah, right and wrong corrected me. Yeah, bishop defends. There we go. He's traveling to Q now. Who's traveling to Q now? Am I traveling to Q now? Is my opponent traveling to Q now? You also can't travel the queen the turn after you push this pawn, because there's still this pawn blocking it here. So you have to push this and then wait a turn and then travel with the queen, if that was the goal. That was the goal. One of these pawns need to be pushed 2 turns before, not the turn before. Not that Q, the other one. Ah, this queen. Oh, do you think there's actually something happening here? Like, is this the claim? There's some crazy queen travel? Where does that queen go? Let's see. Queen here goes to here on this board. That's it. Wow, that didn't take long. Queen goes to here on this board. Is there any way in which that defends? Maybe the queen goes here on this board and then like here on this board or something? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Thought that's why he moved the knight, but no. Yeah, the knight didn't move in time. Same deal. He moved the knight 1 turn ago, so he'd have to move the knight 2 turns ago. I mean, I know that Graven knows that, but it just doesn't work out in this situation. Yeah. Here, what's the idea? I don't know. I mean, you know, probably just basically desperation. Here, he can't prevent the check because we check the king on the other boards, right? He can't deliver a check and he can't prevent the check. So we've got it here. He can travel again immediately. He can travel with this knight to here, which buys him some time. To do what with? I don't know. The other thing that we can do is, amusingly, like let's say that he travels with this knight. Let's say that he travels with this knight to go here. Oh, we can't do that on this board. I lied. Never mind. We don't have the knight here, so we can't do the thing that I was thinking. on that board. It just doesn't work. Actually, here we can get... Can we in time? Here. Whoa, okay, queen travel. Here we go. All right. Our opponent's buying himself some time. Ooh, that's a risky play. Big yikes. Yeah, the furthest away boards that he's got down here are the ones where his queen is on f2, which isn't great. Moon first. Oh, it's in time. Oh no, that would have worked. Oh, really? 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 Oh, is it like a quadrigonal that gets there? Because I have a check. Maybe the check doesn't matter. Because he would have to go... Because he can't get on the quadrigonal because this board doesn't exist. So it would have to go this board, this board, this board. So it doesn't work. Unfortunately. So, you know, we can set up all of the checks that we want. Probably this happens. And then we check. Is that what we do? Or do we do this? Do you do this? Or do we do this? Oh, now we've got... Do we have a quadrigonal? If we do like here on this board, then... Sorry, if we do here on this board, then it hits here on this board, here on this board, and here on this board. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Right, because we're 3 timelines up, so we have to be 3 squares away. So if we can get a queen to here, then it hits. If we get a queen to here, then it hits here on this board. Oh, he pushed the pawn just in time for it not to be a quadrigonal mate. Shit. Okay. Let's do this. Or do you want to do this? What do you want to do? Maybe this, because then our opponent has to... We can also check him from this board. I don't know how much that helps. But we could. And then he can just move the king, but it's amusing. Maybe. Oh, this actually creates a timeline where... No. Yes. No, because it's blocked here. Okay, never mind. We tried to get cheeky. It's a little bit too cheeky. Although this square is actually still open. Oh, but this isn't open. So we can't do the quadrigonal mate there either. Okay. Does it really matter, realistically? I guess if we do this, if he moves the queen, then we've got this check. So he has to be careful. Right? We've got like this check, and we've got this check. We got all the checks. Any checks in the chat? I don't know. Oh, it works when it catches up? Yeah. This hits this when it catches up. That's for sure. If he can get the queen to here, then 1, 2, 3, 3 timelines down, it works. Because it's here, 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 and then right there. Yeah. Because we can't put a piece here to block it. But yeah, the issue, of course, is that he has to prevent all of our checks and all of our mates, which is a bit of a problem. Could also go to here. Actually, hilariously, can't go to here because oh no, it's on the B file. Never mind. Here, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not going to happen. I've never seen anything that could hit the queen, so I got excited. Oh, you've like never seen it defended successfully? This is definitely, I've seen my fair share between Danrel and Andre. I've seen some fucking beastly F7 defenses. In this case, f2 defenses. So it can be done. It has been done. Yeah. Our opponent wasn't ready for this, which is rough. If you're not ready for f2 or f7, it's a tough hole to dig yourself out of on the spot for sure. Which is why it's so, which is why it's so rough. It's really rough that it exists. Hey, Dave Gone Wild just subscribed. You're on a 2-month streak. Thanks so much, Dave. How's it going, my dude? I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. You're too kind. I feel the love. Moon first, sync later? Hell yeah, we got those emotes in, man. I'm really happy with how the emotes turned out. And people seem to enjoy using them, so that's good. How's it going? Hey, what's that? I don't know that mean modification. Oh, is that a hat? It is. What kind of hat? The emote modification? I've seen Andre likes the oh, I can zoom in if I click it. Oh, it's like a leprechaun hat. Oh, that's cute. It kind of works. I like it. I like that one a lot. The sunglasses work shockingly well as an emote modifier for the moon. It just fits perfectly. The hat's cute too. I like that. That's a good one. Oh man. Our opponent's in the think tank. He's deep in the think tank. We don't blame him. Oh, fuck. What is going on right now? Okay, so the problem is that we've got 2 checks, right? We've got dose checks. We've got check 1, and we've got check 2. Well, if after check 1 he moves, then check 2 doesn't do what we need check 2 to do. Also, he needs a piece here, right? We just check 1 here and then check 2 this king in the past, right? And then yes, he can recapture, but he can't block it or anything. I don't think we complicate the situation. I think that we just check. Yeah, I think we just check. We also have this crossboard check next turn, like if we wanted to do that. We got checks for days. Checks for days. Checks mix. Corn checks. What? Okay, it occurs to me that my viewer base is a little too international to maybe relate. But of at least the NA audience, what is your canonical, like when you think checks, like the cereal from General Mills or whoever the fuck it is, I don't know, what kind of checks do you think? Because there are lots of different kinds of checks. I'm just curious because I think people are pretty, this issue I think is a hot button issue that gets undercovered in the media. It's see, regular rice checks is what Graven says. Dave says, I think the one that looks like life cereal. Pseudo says checks mix, which is, blasphemy, heresy. But okay, Dave, the one that looks like life cereal, but which checks? Which one's life cereal again? Is that just checks, but with extra steps? We're gonna look up life cereal. Oh, life cereal does look like, okay, yes, but here's the thing. There are many different checks, right? So the question is which, I don't want to give out answers or make it multiple choice because that might influence your thought process. Rice checks is one of them. Checks mix, I guess, is technically a kind of checks. I guess if that's the only way that I have absolutely no idea what types there are. All right. I think of when I think checks, like my canonical base vanilla checks. Actually, that might be a thing. Here we provide this check. Here we provide this check, which also checks this king in the past. And we collect our win. Woo! I'm not too proud of an F7 win. But listen, if you're going to open non-conventionally in a way that enables your opponent to do F7, then of course it's going to be a great opening potentially. If your opponent doesn't do the F7, this is like what balances the game for black, Black Jacket Composer says that was good. GG, Black Jacket. That was you were so close to the defense there. GG, man. Graven got super excited with the queen here. He was like, oh shit, like it gets there in time. Good stuff. Oh man. Yeah. That was close. That was tight. GG, man. Oh man. let's rep the win. Let's rep the win in the Discord bot. Rep W at Black Jacket. Oh man. GG. Okay, right. The rant. Sorry. My canonical basic checks is corn checks, and it always has been. Now, life cereal I think is shredded wheat type thing, but wheat checks is also a kind of checks. Rice checks is what Graven said, and I've heard rice checks also be referred to as like the basic checks. It's definitely the least like flavorful, least substantial checks. Rice checks just brings nothing to the party. It's just like an empty vehicle that's waiting for something to come to it. Like you might use rice checks for like muddy buddies or whatever you call them wherever you are. Graven is shocked. Okay, but is checks a toast? Well, corn checks and rice checks. Well, corn and rice are both starches, so right? Yeah, so I guess it would be a toast. Actually, it would. No, because we said a bucket of toast is a salad. We're not going to go back into this, but no, corn checks is a salad. Please input skill says, bro, my university had some cinnamon brown sugar flavored checks that were pretty good. I've heard of people call that the most basic checks because all the other checks is just like, because I guess people are really into cinnamon toast crunch. I never had sugar cereal as a kid. Parents didn't really buy it for me. I don't think that I was missing out too much, to be honest. In my nowadays, like you can't really stomach, once you're past like, I don't know, maybe 25, it just stops being appealing, like even if I had, now that I can buy whatever fucking cereal I want, I no longer want to do that. Graven likes rice checks. That's fair. Listen, I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum, right? I think that rice checks has its redeeming qualities. I think that it is less flavorful. I think that that's pretty objective. I think that rice checks is less flavorful. It's, so if that's what you're looking for, like maybe you're into, like oat milk and you like the earthy flavor and you want something that like doesn't mesh as much. I guess there's also like a textural difference because rice checks is like kind of puffed. It's got like a crispier texture, whereas maybe corn checks has like a crunchier texture. I think that's probably fair to say. Cinnamon Toast Crunch was a drug that I had to detox from. Oh no. That is a propose for me, Graven. No, that was for Cement. Okay. Graven said, if you want to run it back with me, I'll take black. Yo, totally down to run it back with Graven, especially if we're gonna see some crazy fucking E6 F5 opening. I'm super down. I don't eat cereal at all anymore. Yeah, that's fair. I eat cereal. I'm like on the go, and I wake up pretty early, and I just can't do like the full, toast eggs breakfast every morning. So most mornings, I like to run a quick bowl of like either corn checks or Kix. I grew up on Kix. Kix is my fucking jam, dude. Kix is great. Neither of them are like disgustingly sweet. I'm into it. Gets me through to lunch. All right. Dave said I'm a plain Cheerios and brand cereal man now. I can't, like, no cap. Is plain Cheerios and brand? Plain Cheerios I don't understand. Because I think people with plain Cheerios, they always like eat it with stuff, right? Either you're like, put like some honey in there or some fruit or something, you know, I don't know, something, right? But like plain Cheerios, I do enjoy bran cereal, especially in my old age. I mean, you know, not that I'm a student, for fuck's sake, but no, bran cereals I do fuck with. I like bran cereal. I don't like Raisin Bran. Raisins in cereal is like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Stop wasting my time. This is, you know. Okay, speaking of wasting your time, let's play some 5D chess. Let's get back to it. Let's take white against Graven. See how he plays. I'm not super confident with my ability to break an e6 f5 structure with the way that our matches have been going today. Serial stream Keck W. Yeah, maybe we'll make it a sub goal serial tier list. I mean, it's been done to death. And I don't have too much experience with like a large variety of cereals anyway, as is. We're gonna play what we would normally play. You know, without any knowledge of what our opponent will do. We see this, and we probably run it like this. Realistically, right? This is probably what I'd play in response to this. This comes out. Then we probably got to close up here, right? Now the fun begins. Now the fun begins. Okay, immediate bishop out. Can't say I blame our opponent. Now we have to ask our opponent some questions. Like, what the fuck is up? Maybe do one of these. I mean, this is a no-go because takes, and then you got nothing. Probably you play one of these. Maybe it seems crazy, but whoa. We see b5 coming out of our opponent. What's the idea here? Breaking the center? Just like straight up like this? Maybe this is the idea? And then we take with the, I don't even know what's going on. This is a real Graven special. Wow, that's chat as fuck, dude. Maybe he wants us not to frappuccino our bishop. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe we even do one of these. Nah. I don't know. I guess we do this. I don't really know how to play this. I think we do this. Right? So then we push e3, we open up this diagonal, and we go him. Wow. Unexpected. Well, I'll be... This is probably not a time travel that is worth taking now. Right? Then again, how does our opponent not lose this rook? I guess they don't not lose this rook, but they also don't care, right? Oh, actually... Okay, this is interesting. I think that if I do this, I get super punished. But the idea is this. We time travel here. Probably the only way that our opponent can defend this and not open this up is with bishop here. Then we hit him with the bishop here. Pins this bishop. This rook's not going anywhere. I don't know what this knight's doing. And the bishop's already here, so this knight's doing fuck all. Then we capture here. The knight takes, and we still get the rook. Seems irresponsible. Seems fun, but irresponsible. This probably holds. Especially because this bishop can recapture, and this pawn can recapture. All right, we're going to calm down a little bit. We're going to calm down just a little bit. But now what this has opened the door for, like this closing this up has to happen eventually, right? For Graven. Something like this. I guess this happens and then we don't have to worry about this anymore. Just doing this seems bad. Should have anticipated this pawn push. Is there anything we can threaten here? Anything wacky? Probably not. Trading here feels like we've done ourselves a disservice. We're going to trade here. I spent all that time and I just made like the most obvious move in the game. Now we do some of this so that we can threaten mate. So he has to close it up, probably with one of these. Maybe with one of these. I don't know. But if this happens, then we've got this. That's a little tricky. Then this can happen anytime. And we don't have a dark square bishop to kick this guy with. It's a little annoying. Oh, wow. This hasn't happened. So now, how can we threaten something silly? So this is mate, right? If we do this, we threaten mate here on the next turn. So how does our opponent prevent that? He could push the pawn, which we don't have a great answer to. So we don't like that. He could block like this, but then our knight captures, right? He could block like this, just here, like that. Push that pawn. Is that what I started with? Might be. I think it's not great. But I think that pushing this pawn, I guess, was actually a pretty good move. Pretty good move coming out of Graven. If we do this, this also holds. Yeah, the problem is, like, what are we actually threatening here, right? What are we actually threatening here? So we got to ask ourselves. Oh, we could fork the king and the rook. All right, we threaten mate here. Otherwise, we fork the king and the rook. Seems pretty good to me. Or, sorry, queen and the rook is what I meant to say. Sorry, 6.5 hours of stream will do that to you. Maybe check ampersand? Maybe check ampersand. Oh, you mean like we threaten a check? Like here? Like if we had done this move? It's possible. I don't think that gets us a ton because the triagonal here that we'd be opening up is defended. Oh shit. What? I think Graven might not have calculated that. It's possible that Graven didn't calculate that. Now he wants to defend this with the queen. The problem is if we do this and he recaptures, we actually get we actually re-threaten mate here. So this might have been a slight miscalculation from Graven. Yeah, this would have been good if we had done the knight move here. So maybe he was thinking, oh, I'll just move this if he does this. But then we did this instead, and he thought, whatever, same shit. And then he pushed g6 regardless. But let's see how he gets out of this one. I think probably this wasn't intentional, if I had to guess. Yeah, now maybe it's dangerous. Now this structure is opened up. This is like Black's worst nightmare on this board. He's got to do something with the queen, right? Giving up the queen here can't possibly be winning. There's just no way. There's just no way. I don't believe it. So let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. I mean, it's not like we're out of the woods, or it's not like we're whatever it means. I mean, we're not the ones in trouble here, but the onus is on us to generate a threat. Otherwise, you know, we sort of, well, we've lost a rook, or we've lost a knight for basically nothing. We ought to make it worth our time. Okay, so this is what happens. Yeah, it's not like you have a ton of moves here anyway, right? It's kind of tricky. I wonder what this time travel does. Nothing good, because after recaptures, it's not like you have, you know, this rook is now, you can't do the same thing twice. It just doesn't work. This triagonal, though, this is serious pain in the ass for our opponent. How does he defend? Oh my god. Once we capture here, I only just realized. Taking here is fatal. It loses immediately. Can't defend this square with this knight. Lose immediately. Can't push this because it loses immediately. Can't block the diagonal with the queen. Wow, I didn't realize how in trouble our opponent is. Oh, does this work? Blocks the triagonal, but then we threaten. Then we threaten it. Again. We're just going to do it. We're just going to do this. Because now he can't go here, here, or here. They're all covered. Oh, Jurassic. Jurassic Rook. Okay. Now maybe I should be careful. Now maybe we're just a little bit careful. Or do we want to go on the offensive? Okay, like this rook is, he's not going to make the same mistake again, and then this rook is probably going to recapture here. Oh wait, no, we have mate. Sorry, never mind. We have mate. So we don't want to be super, you know, like, we don't want to like walk on eggshells here, right? We kind of want to force the issue a little bit. Question is, if we take here, then what's our opponent do? Do you want to take here, then knight recaptures, then what? Then knight gets in here. Am I crazy to want to do that? We had a lot of turns. That bottom is so many turns. Like 5 turns, holy shit. He's got to block this here from up there. How does he do that? Well, from the square that he's on. That's one way. Actually, no, he's got to get even closer. Maybe do a little bit of this. Maybe this is the move. Yeah, I think we just deliver a check and we set ourselves up to deliver another check. If capture's like this, then we threaten the queen, which also sets us up for a check next turn. Yeah, I think we can get there. Got to be a little careful. But I don't think it's like we're giving him any crazy opportunities here for counterplay. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think we're in good shape. Let's see. We got 5 moves. Just don't let off the gas. And there's little your opponent can do. Oh, wow. Now here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, really? If we do this, does our opponent just sack? Because we also threaten the check eventually. Yeah, we want to kick the queen, right? Because then we cover this whole file. But I guess then we don't threaten a check. Oh, but if he uncovers this, then this threatens a pass check if we take here. I like this move. Okay, we're still threatening a check. Right? Still threatening a check. Could even push this now. If takes, oh man, how many turns? There's so many turns. I think we're hasty. I don't think this was necessarily necessary immediately. Do you want to do this? Yeah, because then if we kick this queen, oh, interesting. This still lets us deliver a check soon, right? Taking this here also lets us deliver a check. Yeah, so this prevents, like if we kick this queen, like if we push this pawn to kick this queen, well actually we wouldn't have that wouldn't buy us another check anyway. So it's not the worst thing in the world. I think taking here buys us another check that he has to worry about, and he's got like 2 more turns to prevent 2 more checks. You know what I mean? Can he do that simultaneously? He can't deliver a check of his own here, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I think that this move is fine with us. I think this move is fine with us. And if he does anything with this queen, then we got the queen check here. Maybe something like this. Then it's just GG because takes his check. Oh wow! Look at our opponent. Our opponent can just stay there is the problem. We've got like 1 more turn to give him check. Yeah, because he can prevent like the next check that we can play. Actually, if we do this and he does anything, then we do this. Then it kicks the queen to, there's nowhere that the queen can go where it still defends this square, right? As far as I can tell. Yeah. So he basically does anything here because he can't block this queen from going to here. Oh well. That's certainly a move. Now we do this. That doesn't work. Okay. Kudos to our opponent. We've got this move. Actually, we've got this move. Let's see. This move is check after this move. Our opponent can't deliver any checks. We've got check here. The only thing that would prevent us from getting to there is a push like this. But if our opponent pulls his knight back to here, in that case, taking here is not check, but threatens mate in 1. Right? So we don't care too much. Question mark. At what point do I stop all-inning here and just play for the fact that I've basically won the game here? You know? It's a good question. He has like only move, right? And then do I have like a guaranteed mate? Takes here and then like this or this prevents check. Takes here after rook captures. On my turn, there's nothing that I can really do. here, and then knight here, and then I can't check, right? Oh, here, and then knight here. Nah. Yeah, prevents check. Can I threaten mate on that board though? Does that threaten mate? Unlikely, right? Oh, no, here I can pin the queen next turn. I can pin the queen next turn. We found it. Chat, we found it. He has to prevent this check on this board. And if he does, then this move pins the queen. So the queen can't... Okay, we found it. Yeah, the king can't move because there's this knight on the board. It's an interesting game. Interesting way to develop out of. Because, yeah, I mean, I think everybody's looked at the... there are only so many openings that prevent f7 sack, right? And this is one of them, and this is one of them that sort of, famously, I mean, you look at it and it's just the biggest meme in the world, right? So no one's actually really taken the time to demonstrate, as far as I know, no one's really taken a lot of time to meaningfully put it to the test, to say, okay, what are we doing here? Like, how does white dismantle this? Summit not flagging? I know. Well, we're behind in time. Okay, so this check prevention has occurred. So now this happens and this happens. And this check into the past can't be prevented by this queen because the queen is pinned to the king. He might have missed the in the past check, to be honest. This entire time I thought we were on the same page about this being mate in time. But we'll see. Was it not time mate yet? In that case, it is I who is fucked up. I miscalculated. That happens. Happens to the best of us. Actually, I've got a nice time travel check on this board. I've also got this on this board, or this, because he just moved out of the way, right? Now I don't know what to do. I definitely thought that I had the pass check here. I'm not gonna lie. I single calculated. I didn't double calculate. Now I've sacked my queen. Now I really gotta prove that I know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. This is fine. This seems like it's winning. Because after check, mate. Well, I mean, that's just mate. And actually, we can travel the queen to here twice. And then get a mate on this board from down here. Like in history. And historic mate. Actually, I gotta be careful because then white can recapture on that square, hey? So, question is, do we just check like this? Then this knight recaptures. And that's not where I wanted to be. I don't know what you guys were planning, but that's not what I wanted. I can do this, but then this bishop recaptures. Or that this queen recaptures. I can check like this, actually. Oh, this is double check. Ah, double check. Yes. Because this checks him on this board like this, and also this queen, I really hope, checks him here, here. Yes, this is double check. Okay. We've got double check. And why not? Why not just take this guy for shiggles, right? Yeah, this checks in the present, this checks in the past. There's no way that, yeah, because he's got to remove both of these pieces, right? I think so. Yeah, so we could take here, which allows our opponent to threaten mate, like this. Or we could threaten to give another check, I guess. This already looks bad. Whatever, we'll just take here. Okay, double check. Woo! We did it. Okay. GG, Graven. I almost missed it. It's funny. Because I miscalculated. I thought I had the pass check on this turn. And it turns out I didn't. I mean, it didn't matter because the position was just so ridiculous. But yeah, I think time travel here was promising. We had some other stuff. Oh, also, I thought that maybe this rook could capture... this rook could capture back here. But it doesn't work out. Because if we go in the pass, then it doesn't even work, I don't think. Okay. Looks like another mate in one that Sumet's about to miss. Yeah. Pseudo's been on the stream all day. He knows. Also, taking the queen in the past was mate in one. Oh, really? Waiter, can I get the check? Wow. Well done, Dave. Oh, because it checks the king up here. Oh, of course you're right. You're right. Yeah, if this queen takes this queen. No. Hold on. Pause. Taking the queen in the past. Probably not on this board. Probably on this board. Yeah, right after this move. Yeah, it's our turn here. So we can take the queen here or here. Oh, there's a knight in the corner. It was mate in one. It was mate in one. But mate on board is actually better if we don't time travel, because then we don't give him an opportunity to respond. So it's fine. Oh, no. Right? Because this knight's defended. Or the queen's defended by the knight. But of course, you can time travel back and maybe do something. Yeah, because if he travels, I travel. Exactly. This was the much better play. It's a black board. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yes. Haha. Counter arguments. Well, a point well made. Okay. Sorry. Pseudo baited me. Here. That's not mate in one. That's not mate in one at all. Okay, I got baited by Pseudo. Okay, I got baited by Pseudo. Hey, Cougs is here. Moon first. We did a decent job of moving first. It's on the upper board. Oh. The queen takes here in the past? Is that what happens? The problem is if I travel, he gets to travel. Right? I mean, not necessarily like to the ends of the earth here. You know, but I don't know. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying this this queen. Are you saying this queen in the present? Which isn't true. So you must be saying take this queen here. Yeah. Because down here, then my queen will be checking this queen up here. That makes sense. But it does give him a travel. Yeah. I don't know if there are many mate in ones. That's definitely a mate in one. Or, soft mate. Queen takes queen in the present would be a big mistake. Yeah. Queen takes queen in the present's real bad. Because of this knight. Yeah. Yeah, we mentioned that in game. Before we got baited by Pseudo. May you give me the notation of this game? I don't have the notation of this game. What you are more than welcome to do is look through the VOD. And see what happens. I just don't want to slow the stream down by taking the notation of what is a pretty ridiculous game. But I mean, you're welcome to check this out here. B5 was a bad idea. B5 was a decent idea. I understood the idea because covering up this diagonal is probably important. At least it looked like it made a lot of sense. Because I had the opportunity to threaten mate, but also maybe sack a piece here. Or if I push this, I don't remember where. It must have been before this was here. Maybe. So if I did this, or no, that must not have made sense. I don't know. Probably there was a better move to play than b5 in the position. I agree with you. But B5 made sense to me. It thwarted some of my plans. I'll rebuild. T0, yeah. Damn, so many people here tonight. Don't sound so surprised, Pseudo. Jeez. You know? Who doesn't like gathering around the campfire? Hearing tales of 5 dimensions from Samantha the Turk. I was closing off the diagonal, but I never opened it. Yeah. In hindsight, yeah. But I mean, if you hadn't, then, you know, like maybe it afforded me more options. I don't know. This is turn 0 blackjack. So, I mean, okay. So we had knight f3, e6, d4, f5, c3, bishop b7, h4, b5, bishop g5, h6, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, e3, a6, knight e5. So I'm really tired. G5, knight takes g5. Sorry, that's g6. Sorry, not g5. G6, knight takes g6, queen f7, knight h8, and then the queen traveled. And then you're just gonna have to figure that out on your own. I was saying all that out loud just so that you could clip it and then like read it back to yourself, but I'm not gonna go through all the time travel moves. You're just gonna have to figure that out. I can't do it for you. Take a clip. I'll scroll through it slowly, and you can look through it yourself. Here you go. Okay, and then we're gonna play another game. All right. There's always going to be a VOD. You can watch the replay on Twitch afterward. Or maybe you can access the video now. I'm not sure. But let's keep going. Oh, do we rep? We didn't rep. All right. Rep W. This is the only way we're getting ELO today, is if our opponents continue to play absurd opening sequences like Graven here. He's a brave man. Found the clip. Sorry. That's all good, dude. You don't have to apologize. My original idea was to let you take the rook in the corner with my queen on f6, but I couldn't queen f6 because you could play knight e7, check, and queen h5. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I saw that we had the check. So that was rough to deal with. Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's a ridiculous position, right? I mean, you're playing down probably positionally pretty hard there, but I don't know. I mean, it looked pretty holding. Yeah, I think that probably. I think that probably black holds there. Probably not good in the long run, but black probably holds. Okay, who are we playing next? We had a lot of people in the chat. We really do. We're approaching this is hour 7 of the stream. Hot damn. We're approaching hour 8 of the stream. We've almost been live for 7 hours. It's pretty great. It hasn't felt like 7 hours. It's been pretty chill. That's good shit. All right. Who we got up next? Let's keep going. Let's run this. Let's run this train into the ground. Who else is here? Pseudo, right and wrong. You around? Do you want to play a game? Waiter, can I get the check? It's pretty good, Dave. Andre left a little while ago. We didn't even get to get play. Which sucks. I'll play. All right, Pseudo's gonna play. Random color, T0, rated. Medium timer. This is yours. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sure. Awesome. Oh man, today's been such a day. We had such ups and downs. We played some good games. We played some terrible games. But it was our fault. All right, GLHF Pseudo. Let's go. All right, we're gonna start with the usual. I completely expect C5 here. Yep. We're just gonna play C3. We're gonna put this to the test. This is the pseudo abstract meta. He's been all over this. Okay. Now, I'm thinking D5. Call me crazy. I don't care. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. We're playing D5. He didn't know I had this ready, but I did. I didn't know I had this ready. But that just makes two of us that are they're gonna learn out of this situation. Okay, here's a bit of a tricky situation, right? Because okay, this is he knows the lines. Shit. I have spent a little bit of time trying to find out what I should play here. Now, pawn up is maybe compelling. Probably not super compelling. I think I wrote down in a note what I wanted to play if this actually happened on the board, but I don't remember now. It was either knight b d2 or bishop c4, and I don't remember. I gotta check my notes. I think I prepared against this, didn't I? Am I allowed to check my own notes, or is that cheating? Maybe that's not in the spirit of things. Okay, so we obviously can't capture here because this is mate, right? This enables us to capture here next turn, so it's not so bad. If this takes happens, then we play knight c4, and then we move from there, right? If this knight takes move happens. This bishop move is an option. This bishop move is an option. This bishop move's an option. Means that he can't recapture, which is good. Then what? Pawn up? Then what? Knight bd2. Oh, but then knight bd2 doesn't threaten knight c4. Well, that sucks. Okay, here takes here. Then this queen just moves to wherever the fuck it wants, right? Maybe this is necessary in that situation. I had a move for this. I just don't remember. Maybe we push. Immediate captures, opens up the file. That's not good. Takes here. I mean, that's not good either, obviously. This knight move doesn't look amazing, if I'm honest. And I am. What was the move here? I don't remember. Giving away this pawn for free doesn't look good. This, and then what? Hi, you're still here? Hi, babe. I'm still here. What was a few matches to cool down before we shamefully turned off the stream turned into, we had some momentum. Now we're just playing. We don't even remember why we're playing in the first place. We're playing just to feel something again. Something like that. What do I do here? Cool. I'm here. Glad you're okay. Yeah, we're okay. We've seen better days. You sound so well. Yeah. Maybe we just do this. Moon first. What am I doing? I need to moon before I sink. I mean, takes is obviously ridiculous because take. Actually, takes is takes is ridiculous because takes, and then if takes, then basically threatens mate. Takes here, similar. We just don't want the takes here. It just feels bad. We built up this position for ourselves. Now we probably want to put ourselves in a position where this becomes undesirable for our opponent to play. A way that we do that is probably, how do we do that? Probably tie down our opponent's, tie down this opponent's knight here somehow, right? Our dark square bishop is kind of stuck, unfortunately. Okay, we fully expected e6 from our opponent. Now the question is what our opponent does next. Do we take here? Is it time? Is it time to take? Because opening up this diagonal is, just utter insanity. Utter insanity. So opening up this diagonal is basically the only other option, right? And if our opponent does that, can we punish? Yeah, trading our opponent, trading this pawn away now feels okay. Doesn't feel amazing, but it feels okay. Yeah, now our opponent's got to be careful. He realizes. I guess I'll talk to you tomorrow then. We'll talk in a bit. You know, this is going to be the last game. This is probably going to be the last game. Last game of the day for us. Yeah, we don't want to go overboard, you know. Too much of a good thing. Question is how this bishop gets into the frame. If we could push this knight, then we're laughing. If we could push this knight, it's easy money. This pawn is just so pinned. Actually, if we take here, it forces the queen to recapture, because if this pawn takes, then that's like a nightmare. Maybe, is that true? You could probably just cover it up with the queen. It's probably not that big a deal. How do we take advantage of the structure? I'm gonna kick this knight, right? Definitely want to kick this knight. It's the best way of doing that. Well, by doing this, I mean, we are currently threatening this knight, right? So one play is to block the diagonal like this. Maybe we want to block it with the bishop, just to be safe. It's probably a better play, because then we can also use it as a weapon, like along here, like if we recapture like this. Yeah, I like that. Okay, now the threat is that we capture this knight. Now the threat is that we capture this knight. And then we see what Pseudo's got up his sleeve. This knight is just so on guarding this triagonal duty. I mean, this can always happen. But if something like this happens, then suddenly, I mean, look, nothing's defending this knight. I mean, let's get real. What's going to happen here? Opponent's got to be careful. Something like this works. But then queen here threatens mate, right? Because you undefend this square. And I think we have a plethora of time travels on our hands. If I had to guess, I don't know. I haven't calculated them. But I think trading our D pawn for our opponent's F pawn is probably a good deal at the end of the day. Yeah. I don't know if takes with the queen. Well, okay, takes with the queen is obviously insanity. But maybe takes with the pawn here is better. Because check here, then you block with the bishop, then what? Because check here, or block here doesn't do the job in time. But I guess there's the lingering threat, right? And that's what it's about. Yeah, it's not like you have to take advantage of this immediately. You can take advantage of the fact that if captures with this pawn, next turn our opponent is basically obligated to close this up. Otherwise, it's bad news. It's bad news bears. Then we could also deliver a check. Yeah. No. This is probably the better play. It's probably the better play. Our opponent's in the think tank. I mean, the question of where does this go, or where does this knight go, is a real one. I'm not sure that I know. I don't know the answer. Probably got to move this, right? Wow, that was unexpected. And I've blocked it off now, haven't I? Wow. Oh, if our opponent's got like mate threats here, I'm gonna be real embarrassed. I'm gonna be very embarrassed. Okay, let's think about this. We have two options, right? We got this option, which probably leads to our timely demise. We got this option, which looks almost equally terrible. Well, this option loses on the spot to this, so we don't want to do that. We probably want to do this. Okay, this somehow, in a pretty classic me fashion, I missed that this exists. We probably want to take with the bishop here, right? I mean, am I crazy? Like, okay, so I was a little trepidatious at first because I thought our opponent had something, but now I don't know. I think I'm seeing the boogeyman. I don't believe our opponent. I don't believe our opponent. This happens. Now what? Oh, is that what our opponent wanted? That's all. So I don't really mind. I mean, you do you, man. That's fine. Our opponent gets the rook. What is that worth? Seems crazy. So let's set up a mating threat. Well, is there maybe like time travel shenanigans? Probably not, right? A time travel onto here. Maybe. In this position. It's possible. Let's move this up. Where does this queen go? It can definitely take its pick. Maybe here. Can't take a pawn one turn in the past. Here looks bad. Here? Well, then he's got the same attack maybe, but now there's a... Well, nah, doesn't really look good. I think that we don't worry about it and we generate our own mating threats, right? Yeah, this guy's defended. Or maybe we just give away the knight? What's this knight ever done for us? Connecting the rook and the queen might be the most sensible play here. Because our opponent gave up a knight to do this. If we give up a knight back, that doesn't feel awful. You know what I mean? Can we trap our opponent's queen? I think we can. If takes, we do this. That's fun, right? It's defended by this. This is defended. Yeah. Maybe we just do this. If takes, then we trap. Oh no, we don't trap it because it can take this pawn. More importantly, we threaten this. We threaten this knight, which would give us mate in one. Really, that's what it is. That's the important bit. But it also gives our opponent mate. So this isn't my best, like my most inspired tactic here, ever. Because then takes here, and it's like, okay. If we do this, then our opponent has like almost immediate mate. So not my finest work, admittedly. Maybe we castle first. Is that crazy? Yeah, it's not trapped because this pawn's not defended. Didn't think that far into it. Seems like we should have so many plays. It's difficult to spot them. We're doing well on time. At least there's that. I never like when there's just the lone queen out here doing its thing. It just never seems worth. You know? This turn was probably not the best move. Well, I mean, it did prevent this pawn from being pushed, which also blocks in this bishop. So actually, it's probably a good move, not for the reasons that I thought. And I mean, evinced by our opponent's hesitation here. Opponent probably considering their time travel prospect. Yeah, moving this bishop, of course, undefended b2. It's a lesson that we've had to learn many a time the hard way, as it were. Oh, what's this all about now? What are we being threatened with? Where's this knight going? I feel like this threatens immediate mate. Or maybe we want to do this to threaten like double mate. If we take this, then only move as recaptures like this. No, but I mean, obviously our opponent hasn't just blundered mate for no reason, right? If you do that, okay. This knight is staring down. All right, let's just play a move and then look at where this knight's going. On this board, here are the options. Now, we're probably content with recapturing with the pawn here. Taking a pawn one turn in the past doesn't work. Simply put, the pawn just recaptures itself. And it would open up our G file. That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad for our opponent. Doing this, the problem is that it doesn't really threaten mate. Okay, but what is he threatening? I'm sorry? What exactly is he threatening? No double time travel. Takes here and then takes maybe? And then a time travel? Maybe the threat is if we move this, then he takes here and this happens. Maybe we just castle. I mean, castling is usually ill-advised. We do this, he takes here. And we have to open this up. Is that the idea? No, because then we have check. Because it doesn't check us to do that, right? We do this, he does this. It doesn't check us. And we've got immediate mate. Or we've got check, opens this up, and then, you know, like mate in this direction. Our opponent must have thought of this. Okay, so takes, or goes here, takes here with check, takes here. Now we've got this situation opened up. Our opponent covers here, but then we've got mate immediately. As soon as we uncheck ourselves. You know what? If our opponents get away out of this, kudos, he wins. That's all we're gonna say. If pseudo has a tactic here that wins, then, you know, hats off. You know, up to the chef, whatever. Maybe castling here was the safer play. We're just gonna play for the win instead of like giving our opponent unnecessary opportunities to steal back the game. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Now if the knight moves, then we have mate. We have mate right here. That's just how it is. If he like covers it up, then we get a free knight. That's interesting. For so many reasons. Then we take here, right? Okay. In this situation, we take here. Right? Actually, is there better? Do we have better? Check here. Then what happens? He has to move the king. Hold on. Is there something here? Is there something to this? He has to move the king, and then we check here. And then we maybe have some sneaky time travel mate. Check here, and then this happens. Well, okay, check here, and then what options does he have? He can literally... He can't block with anything. He could time travel, I guess. He has to move the king either here or here. Let's say that we check here and he moves the king here. He can't. Because that would be mate in one turn. So he has to move here, only move. After, oh no, sorry, he can. Check here, and then he can move here, but then we have mate. Like on the next turn. So check here, and then he has to move here. Then what do we do? How do we take advantage of this? We have bishop here. We could maybe, or we could check him here in the pass now, and then only move his takes. And then we could check here, and then only move his who cares. And then this doesn't quite become mate because after this we don't have the, okay. So we don't quite have it, but we almost have it, right? Check here, only move. We could check here. Actually, we could check here as well. Here, this has to happen. Oh, then we can check here, and then he has to move somewhere where we can check again here. So then this is open on this turn. Then we check, then this is open. Then no matter where he goes, because he has to go after the second check, either here or here, right? Then we can check him again. Okay, so check here, this is now open. Check here, this is now open. Check again, this is now open, and then mate. All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna ship it. We're gonna ship it. And if he goes here, then we have like even better mate, right? Like we don't have to worry about anything. Well, I mean, we've got this mate here, I guess, but that's not even what I was talking about. I might have miscalculated. That's always a possibility. Every single time, that's a possibility. All right, we did it. We got there. Cute little mating pattern. Very well done. We won the race. GG's. GG pseudo. That was a close one. That was close. That was brilliant. Oh, thanks, Black Jacket. No, you're too kind. No, it was just a bunch of caveman checks, and then we got there. Um, it was a nice mating pattern. I'm glad we didn't miscalculate. But we our pieces were in the right place at the right time. I tried going crazy again, but it didn't work. Want to play? Now right and wrong offers to play. Oh man, the problem is it's really late. And as much as I would like to have a second 8-hour stream in a row, I promised my girlfriend we'd spend time together. She's sick anyway, so really like it was irresponsible of me to spend this much of my day doing this anyway, instead of sort of hanging out with her and keeping her company. So I mean, I'm glad she's super understanding. And she witnessed my terrible failure earlier in the day, so she sort of let me cool off and sort of distract myself with another 6 hours of 5D chess after that happened. But we're gonna have to pick it up some other time. GG pseudo. Yeah, I looked at this for a little bit, this opening here. I really couldn't remember what my move was after knight b4. And so it took me a while, but I mean, I ended up with bishop c4, which I think was okay. All right, we're gonna rep the win with pseudo. Let's see, rep W at pseudo. Here we go. And then I think we're gonna sign off. Let's see. I should probably get off sooner rather than later. Actually, if anyone's streaming 5D chess right now, then we will go ahead and raid them, because the nice thing to do. 5D chess with multiverse time travel. Let's see if anybody else is around. No, I'm the only active stream. We could find a chess stream to go evangelize 5D with, but I think it's better if I just get off sooner rather than later. Hopefully you understand. Okay. We're going to leave. All right. Thanks so much for joining, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. We had some real ups and downs today. Some triumphs, some very embarrassing defeats. But what's important is that everybody here decided that it was worth their time to keep me company, and I just appreciate that so much. So have a good night, everybody. GG's, and I'll catch you next week. Same time, same place. That's it from me. Signing off. Have a good night.